Why the world needs China. Development, environmentalism, conflict resolution and common prosperity. Kyle Ferrana. Table of Contents. Introduction. The Prius and the Frog. A note on sources, statistics, and the first rule of reading propaganda. Chapter 1. 5 Stages of Imperialism, the historical evolution of exploitation thus far. 1. Before capitalism. 2. The origin of the colonies. 3. Colonialism and inter-imperialist rivalry. 4. Neocolonialism and the inter-imperialist alliance. 5. Unrivaled imperialist unity, or super-imperialism. Chapter 2. Mechanisms of super-imperialism. 1. Structural adjustment. 2. Economic isolation. 3. Military intervention. 4. Soft power. Chapter 3. Peasant and proletarian anti-imperialism. The Popular Front. Armed struggle. Chapter 4. Bourgeois anti-imperialism. The development of the national bourgeoisie. Imperialist exclusivity. The lesson of Libya. Chapter 5. Compromising with capitalism, the terminal decline of Western social democracy. The state and reform. Social democracy under super-imperialism. The rise of the political far right. Chapter 6. China and the world. China and unequal exchange. China's export of capital. China as a creditor. China and the International Monetary Fund. China and the capitalist world system. Chapter 7. Who holds state power in China? The capitalist road and the socialist high-speed railway. The great struggle for common prosperity. Is the red flag flying? Chapter 8. The propaganda siege. Media decoupling. Propaganda as a weapon. Comparing Chinese to Western propaganda. Chapter 9. Settler colonialism. A comparative analysis. Income and poverty. Water and electricity. Roads, railways, and infrastructure. Subsidies. Conclusions. Chapter 10. An ecological civilization. Carbon emissions and clean energy. Financing the future. Chapter 11. A multipolar world. The United States neocolonization of Europe. The Second Pink Tide. Bipolarity. Chapter 12. The New Cold War. Democrats, authoritarians, or clashing civilizations. The Soviet strategy. Post-primacy adaptation. Economic decoupling. Appendices. Appendix A, unequal exchange in Ghanaian gold mining. Appendix B, unequal exchange between Africa and China. Appendix C, how the Bolshevik Revolution was won. Appendix D, unemployment in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Acknowledgements. Selected bibliography. Index. Introduction. The Prius and the Frog. There is no alternative. Margaret Thatcher, 19,801. Profound changes are afoot in the international economic structure. Xi Jinping, 20,162. At the turn of the 21st century, the first model of the Toyota Prius, the world's first mass-market hybrid electric vehicle, was produced to much acclaim. Many in the United States bought the first Prius, yet in the following decades, the U.S. auto market was painfully slow in converting to electric. Electric vehicles of any kind remained at 1% or less of total vehicle sales until 2018. By 2021, sales rose to 5% of total, or about 500,000 new electric cars, a modest but significant step toward reducing the vast quantities of greenhouse gas emissions produced by transport in a country with one of the highest rates of automobile use in the world. There are, at the time of this writing, almost 300 million motor vehicles in the US, or slightly less than one for each person. The only country with a larger motor vehicle fleet, in fact, is China. In the year 2000, there were only about 4 million cars in China, 1 for every 300 people. But 20 years later, Chinese automobiles outnumbered those in the US, rising to about 1 for every 4 or 5 people. Chinese drivers were similarly slow to switch to electric. As late as 2014, for example, CNN reported that they were in fact hesitant to adopt electric cars, buying only 7,000 such vehicles in the first quarter of the year. 4 The International Energy Agency reported EVs to account for no more than 1% of sales in China through 2016. In the following 6 years, however, China's sales of electric vehicles were anything but modest. Its EV sales leaped to over 3 million, 16% of total sales in 2021,5, and in the fall of 2022, was set to again nearly double at a projected 6 million new EVs that year, more than the rest of the world combined. 6 The cause of this dramatic shift lay not in any random vicissitude of the market. The country's skyrocketing EV industry, according to an analysis from the Paulson Institute in Chicago, had grown from scratch to become the world leader within a single decade due to a combination of pilot programs, subsidies, government procurement, and some form of non-tariff barriers. 7. This demonstrates how, relatively speaking, the domestic policy of the People's Republic of China can and does turn on a dime. By now we are all acquainted with China's biggest problems, but even while being widely excoriated in the West for deficiencies both real and imagined, the Chinese government has become a remarkably efficient problem solver. No matter how quickly you obtain them, specific descriptions of Chinese society will already be woefully obsolete by the time you begin reading. Where China is concerned, within virtually any milieu or level of education, the average Westerner, whether a loyal viewer of CNN or Fox News, a subscriber to Le Monde or The Washington Post, a stream watcher or podcast listener, a reader of supermarket tabloids, or a curator of social media feeds, is hopelessly stuck in the present. Even the most neutral treatments offer little more than a snapshot of a rapidly changing domestic and geopolitical environment. Therefore, to remain as relevant as possible, this book, written in 2022 and 2023, attempts to suggest where China might go, and not simply describe where China is or where China has been. Though intended to be as brief as possible, the first 3 quarters of the book still mostly does the latter. In fact, the first quarter barely even mentions China, but unfortunately, this can't be helped. Men make their own history, said Karl Marx, but they do not make it as they please. They do not make it under self-selected circumstances, but under circumstances existing already, given and transmitted from the past. Today we live in a world as interconnected as it is unequal, and one more interdependent than any of our ancestors could imagine. A world system, according to economic historian Dr. Immanuel Wallerstein and his school of thought. The capitalist world system is not the sum of international law and multilateral institutions such as the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, institutions that the PRC has scrupulously respected, but the complex network of predatory trade relations and the global division of labor that has served to enrich the West at the expense of everyone else for centuries. Like every other country, the PRC is only comprehensible in relation to this world system, and that relation can't be understood without accurately understanding the nature of the world system, which can't be understood without accurately understanding its history. Chapters 1 through 5 introduce and explain the concept of superimperialism, the latest, and most profitable system of exploitation that has yet been put into practice. In terms of economic policy, it is better known as neoliberalism, the ideology and practice of which UK Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher infamously sought to justify in the quote that begins this introduction. The superempire, which currently consists of the United States and its junior partners in Europe and elsewhere, presently extracts enormous quantities of wealth from the rest of the world every year. It relies on 4 distinct mechanisms of control: 1. Structural adjustments, 2. Economic isolation, 3. Military intervention, and 4. Soft power. These are the supreme instruments of Western hegemony. As long as they can be exercised with impunity, the world system cannot be changed. Chapters 6 through 10 consist of a thorough analysis of Chinese class society and economic life in the 21st century, ranging from the PRC's international relations and the Belt and Road Initiative, to the new campaign of wealth redistribution known as Common Prosperity, to the status and treatment of ethnic minorities in China's rural provinces. This part aims to explain why the PRC does what it does, how the Communist Party functions and has retained its legitimacy, and most of all what distinguishes China from other countries at every level in the world system and why it is uniquely situated to facilitate a fundamental change to the system. As these analyses will show, the PRC does not seek hegemony or the exploitation of others, yet increasingly, even if against its will, it must contend with the hostile and belligerent super-empire, which will not quietly abandon its plunder of the world to make way for the PRC's vision of peace and shared prosperity. Chapters 11 and 12 are therefore an evaluation of this conflict. Predictions of the future are not easy, and should not be made lightly, or perhaps at all, but the price of not trying may be too high. Though China has grown stronger than ever and is now more independent than it has been in many generations, it is far from invincible, and there remain formidable forces that it must confront. Escape from a world system is not possible, since by definition it encompasses the world we must all live in. A new world system which may or may not retain the same institutions but does not include the hegemony and exploitation inherent to the current one must instead be constructed to supersede it. The question of how this might be accomplished has plagued thinkers and revolutionaries for decades. We desperately need a working theory of change, which can only be built if we gain the proper perspective. That's what this book is for. These are dangerous days. At the time of this writing, the wars in Ukraine and Palestine continue to escalate, and the world's two greatest nuclear powers grow ever closer to open conflict with one another. Tension between the world's economic titans, the US and the PRC, is likewise increasing. The destruction of all human civilization in the near future has not been so likely for generations, whether through a nuclear conflict or through the slower burn of climate catastrophe. It may be likelier now than ever. According to the Western fable, we are all frogs in a pot, heedless that it is gradually coming to a boil. But there's another frog-related fable they tell in the East. As the story goes, there was once a frog who lived at the bottom of a well. One day, he looked up and saw a sea turtle walking by overhead. The frog called out to the turtle, saying, "Won't you join me inside this well? The water is deep and the mud is comfortable. There is no finer place to live." A frog at the bottom of a well cannot imagine the sea. A note on sources, statistics, and the first rule of reading propaganda. It's customary for criticism to target an author's sources. Are they biased? Are they reliable? Are they propaganda? If they're secondary sources, are their sources trustworthy? Says who? Those are all good questions. You might have them too. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you, goes the proverb. Similarly, just because it's propaganda doesn't mean it isn't true. In fact, some of the most effective propaganda is composed entirely or almost entirely of the truth. Crudely inventing a lie from whole cloth is rare in the propaganda racket because it seldom convinces. Propaganda is merely information, factual or not, that is deployed to further a political goal. There's no sense in lying if the truth will do. If a propagandist happens to have it on their side, the truth is the very best weapon in their arsenal. So, it makes little sense to entirely disregard propaganda just because it is propaganda. If you do so, you'll never learn anything at all. Seek truth from facts, advises the famous Chinese idiom, not least because facts are almost never told to us by someone with no agenda whatsoever. How to sift truth out of propaganda. This rule of reading propaganda is the first because it's such a no-brainer. If they admit it, it's probably true. If the head of the Strategic Air Command of the U.S. Air Force, for example, says that bombers under his command killed 1 million Korean civilians, we can safely assume that most likely, they did in fact kill at least that many. If a Turkish military strategy think tank estimates the current strength of the Kurdish nationalist insurgency at 50,000 fighters, one might be reasonably certain that there are in fact at least that many. On the other hand, if a top official of the anti-communist Tibetan government in exile publicly remarks that the number of Tibetans leaving China each year has declined, then we can be sure that Tibetan migration out of China has declined. In other words, failure, wrongdoing, or other information that is contrary to the established national or class interest of the organization producing or publishing it is more likely to be factual, while information that aligns with such interests is more likely to be fabricated. Institutional bias in press organizations is generally not difficult to establish. In the case of the PRC, it's no secret that Xinhua and the People's Daily are organs of the Chinese government and the Communist Party, just as media like Voice of America and Radio Free Asia are instruments of the United States Congress, being funded and controlled by the U.S. Agency for Global Media. Though more neutral sources are preferred, and used wherever possible, in the course of this book's examination of domestic Chinese affairs, both governments' media will be used as sources of information not just to glean truthful admissions using this heuristic, but to derive insight into the agenda and intent of each. There are of course limits to the first rule, which as an investigation becomes more detailed and the subject matter more politicized, as any and all news regarding China now is in the West become more obvious. No society, much less one of over 1 billion people, can be judged according to a handful of subjective anecdotes. Any remotely accurate evaluation of the character and trajectory of Chinese policy must make use of systematically gathered data polls, scientific studies, statistics, and there is a serious dearth of such data from Western or international sources. In each case, this book makes as much use of Western sources as possible. The anthropological studies of rural Tibet undertaken by Melvin Goldstein and Cynthia Beale deserve special mention, as does the long-term polling of Chinese public opinion by the Harvard Kennedy School. Western academia, however, does not and certainly cannot be expected to operate as some kind of shadow Chinese census bureau. For obvious reasons, most studies of Chinese society are performed by Chinese academics from Chinese universities, and for information such as per capita income in the Chinese countryside, data collected by the government must be used, usually in the form of regularly published statistical yearbooks. How accurate are these? The quality of government census data must certainly vary from country to country, and perfect accuracy cannot be expected from any of them, but outright intentional fabrication is rare. Even the cruelest and most deceitful government needs accurate statistics at the highest level, for it must use them to tailor its own policies, whether oppressive and corrupt or not. It is far from unheard of for unscrupulous bureaucrats to doctor data they are responsible for reporting, but in doing so they runs the risk of the real data being leaked. The higher the level of government and the more officials involved in such a conspiracy, the more likely their deception is to be discovered. Vladimir Lenin, who in the 19th century wrote extensively on the development of capitalism among Russian farmers, made enthusiastic use of what he called the admirable material provided by the Moscow Zemstvo-10, an organ of the same Tsarist regime that had executed his brother, and which Lenin later overthrew. The present-day Russian Federation, which the Western press considers authoritarian and regularly accuses of disinformation and election fraud, does not always produce census data that is positive. In recent years, for the sake of public image, it may have been in the interest of the Federation to lie about the unflattering rise in poverty and decline of real income in the Siberian Federal District, yet such data is available from Rosstat and has been the subject of studies published by Novosibirsk State University. If a government truly wishes to avoid admitting to the world the extent of its country's problems or anything else unflattering that its official statistics might reveal, the typical recourse is not to fabricate, but to stop publishing a statistic altogether. For example, as of 2023, the Venezuelan Central Bank had not updated its GDP estimates for nearly 5 years. 11 According to American economist Dr. Michael Hudson with regard to the U.S. in 2003. A few years ago I sought to update my breakdown of the balance of payments to update the impact of U.S. military spending and foreign aid. but the Commerce Department's Table 5 from its balance of payments data had been changed in such a way it no longer reveals the extent to which foreign aid generates a transfer of dollars from foreign countries to the United States, as it did in the 1960s and 1970s. I telephoned the statistical division responsible for collecting these statistics and in due course reached the technician responsible for the numbers. "We used to publish that data," he explained, "but some joker published a report showing that the United States actually made money off the countries we were aiding. It caused such a stir that we changed the accounting format so that nobody can embarrass us like that again." I realized that I was the joker who had been responsible for the present-day statistical concealment, and that it would take a congressional request to get the Commerce and State Departments to replicate the analysis that still was being made public in the years in which I wrote Super Imperialism. 12. The numbers printed in the PRC statistical yearbooks, therefore, are generally very unlikely to be phony. Tangentially, Western institutions have tended to confirm, rather than refute the dramatic increases in income, infrastructure, and availability of services that Western China has seen in the last 20 years, such as how in 2020, the New York Times reported on the World Bank's confirmation of the eradication of extreme poverty in the countryside. 14 According to an analysis published by U.S. think tank Center for Strategic and International Studies, unofficial estimates of China's GDP growth by Western banks and multinational institutions have matched the official PRC estimate almost exactly since 2010. 15 Reports going back decades show the remarkable consistency of the PRC's National Bureau of Statistics. The data are real. 16 More specific positive information, such as Xinhua's claim in late 2020 that the last rural village in China had been connected to the country's paved road network. 17 May be viewed with suspicion, but can be accepted on a case-by-case basis in this particular case, simply due to the fact that such a claim would be remarkably easy to expose, were it a lie. If there still were a village in China served only by dirt roads or footpaths, one of the intrepid satellite jockeys at the Australian Strategic Policy Institute in Canberra would certainly have found it by now. Chapter 1. 5 Stages of Imperialism, the historical evolution of exploitation thus far. Force, fraud, oppression, looting are openly displayed without any attempt at concealment, and it requires an effort to discover within this tangle of political violence and contests of power the stern laws of the economic process. Rosa Luxemburg, 191,318. If money, according to Augier, comes into the world with a congenital blood stain on one cheek, capital comes dripping from head to foot, from every pore, with blood and dirt. Karl Marx, 186,719. Oppressed people cannot hope to liberate themselves without first identifying the source of their oppression. Since oppressors have no incentive to identify themselves, it therefore falls to others to correctly describe the present nature of oppression and its precise mechanisms of exploitation and control. Only with this understanding can the correct strategy be designed to throw off oppression, elevate the oppressed, and abolish all systems of exploitation once and for all. The nature of oppression is always changing. Today, in its most organized and dangerous form, it is more complex, more widespread, and more international than ever before. It exacerbates all other forms of oppression and prevents at every turn their abolition. Though few can agree upon the definition, it has a name that everyone knows: imperialism. The confusion surrounding this term is by design. It is in the interest of the ruling class of any empire to obscure the causes of the cruelty and exploitation that is foundational to its imperialism. If these rulers are to preserve the power and privileges to which they are accustomed, they must at all costs prevent their subjects from clearly understanding the means by which their empire is imposed, for their subjects' ignorance and complicity is required to maintain it. Where this class cannot cover up its crimes, it blames others, sometimes its rivals or predecessors, but often its very victims. Where it cannot blame others, it produces self-serving rationalizations. In 1883, when the British Empire was at its historical height, English historian John Robert Seeley famously wrote, "We seem, as it were, to have conquered and peopled half the world in a fit of absence of mind. 20. The mass murder and enslavement of millions that England had perpetrated in order to sit atop the world were apparently no more than unfortunate accidents, entirely without guiding hands or any ill intent. 1. Before capitalism, empires have existed as distinct centralized political entities for nearly all of recorded history. The Akkadian Empire in ancient Mesopotamia, which existed more than 2,000 years before Christ, is widely considered the first. More well-known examples include the Roman Empire and the Macedonian Empire. For thousands of years, empires were created through military conquest of new lands, often lands controlled by lesser or declining empires, the subjugation of their indigenous inhabitants, and the extortion or outright seizure of their possessions. The labor power of slaves and the loot of conquered lands were customarily taken by force or by the threat of force, a process that is best described as dispossessive accumulation. Such spoils are referred to as superprofits, wealth that is acquired coercively with the meanest possible compensation to its former owners. 21. Superprofits differ from the ordinary profits that are generated by the labor of free domestic workers, which must be purchased with wages determined by market forces. Who acquired these superprofits? Common soldiers won the plunder of such conquests, yet the wealth was always enjoyed primarily by a feudal or pre-feudal imperial aristocracy, a privileged minority that typically maintained its exclusivity through dynastic inheritance. The scale of their empires could be vast. The Mongolian Empire of the 13th century, for example, spanned nearly all of Asia, yet they were usually limited to a contiguous land area within a single continent. This was the first, pre-capitalist stage of imperialism. 2. The origin of the colonies. By the 16th century, the capitalist mode of production began to develop, and over the next few centuries would eventually gain primacy in Europe. During this time, the feudal aristocracy still maintained its control, yet the scope of their empires steadily increased as the capitalist class grew stronger. Empires began to span multiple continents. Capitalists, who by the nature of their enterprise accumulate and concentrate a surplus of wealth, were able to invest more and more of this surplus into the imperialist endeavor. At first, writes Wallerstein, the Spaniards simply picked up the gold already mined by the Incas and used for ritual. 22. The European empires began to plunder not just the labor and the wealth possessed by its victims, but set up colonies in the conquered lands, harvesting resources through slave labor on cash crop plantations. These colonial relationships, established so long ago, did not remain static, and nor have they ended. Instead, they have continued to evolve throughout history, even to the present day. This was the second, mercantilist stage of imperialism. 3. Colonialism and inter-imperialist rivalry. Soon these empires developed the technological capability to extract raw materials from their colonies on a massive scale, primarily through industrial mining. This involved what is known as the export of capital, i.e., investments made by one country in another. Some expenditure was required to build the mines, the equipment, the refineries, and therefore increase the flow of resources back toward the heart of the empire. These resources were then used for the production of commodities, the market trade of which, according to Wallerstein, became fundamentally determinative to the fate of these political entities. 23. Empires became truly global, as Britain, France, and other European countries seized and colonized overseas territories on every continent. The new period of history it inaugurated, often referred to as the New Imperialism or the Age of Imperialism, was characterized by quantitatively and qualitatively greater exploitation. The beneficiaries of this new imperial system were the European capitalists, also called the bourgeoisie, who overtook the old feudal aristocracies to become the dominant force of class-based society. However, this class was not united. Just as the pre-capitalist empires would war with and conquer each other, the bourgeoisie of Europe were divided by their respective nations, and competed, rather than cooperated, with one another to secure ever more spoils for their own empire. In 1916, Vladimir Lenin, principal architect of the Bolshevik Revolution, summarized this new stage of imperialism as including 5 basic features. The concentration of production and capital has developed to such a high stage that it has created monopolies which play a decisive role in economic life. The merging of bank capital with industrial capital, and the creation, on the basis of this finance capital, of a financial oligarchy. The export of capital as distinguished from the export of commodities acquires exceptional importance. The formation of international monopolist capitalist associations which share the world among themselves, and the territorial division of the whole world among the biggest capitalist powers is completed. Point 24. The iron law of capitalism is that profit must always increase. By locating the motor force of the new mode of imperial exploitation in these perpetually profit-hungry financial institutions, Lenin showed that modern empires were each driven to continually expand, and in a world that is finite, once all foreign lands had eventually been conquered, this expansion could only come at the expense of the other empires, leading inevitably to the First and Second World Wars. Point 25. This was the third stage of imperialism, the stage of inter-imperialist rivalry. For neocolonialism and the inter-imperialist alliance. Lenin's definition of imperialism as a special stage of capitalism remains relevant today, given that the bourgeois financial oligarchy he described is still the dominant exploiter class of modern imperialism. Vast quantities of capital are also still being exported between countries. Point 26. However, after the end of the Second World War, conflict between empires seriously diminished, and the specific criteria of Lenin's definition became obsolete, most obviously, the fifth feature, which stipulates that the territory of the whole world be divided among the biggest capitalist powers, ceased to apply. Point 27. The colonies of Britain, France, and of the other capitalist empires gradually gained independence. Within decades, colonialism in its traditional form, i.e., non-self-governing territories controlled by foreign governments, was relegated to only a few tiny regions of the world, such as American Samoa or New Caledonia. The prevailing forms of colonialism became either settler colonial self-governing territories controlled by a class of foreign settlers that have displaced and oppressed the indigenous inhabitants, which today exists in a few countries such as the United States, Canada, and Australia. 28. Or neocolonial, which remains prevalent throughout Africa, Latin America, and Asia, also collectively known as the Global South. The specific subset of the Global South that is presently dominated by neocolonialism is also called the periphery, a geographic area where the indigenous state is weak, ranging from its non-existence to one with a low degree of autonomy. 29. In 1965, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the first Prime Minister and President of Ghana after its independence 8 years earlier, offered his definition of neocolonialism. The essence of neocolonialism is that the state which is subject to it is, in theory, independent and has all the outward trappings of international sovereignty. In reality, its economic system and thus its political policy is directed from outside. The result of neocolonialism is that foreign capital is used for the exploitation rather than for the development of the less developed parts of the world. Investment under neocolonialism increases rather than decreases the gap between the rich and the poor countries of the world. Point 30. In regard to any countries that resisted this arrangement, Frantz Fanon, famed anti-colonial political philosopher and member of Algeria's National Liberation Front, observed in 1961 that typically, you may see colonialism withdrawing its capital and its technicians and setting up around a young state the apparatus of economic pressure. The apotheosis of independence is transformed into the curse of independence, and the colonial power through its immense resources of coercion condemns the young nation to regression. In plain words, the colonial power says, since you want independence, take it and starve. 31. Why and how neocolonialism came to predominate is not immediately obvious. It is clear from the brutality of direct colonialism why the victims struggled to end it. To maintain or increase their rates of resource extraction, the European empires had often waged campaigns of mass extermination in their direct colonies, such as the Rubber Terror in the so-called Congo Free State and the genocide of the Herero in German Southwest Africa. But the ruling class of these empires also had an incentive for its abolition on their terms. Their total political dominance and the use of chattel slavery meant that empires could often absorb the entirety of colonial superprofits. However, administering a colony, defending it against rival empires, and subduing the insurrections that such oppression caused still represented a formidable expense. The wars and massacres that have since occurred in neocolonial Africa, which are often a consequence of imperial finance and economic pressures, as Chapter 2 will show, have achieved the similar effect of ensuring that these neo-colonies remain weak and exploitable in the long term, yet these are undertaken almost wholly by proxy and for only a fraction of the price. Significantly, Krumah writes, the neocolonialist system costs the capitalist powers comparatively little, while enormous and increasing profits are made. 32 Neocolonialism was therefore overall a more efficient system of exploitation, serving the interests of the empire to greater degree. 33 Wallerstein agreed. Had to be decolonized in order to mobilize productive potential in a way that had never been achieved in the colonial era. Colonial rule had after all been an inferior mode of relationship of core and periphery, one occasioned by the strenuous late 19th century conflict among industrial states, but one no longer desirable from the point of view of the new hegemonic power. 34. These analyses have since been borne out conclusively by the economic data. In 1991, Professor Giovanni Arrighi modeled the economic performance of the Global South by measuring their gross national product per capita in proportion to the GNP per capita of the organic core of empire, finding that in all such regions this proportion had decreased substantially since the Second World War. 35 Arrighi concludes that, after more than 30 years of developmental efforts of all kinds, the gaps that separate the incomes of the East and of the South from those of the West/North are today wider than ever before. 36. The ruling class of a neo-colony, who collaborate with the empire to extract super profits from their own country, are called compradors. Mao Zedong, the founder of the People's Republic of China, described them succinctly as wholly appendages of the international bourgeoisie, depending upon imperialism for their survival and growth. 37 According to Fanon, Gabriel Leon MBA, the first Prime Minister and President of Gabon, reassured Paris with the words, "Gabon is independent, but between Gabon and France nothing has changed, everything goes on as before." 38 Krumah elaborates. In the first place, the rulers of neocolonial states derive their authority to govern, not from the will of the people, but from the support which they obtain from their neocolonialist masters. They have therefore little interest in developing education, strengthening the bargaining power of their workers employed by expatriate firms, or indeed of taking any step which would challenge the colonial pattern of commerce and industry, which it is the object of neocolonialism to preserve. 39. Though compradors are typically bourgeois, they are not the only capitalists of their country. The function of the compradors is to dominate the political and especially the military establishment of their countries, and their true income is a percentage of the super profits they secure for the imperialists. This income, while only a fraction of the surplus value of the neo-colonies' production, is essentially a bribe to diminish their drive for economic development, which, in an underdeveloped country, is in the class interest of the bourgeoisie as a whole. The other bourgeois classes of a neo-colony are distinguished by their relative exclusion from this bargain, which naturally gives rise to their wish to reclaim this entire surplus for themselves. The privileged position of the compradors is therefore at odds with not only the interests of the peasants and workers of their country, but with other strata of their own class. The result is extreme instability, leaving the country prone not only to revolutions and armed insurgencies, but to even more bloody counter-revolutions, coups d'état, and interventions undertaken by the imperial powers, when they place a thumb on the scales to restore their puppets to power. Compradors, as Krumah explains, are often expendable. In the neocolonialist territories, since the former colonial power has in theory relinquished political control, if the social conditions occasioned by neocolonialism cause a revolt, the local neocolonialist government can be sacrificed and another equally subservient one substituted in its place. 40. Thus even where bribery does not suffice, a leader of a neo-colonial state, even one democratically elected by a constituency that rejects imperial domination, may also be induced to collaborate with the empire by the threat, explicit or otherwise, that if he fails to govern according to its interests, he will likely be replaced, perhaps violently. 41. Consequently, so long as a neo-colony remains small and underdeveloped, escape from domination by the empire is all but impossible unless, of course, an external force intervenes. Despite its advantages for the imperialists, neocolonialism could not become the dominant mode of exploitation under the inter-imperialist rivalry stage, for the reason that as neo-colonies, an empire's subjects would always be more vulnerable to conquest by a rival empire. 42. A prerequisite for a neocolonial world order was therefore a fundamentally different attitude of all the major imperial powers toward one another, one of peace and long-term cooperation rather than animosity. This prisoner's dilemma meant the novel phenomenon of persistent cooperation between the world's empires could not come about spontaneously. Instead, it emerged out of necessity, in response to the development of socialism. In 1920, after the victory of the Bolsheviks and establishment of the Russian Soviet Republic, Lenin had also described the national dimension of imperialism in a speech to the Second Congress of the Communist International. 43. The characteristic feature of imperialism consists in the whole world, as we now see, being divided into a large number of oppressed nations and an insignificant number of oppressor nations, the latter possessing colossal wealth and powerful armed forces. The vast majority of the world's population, over 1,000 million, perhaps even 1,250 million people, if we take the total population of the world as 1,750 million, in other words, about 70% of the world's population, belong to the oppressed nations, which are either in a state of direct colonial dependence or are semi-colonies, as, for example, Persia, Turkey and China, or else, conquered by some big imperialist power, have become greatly dependent on that power by virtue of peace treaties. The second basic idea in our theses is that, in the present world situation following the imperialist war, reciprocal relations between peoples and the world political system as a whole are determined by the struggle waged by a small group of imperialist nations against the Soviet movement and the Soviet states headed by Soviet Russia. Unless we bear that in mind, we shall not be able to pose a single national or colonial problem correctly, even if it concerns a most outlying part of the world. 44-45. The new socialist bloc, being ruled by those representing the interests of the formerly oppressed classes of workers and peasants, was a potential ally to the many millions in the periphery who desired freedom from their colonial overlords. Traditional colonies, in which the brutality of dispossessive accumulation was more overt and the forces of national liberation were more easily united by the humiliation of foreign occupation, therefore became as vulnerable under the new conditions of imperialism as neo-colonies had been under inter-imperialist rivalry, as Fanon describes. Strengthened by the unconditional support of the socialist countries, the colonized peoples fling themselves with whatever arms they have against the impregnable citadel of colonialism. If this citadel is invulnerable to knives and naked fists, it is no longer so when we decide to take into account the context of the Cold War. 46. The European capitalists soon found neocolonialism to be not just the best but also the only option to maintain their empires. Those who resisted the new paradigm suffered severe consequences. When the Portuguese capitalist class refused to surrender political control over Angola and Mozambique, for instance, anti-colonial movements in both colonies sought the aid of the socialist bloc and for a time gained independence from both the imperialists and their compradors. Socialism, therefore, represented a threat to the imperialist system itself. In response, the world's empires ceased to war with one another and were obliged to unite against their common enemy. Inter-imperialist alliances had existed in the past, either for the purposes of cooperating to subdue a victim that was too strong to be defeated by a single empire, or for mutual defense against other such inter-imperialist alliances. 47. Yet these coalitions had always been temporary and unstable, liable to shift during peacetime or if a particular participant saw greater profit in switching sides. At stake in the Cold War against the socialist bloc was instead the preservation of the bourgeoisie as the dominant force of class society across the world. Therefore, the new inter-imperialist alliance was stabilized and solidified to a qualitatively different degree. Krumah came to understand and describe this arrangement as collective imperialism. Being motivated by class self-preservation on an international scale, this alliance required a mechanism to bring any errant individual empire into compliance should its actions not benefit the collective whole. Even France, having a large West African neocolonial empire, did not have sole control. Instead, according to Krumah, it was subject to a super-state which can at times even override the policy wishes of the nominal neocolonial master. 48-1 empire. The United States had become more powerful than any other, which led it to inhabit this role, but also allowed it to coerce its European partners into unequal partnerships that they had no choice but to accept. As the hegemon of the imperial alliance, the United States acted to subdue its junior partners on several occasions, most notably during the Suez Crisis of 1956.49. There, as in elsewhere in the periphery, the U.S. gradually both compelled its Western European allies to decolonize and replace them as the primary neocolonial overlord, reaping the greatest share of super profits. 50 The United States' junior partners in the alliance nevertheless profited tremendously during the post-war era, when Arrighi further divided the organic core region of his model into subregions, while North America's GNP per capita remained well above the GNP per capita of the entire alliance throughout the mid-20th century. By 1991 Western Europe only lagged behind it by a margin of less than 17%. 51. This was the fourth stage of imperialism, hereafter referred to as the Cold War stage. 5. Unrivaled imperialist unity, or super-imperialism. Krumah writes further. The ideal neocolonialist state would be one which was wholly subservient to neocolonialist interests, but the existence of the socialist nations makes it impossible to enforce the full rigor of the neocolonialist system. The existence of an alternative system is itself a challenge to the neocolonialist regime. 52. By the 1990s, geopolitical conditions had fundamentally changed once again. A socialist bloc no longer existed, the Soviet Union had been dismantled and itself neo-colonized, and the People's Republic of China had become integrated into the capitalist world. 53 The Western bourgeoisie no longer faced a serious threat to their dominance of class society, yet their inter-imperialist alliance remained. The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, ostensibly a defensive alliance of Western countries against the Soviet Union, continued to exist after the Soviet Union's demise and even expanded, with the United States becoming an unchallenged superpower, supported by its European allies. Nor did the Western bourgeoisie reclaim their former direct colonies, as shown by Wallerstein and Arrighi's analyses. They had no interest in returning to this less profitable form of dispossessive accumulation. Instead, facing no significant rivals, they were then free to bring neocolonialism to its highest and most exploitative stage, hereafter called super-imperialism. While Cold War imperialism might best be summarized as global financial capitalist unity in the face of a socialist opposition, super-imperialism is global financial capitalist unity in the absence of opposition. Modern neocolonialism, Krumah had said in 1965, is based upon the control of nominally independent states by giant financial interests. These interests often act through or on behalf of a particular capitalist state, but they are quite capable of acting on their own and forcing those imperialist countries in which they have a dominant interest to follow their lead. 54 During the Cold War, what had begun as an alliance between distinct countries had merged into something else entirely. Under super-imperialism, the very worst aspects of neocolonialism have manifested all across the world. The Western bourgeoisie have grown even richer while poverty has increased nearly everywhere. According to Krumah, balkanization, or the fragmentation of a single country into smaller and weaker ones less able to resist domination by foreign powers, is the major instrument of neocolonialism. 55 And, coinciding with the super-imperialist stage, there has been a profusion of new neocolonies. Since 1990, 34 new countries, together comprising nearly 20% of the world's current total, have been carved out of pre-existing countries, most of them from the ruins of the Soviet Union and the Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. 56 The super empire, consisting of the United States, its western subordinate countries, and their immense transnational or multinational corporations, has dominated the periphery for decades with an iron fist. Since it is the current stage, superimperialism requires further and closer analysis. A wide variety of modern theorists, both within and outside the Marxist tradition, have recognized that imperialism has entered a qualitatively new stage, among them Benyu 57, Cheng Enfu and Liu Bailin 58, who refer to it as neo-imperialism. Others refer to it as unipolarity, the unipolar world being dominated by the United States. The term superimperialism itself has also been notably used by Dr. Michael Hudson very similarly to describe the economic exploitation of other countries by the U.S. government. Professor Zhang Shigong, a prominent Chinese political theorist, remarked in 2021. It is deceptive and misleading to portray China and the United States as two equal sovereign states, ignoring the three faces of modern Western imperialism, and the fact that the imperial system of the United States is even more complex than the British Empire's ever was. The United States operates an imperial arrangement within its continental territory, followed by a second imperial core in the form of the Five Eyes Alliance, followed by a system of vassal states in the guise of allies such as the military domination systems of Europe, East Asia, and the Middle East, operates Latin America as a backyard, and, of course, it also has control over other supplementary world systems such as the Internet, finance, and trade. Thus, the U.S.-China relationship is better characterized as China, a rising sovereign state, facing the U.S.-dominated world empire or world system. It's not a question of managing a relationship between two sovereign states, but a question of how China faces the U.S.-dominated world empire. 59. All these conclusions about the nature of superimperialism are similar, and yet there is a popular belief that it is increasingly unstable and unsustainable. Is this the case? How then will superimperialism end, or how might it be ended? Any answer must first properly describe its features, its operation, and its quantitative and qualitative differences from previous stages. Chapter 2. Mechanisms of superimperialism. To be sure, the use of force by one party in a market transaction in order to improve his price was no invention of capitalism. Unequal exchange is an ancient practice. What was remarkable about capitalism as a historical system was the way in which this unequal exchange could be hidden, indeed, hidden so well that it is only after 500 years of the operation of this mechanism that even the avowed opponents of the system have begun to unveil it systematically. Immanuel Wallerstein, 198,360. Despite its continued existence for so much of history, imperialism is not a permanent phenomenon. A parasite cannot survive unless its host's efforts to remove it are frustrated. As engines fueled by exploitation, empires must always have a way to continually enforce that exploitation. There are therefore two mutually dependent features of any empire in any historical period. The empire must maintain control over its victims, and it strives to benefit at their expense. If it has no ability to coerce victims, it cannot profit from them, and if it does not benefit, then it would lose its incentive to exert control. The distinct methods by which each task is accomplished are outlined below. The ways in which an empire may accumulate super profits at its victims' expense are the mechanisms of exploitation. In previous stages of imperialism, these were more varied, including the forced labor of chattel slaves, the plunder of commodities by invading armies, and the payment of large war indemnities. Since capitalist finance and the performance of joint stock corporations are by necessity transparent to the public, their mechanisms of exploitation are difficult for modern empires to fully conceal, and can be quantified by careful observers. For example, colonial state taxation, one such mechanism that primarily existed during the inter-imperialist rivalry stage, accounted for a total overall wealth transfer from India to Britain of about $1.9 trillion between 1765 and 1900, according to economists Drs. Utsa and Prabhat Patnaik, which if accumulated at a low interest rate would amount to about $65 trillion in 2020.61. The neo-colonial era, in which empires no longer directly administer their victims, required different mechanisms of exploitation. Today, the majority of the transfer of wealth from the periphery to the core is accomplished through one such mechanism in particular, the unequal exchange underwriting international trade. Unequal exchange is primarily driven by the vast disparity between the low cost of labor power in the periphery and the high price of commodities in the core. This represents a galactic yearly transfer of wealth. In 1966, economist Samir Emin estimated this transfer at 15% of the gross domestic product of peripheral countries. When measured by the disparity between the exchange rate of each country's currency and its currency's purchasing power, this transfer is or has become far greater in the super-imperial era. Professor Gernot Kohler describes this process in the following way. When a low-income country trades with a high-income country, the high-income country gains a quantity of real value which does not show up in any account, and the low-income country loses a quantity of real value which does not show up in any account. In colonial times, traders may have exchanged cheap glass beads for valuable ivory. Both sides agreed to the deal. Similarly, a low-income country may make a deal with a high-income country and the deal is balanced in monetary terms at the prevailing exchange rates. However, a quantity of real value has been extracted from the low-income country in this deal which does not show up in any account. In 1995, shortly after the beginning of the super-imperial stage, Kohler measured this transfer at $1.8 trillion to Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development countries from non-OECD countries, or 24% of the non-OECD countries' GDP. By 2009, he estimated that the transfer totaled $4.62 between non-advanced and advanced countries as defined by the International Monetary Fund. As a percentage of the non-advanced victims' GDP, the total value extracted was similarly about 22.3%. In 2022, economic anthropologist Professor Jason Hickel and his colleagues criticized Kohler's approach as underestimating the scale of the total value transfer. Hickel et al. Developed their own more comprehensive method, encompassing not only prices and exchange rates, but value added throughout the supply chain. According to their model, in 1990 the monetary amount that the IMF's advanced countries drained from the rest of the world annually was approximately $4.5 trillion, and had increased to $10.8 trillion in 2015.64. Between those years, they calculated a total transfer value of $242 trillion.65. There are multiple different forms of unequal exchange, which require lengthy analysis to properly describe. A simplified summary of one is detailed below, using the well-known example of the Apple iPhone. Another more detailed examination is presented in Appendix A. It is commonly known that the production of the iPhone has been almost entirely outsourced to a wide array of countries, from the mining of raw materials, to refining, to component manufacturing, to assembly, to packaging. By the end of the 2010s, the Apple Corporation reported hundreds of different suppliers for the manufacturing stage alone, which takes place mostly in mainland China, Southeast Asia, Japan, Taiwan, the Republic of Korea, and Vietnam. Over 150 suppliers had primary manufacturing locations in mainland China, while just 32 had any in the United States. 66 This continuing globalization of supply chains has naturally increased the cost of freight, yet has also increased profits, sufficiently so that freight costs are superseded by an even more substantial decrease in the cost of production. The base retail price of a new iPhone 6 upon its launch in September 2014 was $649.67, which cost Apple an estimated $200 to produce. 68 In the first quarter of 2015, Apple reported a net profit margin of 24%, yielding an approximate net profit of $108 per iPhone sold. 69 Therefore, as a rough estimate, Apple gained $108 of surplus value throughout its supply chain per iPhone. This savings, the quantity by which the iPhone's globalized cost of production undercuts the cost of production, were its supply chain entirely domestic, is derived from the low cost of labor in the periphery. According to an analysis in 2018 by Merrill, the Bank of America's Wealth Management Division, if 100% of the iPhone's final assembly process were reshipped to the United States, its retail price would have to increase by 20% to offset incremental labor costs. 70 Indeed, the surplus taken by ordinary wage labor exploitation is largely already extracted by the time Apple must pay its total production costs. Each stage of production is typically controlled by other capitalists who deduct a profit for themselves when selling their intermediate product to the next stage. Therefore, a large part of Apple's gigantic profit margin comes from the gross undercompensation of foreign labor. A factory worker in Southeast Asia can be paid far less than a worker in Europe or the United States, even if the labor performed by each is similar, resulting in a cheaper product. In an international market, Apple, along with a small coterie of other multinational technology firms, enjoys the ability to set the prices at which its suppliers sell intermediate components. These suppliers are comparatively too numerous to have any leverage to demand a higher price individually and are dispersed throughout so much of the world that neither can they do so collectively. Many other quantitatively less severe mechanisms also exist. For example, the payment of rents in the form of intellectual property royalties, transaction fees on remittances from immigrant workers, tax exemptions for Western multinational corporations, the payment of interest on debts. According to World Bank statistics, low and middle-income countries taken as a group paid over $1 trillion to service their external debts in 2020. 71 For many peripheral countries, a very large part of these payments, sometimes even a majority, is merely to cover interest. 72 And these debts must be repaid in foreign currency, meaning the debtor country must export goods in order to receive the cash to make payments, a process which is also subject to the unequal exchange described above. A victim does not willingly and knowingly submit to be exploited, however. The enforcement of unequal exchange requires deception and coercion. Equally relevant and necessary for the operation of empire are the mechanisms of control, enumerated below. In order, they are 1. Structural adjustment, 2. Economic isolation, 3. Military intervention, and 4. Soft power. 1. Structural adjustment. And ain't no gettin' up and movin' outside / the repo man got clientele worldwide. The coup, 199,473. Ever since the 1980s, structural adjustment lending has been the preferred instrument of the superempire's financial institutions. 74 And is the primary method by which the ideology and practice of neoliberalism are forced upon the rest of the world by the Western bourgeoisie. What is neoliberalism? Ostensibly, it is the ideology of the free market, a belief that governments should spend little, regulate private business less, and privatize or eliminate every public service in the name of efficiency, and that the resulting state of affairs would somehow lead to wealth and prosperity. In practice, of course, it is merely the continuation of the dispossessive accumulation process, wherein the working class is robbed of services and subsidies, and wealth and prosperity is reaped by those who already had the most to begin with, at the expense of those who already had the least. It is also the highest and most ruthless stage of neocolonialism. While working-class Westerners suffered tremendously from neoliberal policy, in general, it fell hardest upon the periphery. In fact, Hudson writes, these privatizations reflect foreign government obedience to the Washington Consensus. The rhetoric is free enterprise, but the market is to be shaped and defined by bilateral diplomacy with U.S. planners. America would like to mobilize multilateral foreign aid through the IMF and World Bank to continue subsidizing client oligarchies and political parties whose policies serve U.S. interests rather than those of their own nationals. 75. Starting in 1978, the World Bank repeatedly encouraged Mexico to take on more foreign debt to develop its industry and infrastructure, predicting a large budgetary surplus by 1982. The Mexican government did so 76, borrowing hundreds of millions from the World Bank and billions more from private banks in the United States and other junior exploiter countries in the West, yet the exact opposite occurred. In 1980, the U.S. Federal Reserve raised interest rates to a punishing record high of 20%, which quickly exhausted Mexico's currency reserves. Once the Mexican government was nearly broke, U.S. banks withheld further loans and facilitated nearly $30 billion of capital flight by the Mexican comprador elite. By August of 1982, Mexico was squeezed by a massive $300 million bill with only half that much in its reserves. The IMF then helpfully offered a bailout provided that Mexico use it to pay off its debt to private banks, and implemented the IMF Structural Adjustment Program, which demanded the devaluation of the peso and the privatization of hundreds of state-owned companies. The Mexican government also nationalized private domestic banks, which was not done to redistribute anything to the people, but to redistribute all the assets, some $6 billion, to its U.S. creditors. By 1987, over $26 billion had been transferred from Mexico to foreign Western banks in interest payments alone. 77 Instead of merely acting as a tool to financially stabilize Western countries in a time of crisis, the IMF had become a weapon. 78 Throughout the 1980s, this weapon was honed in Latin America, where the socialist bloc had relatively little influence. Structural adjustment packages, or shock therapy, were tested on Bolivia in 1985. What resulted followed a playbook that the IMF has repeated over and over across the world. The Bolivian government was forced to privatize state-owned companies, lay off tens of thousands of government employees, cut spending, and lift price controls. The government cracked down harshly on strikes and imprisoned union leaders. The product of these reforms was a financially stable comprador government that further impoverished its people and enriched the West. The same strategy was then used to chip away at the socialist bloc itself by ensnaring Poland and Yugoslavia 79 into the debt trap IMF austerity cycle, first enticing a country to take out loans from Western banks, then waiting for it to fall into financial difficulties, and finally forcing the cash-strapped victim to submit to structural adjustments in exchange for IMF loans to repay the Western financial oligarchy. Debt owed by the United States to foreign governments, on the other hand, is of a completely different nature. Hudson writes, "The stock and bond markets boomed as American banks and other investors moved out of government bonds into higher-yielding corporate bonds and mortgage loans, leaving the lower-yielding treasury bonds for foreign governments to buy. U.S. companies also began to buy up lucrative foreign businesses. The dollars they spent were turned over to foreign governments, which had little option but to reinvest them in U.S. Treasury obligations at abnormally low interest rates. Foreign demand for these Treasury securities drove up their price, reducing their yields accordingly. 80. The only thing bilateral debt owed by the U.S. government has in common with the bilateral debt owed by peripheral countries is that they are both in U.S. dollars, the supply of which is ultimately also in the hands of the U.S. government. According to Hudson, U.S. government debt represents in fact another aspect of this mechanism of control, wherein other countries are forced to finance U.S. deficit spending, and by extension, their own exploitation. Financial coercion as a mechanism of control increased dramatically in the socialist bloc's absence. Between 1984 and 1989, the IMF disbursed an average of 4 billion special drawing rights, 81 per year, to its member countries. In an equal length of time after the collapse of the socialist bloc, this average doubled to 8.2 billion, and from 1996 to 2001 further increased to 14.6 billion. In 2020, the IMF disbursed a record of nearly 37 billion SDRs. 82 While only some disbursements are considered structural adjustment facilities by the IMF, any loans may come with varying preconditions that include neoliberal policy changes such as the elimination of price controls, budget austerity in the form of limits on social spending, increasing the independence of central banks, focusing industry on resource extraction and direct exports, and C.83 a victim country is typically required. To begin restructuring before it can even be considered for a loan. 84 Facing no real global competition, let alone resistance, the IMF continued to expand its activity, absorbing the former socialist countries and subjecting them to its relentless austerity as well. In analyzing data between 1980 and 2014, a study in social science and medicine found that the labor reforms of IMF structural adjustment programs decreased access to health care and increased infant mortality in developing countries throughout the world. 85 A similar study in the Journal of International Relations and Development using data from 1986 to 2016 indicated that structural loan conditions increased poverty rates in a sample of 81 developing countries. 86 Structural adjustments are not only a worldwide driving factor in obscene wealth inequality, the undermining of labor unions, the decline of real wages, and environmental degradation, they have also prevailed in developing some peripheral countries that had been successful in building the infrastructural, industrial, and especially the agricultural capacity needed to resist neocolonial domination. In 1993, Argentina's state-owned railways were privatized. By 2020, according to the president of the Argentine Institute of Railways, 75% of the network remaining in operation was in regular or poor condition, or has closed or impassable sectors. 87 The removal of farm subsidies led to the collapse of domestic food production and increased dependency on imports in Côte d'Ivoire, the Gambia, and many other countries across the global south. 88 According to Hudson, as early as the 1945 congressional hearings on the creation of the World Bank, U.S. government officials were primarily concerned with its ability to protect domestic agricultural production and expand the global market for U.S. food exports. 89 In 1987, Thomas Sankara, the president of Burkina Faso, said in an interview why his country refused food aid from the West. They have not helped us to develop. They have instead created a beggar mentality. We hold out our hands to receive food. That is not a good thing. Our farmers have stopped producing, because they cannot sell what they produce. The surplus from farmers in other countries is brought in here. We want something else. Those who really want to help us can give us plows, tractors, fertilizer, insecticide, watering cans, drills, dams. That is how we define food aid. Those who come with wheat, millet, corn, or milk, they are not helping us. They are fattening us up like you do with geese, stuffing them in order to be able to sell them later. That is not real help. 9091. In former Yugoslavia and across the African continent, structural adjustments proved to be strong catalysts for immensely destructive military conflict. Sudan, for example, which after half a century of British colonial domination had become entirely reliant on cash crop exports, was convinced by Western banks in the 1970s to take out loans to develop its agriculture to produce a food surplus again. When that project encountered difficulties, Sudan could not pay its debt and was compelled to agree to structural adjustment in 1978. The World Bank then offered a rehabilitation plan, not to cultivate food, but to return to cash crops, specifically cotton. With fresh loans provided by the World Bank, private commercial farmers forced small-holding peasants off their land, which they then farmed unsustainably for export crops. Declining domestic food production left Sudan in an especially precarious position. A drought in 1983 to 1984 had disastrous consequences, triggering a famine, mass starvation among the peasantry, and contributed to a new civil war that lasted for decades. 92. In the 21st century, structural adjustments would seem to be less commonly used by the IMF and the World Bank, yet this is only an exercise in rebranding. The same policies and loan conditionalities have continued under different names. Sudan, again unable to pay its debts, was compelled to undergo reforms by the IMF again in 2021, which entailed devaluing its currency and ending fuel subsidies. 93-94 Membership in the IMF remains unofficially compulsory out of 193 countries in the United Nations, 190 are also members of the IMF, making even the victims of the organization participate in their own oppression and the oppression of other countries in the periphery. For such victims, the bitter pill of structural adjustments is preferable to the alternative. Leaving the IMF, as Cuba did in 1964, can bring even worse consequences. 2. Economic isolation. If such a policy is adopted, it should be the result of a positive decision which would call forth a line of action which, while as adroit and inconspicuous as possible, makes the greatest inroads in denying money and supplies to Cuba, to decrease monetary and real wages, to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of government. Memorandum from the Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs to the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, April 6, 196,095. The IMF has of course encountered considerable resistance in the periphery. In many peripheral countries, anti-imperialist political parties or aspiring leaders promising to challenge austerity often gain considerable momentum. Where they do come to power, however, they are subjected to an even cruder and harsher mechanism of control, sanctions and trade embargoes, which isolate their countries from the global economy. Often, even an implicit threat of economic punishment can be enough to force an uncooperative government to turn comprador against its will. The case study of Venezuela during the first decade of the super-imperial era is particularly illustrative. In the 1970s, Carlos Andrés Pérez and Rafael Caldera each served non-consecutive terms as president 96, during which their administrations made improvements to Venezuela's development and social welfare. In Caldera's first term, he re-established diplomatic ties with the socialist bloc, granted amnesty to the left-wing guerrillas, legalized the Communist Party, and made considerable investments in public infrastructure. Pérez, who succeeded Caldera in 1974, nationalized oil production and spent billions expanding social welfare and state-owned industry, presiding over the most prosperous period theretofore in Venezuelan history. This prosperity, however, was undone the following decade. On February 18, 1983, known as the Viernes Negro, or Black Friday, Pérez's successor devalued the bolivar by 70%, destroying the savings, wages, and pensions of the Venezuelan working class overnight. 97. Both Pérez and Caldera won second terms in 1988 and 1993 respectively, running on explicitly anti-neoliberal platforms and their legacies of abundance and prosperity. Yet only weeks after his victory, Pérez accepted over $2 billion in IMF loans in exchange for the privatization of public utilities and the liberalization of fuel prices. The Pérez administration suppressed unrest against these policies with extreme force, killing hundreds. 98 During his own second term, President Caldera signed an agreement with the IMF in 1996 to implement even more austerity measures. From their history, one would guess that neither Caldera nor Pérez had any wish to so blatantly become tools of imperialism. But when confronted with the full power of Western finance, they had little choice. Caldera's successors provide a clear example of the alternative, when President Hugo Chavez followed through with his own anti-austerity platform in 2002 and 2003 by renationalizing the oil industry. The United States responded by sanctioning Venezuela in 2004, depriving his government of access to development loans. 99 Over the next 2 decades, the United States escalated its economic war with Venezuela, with appalling consequences. According to a report written by Venezuelan economist Luis Olivares and published by the Washington Office on Latin America in 2020, U.S. sanctions deprived Venezuela of between $17 billion and $31 billion in revenue over a period of 3 years, and reduced imports by approximately 75%. 100 Another Washington D.C-based think tank estimated the sanctions had caused 40,000 excess deaths in only a single year. 101. After structural adjustments have robbed the neo-colonies of the agricultural capability to feed their population, economic isolation can then selectively rob them of the food imports upon which they have grown to depend. The United States government ostensibly crafts its sanctions to exempt humanitarian supplies such as food and medicine, yet in practice, and by design, sanctions cause shortages of both, by reducing access to the money, tools, and raw materials that the victims might have used to buy or produce them. This has been admitted by the authors of the sanctions themselves. A secret U.S. government memorandum from 1960 declared that the goal of the economic embargo on Cuba was to bring about hunger, desperation, and overthrow of Government 102. This memo was not declassified until 1991, just after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. 103 In its most desperate hour, the Cuban government gave in and requested technical assistance from the IMF in 1993, only for the United States to veto any such assistance, conditional or not. 104. The use of economic isolation as a weapon has increased tremendously since the collapse of the socialist bloc. In 2000, an analysis published by scholars at the University of Notre Dame called the 1990s the Sanctions Decade, recording 50 new applications of sanctions, the majority of which were imposed by the United States or the European Union. 105 Through 2022, every successive U.S. administration has issued a higher yearly average of new sanctions designations. 106. Cuba, and the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, being the last two holdouts of the traditional socialist system, have been subjected to some of the worst and most prolonged policies of economic isolation that the superempire has ever applied. But while sanctions, embargoes, and blockades have had devastating effects on the people of Cuba, the DPRK, Venezuela, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, and c. they are seldom able to bring about regime change by themselves. Their primary purpose is to prevent further development by depriving the victim country of capital and starving its labor force. If such policies bring about the conditions for a successful counter-revolution or coup by U.S.-backed opposition forces within the country, so much the better for their architects, but if not, it is enough that the victims' poverty and starvation serve as an example to others, and to limit the spread of any anti-imperialist ideology that might interfere with the dispossessive accumulation process elsewhere in the periphery. 3. Military intervention. Our strategy must now refocus on precluding the emergence of any potential future global competitor. But because we no longer face either a global threat or a hostile, non-democratic power dominating a region critical to our interests, we have the opportunity to meet threats at lower levels and lower costs. Defense Planning Guidance for the fiscal years 1994 to 1999, U.S. Department of Defense, 199-2107. Karl Kosky, another Marxist theorist and contemporary of Lenin, predicted on the eve of the First World War that financial monopolies could ultimately merge into a system he called ultra-imperialism, which would then exploit the world in a unified fashion. This hypothesis strongly resembles what is known of the super-imperialist stage, but the perils of Kosky's ultra-imperialism, he theorized, would lie in another direction, not in that of the arms race and the threat to world peace. 108 In his famous essay The End of History, Professor Francis Fukuyama predicted, "The developed states of the West do maintain defense establishments and in the post-war period have competed vigorously for influence to meet a worldwide communist threat. This behavior has been driven, however, by an external threat from states that possess overtly expansionist ideologies, and would not exist in their absence." 109. With the collapse of the socialist bloc now several decades in the past, it is clear just how badly these forecasts have missed the mark. Though inter-imperialist wars did cease, the latest stage of imperialism, being both unified and unopposed, instead became even more warlike. Unconstrained by any significant counterbalancing force, the United States no longer needed to rely on proxies such as Cuban exiles or the Nicaraguan Contras to make new conquests. During the 45-year period between the end of the Second World War and the collapse of the socialist bloc in 1989, the United States military was significantly involved in conflicts in Korea, Vietnam, and its immediate neighbors, Lebanon, the Dominican Republic, Grenada, and Libya. With the exception of the Vietnam War, all such conflicts were either relatively short in duration 110 or conducted cautiously, at the independent request of an existing comprador regime. In just the first 25 years after 1989, however, the U.S. military openly intervened in Panama, Somalia, Haiti, Bosnia, Kosovo, Afghanistan, Sudan, Iraq, Yemen, Pakistan, Libya, and Syria. Even in the decade before the War on Terror policy further accelerated this process, the U.S. had invaded Iraq in 1991, intervened in Somalia and Haiti, and bombed Sudan, Afghanistan, the former Yugoslavia in multiple wars, and Iraq once again in 1998. By the 2000s, several countries were subjected to prolonged targeted killing aerial bombing campaigns, and Afghanistan and Iraq experienced decades of direct military occupation by U.S. forces. As of the Biden administration, every U.S. president to take office since 1989 has ordered airstrikes on Iraq, and by the 2010s, the U.S. was openly conducting combat operations in 7 foreign countries at once. Occasionally, these attacks were justified by the invitation of comprador regimes, yet more often the victim countries were invaded on whatever pretext the U.S. government found convenient at the time. Sometimes, a country was invaded simply for being suspected of developing advanced weapons of which the United States itself had plenty, but forbade the rest of the world from obtaining. The true reasons, of course, were to maintain and expand the process of dispossessive accumulation in the periphery by toppling anti-imperialist governments that threatened its regional influence, by defending its compradors from armed uprisings, or by forcibly replacing neocolonial regimes that had grown uncooperative. On average, before the collapse of the socialist bloc, the United States began one new significant direct military intervention every 5 years. Afterward, this frequency increased to one new significant intervention every 2 years. A research article published in the Journal of Conflict Resolution found that of the almost 400 total military interventions of any kind that the United States had ever conducted, over 25% of them had been carried out in the period after the end of the Cold War, i.e. the most recent 12% of its history. 111. The United States military was transformed from its former role as a global deterrent against the spread of socialism into a global occupying force. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were recalled and hundreds of installations were closed, yet U.S. military spending doubled as it increased its reach everywhere else. According to David Vine, a professor of political anthropology at American University, in 1989 the United States maintained military bases in approximately 40 different foreign countries. By 2021, he estimated this number had doubled to 80 different foreign countries. 112 In 2008, AFRICOM, an entirely new strategic command devoted to operations on the African continent, was created. On the mechanics of enforcing unequal exchange, Wallerstein writes, "The enormous apparatus of latent force has not had to be invoked in each separate transaction to ensure that the exchange was unequal. Rather, the apparatus of force came into play only when there were significant challenges to an existing level of unequal exchange. Once the acute political conflict was past, the world's entrepreneurial classes could pretend that the economy was operating solely by considerations of supply and demand, without acknowledging how the world economy had historically arrived at a particular point of supply and demand, and what structures of force were sustaining at that very moment the customary differentials in levels of wages and of the real quality of life of the world's workforces. 113. While military force is the most powerful mechanism of control available to the superempire, it is wielded at great expense, and even at its highest point of technological advancement can only target a handful of victim countries at once. It must therefore exercise considerable practical expediency in choosing these targets. In 2009, George Friedman, the founder and chairman of Stratfor, the U.S. geopolitical think tank that News Corp subsidiary Barron's called the Shadow CIA, 114 wrote, "The United States had to be prepared for regular and unpredictable interventions throughout the Eurasian landmass. After the fall of the Soviet Union, it did engage in a series of operations designed to maintain the regional balance and block the emergence of a regional power. The first major intervention was in Kuwait, where the United States blocked Iraqi ambitions after the Soviets were dead but not yet buried. The next was in Yugoslavia, with the goal of blocking the emergence of Serbian hegemony over the Balkans. The third series of interventions was in the Islamic world, designed to block Al-Qaeda's desire to create a secure Islamic empire. The interventions in Afghanistan and Iraq were both a part of this effort. Rhetoric aside, the United States has no overriding interest in peace in Eurasia. The United States also has no interest in winning a war outright. As with Vietnam or Korea, the purpose of these conflicts is simply to block a power or destabilize the region, not to impose order. In due course, even outright American defeat is acceptable. However, the principle of using minimum force, when absolutely necessary, to maintain the Eurasian balance of power is and will remain the driving force of U.S. foreign policy throughout the 21st century. There will be numerous Kosovos and Iraqs in unanticipated places at unexpected times. U.S. actions will appear irrational, and would be if the primary goal is to stabilize the Balkans or the Middle East. But since the primary goal will more likely be simply to block or destabilize Serbia or Al-Qaeda, the interventions will be quite rational. They will never appear to really yield anything nearing a solution, and will always be done with insufficient force to be decisive. 115. 4. Soft power. By vote, the Amana abandoned the system of living together and moved in stride to the system of free enterprise that surrounded them. Church and state were separated. Amana eventually chose the dominant values of the United States because it was too weak, politically, economically and culturally, to overcome modern capitalism, which was stronger than it in every way. Wang Huning, America Against America, 199-1116. The fourth and final mechanism of control involves counter-revolution. Though one of the most crucial tools in the superempire's arsenal, it is also the most obscure and least apparent, and therefore requires closer examination. In his 1997 book Black Shirts and Reds, Rational Fascism and the Overthrow of Communism, Dr. Michael Parenti lays bare the inadequacies of the socialist system practiced within the Eastern Bloc countries that seemed to inhere in the system itself. People complained about broken toilets, leaky roofs, rude salespeople, poor quality goods, late trains, deficient hospital services, and corrupt and unresponsive bureaucrats. If fired, an individual had a constitutional guarantee to another job and seldom had any difficulty finding one. The labor market was a seller's market. Workers did not fear losing their jobs, but managers feared losing their best workers and sometimes overpaid them to prevent them from leaving. Too often, however, neither monetary rewards nor employment itself were linked to performance. The dedicated employee usually earned no more than the irresponsible one. The slackers and pilferers had a demoralizing effect on those who wanted to work in earnest. With rigorous price controls, there was hidden inflation, a large black market, and long shopping lines. There was strong resentment concerning consumer scarcities, the endless shopping lines, the 10-year wait for a new automobile, the housing shortage that compelled single people to live at home or get married in order to qualify for an apartment of their own, and the 5-year wait for that apartment. The crowding and financial dependency on parents often led to early divorce. 117. Parenti argues that despite the success of socialism in guaranteeing employment and satisfying the people's basic material needs such as housing, healthcare, and food security, the often low quality of products and services created widespread disillusionment. By the 1980s, the sharp contrast between the socialist system and the privation that had preceded it were quickly fading from public consciousness. He concludes, the human capacity for discontent should not be underestimated. People cannot live on the social wage alone. Once our needs are satisfied, then our wants tend to escalate, and our wants become our needs. A rise in living standards often incites a still greater rise in expectations. As people are treated better, they want more of the good things and are not necessarily grateful for what they already have. Leading professionals who had attained relatively good living standards wanted to dress better, travel abroad, and enjoy the more abundant lifestyles available to people of means in the capitalist world. 118. The term color revolution in popular parlance is mostly synonymous with the protest movements that brought about the collapse of the Eastern Bloc. Among Marxists, it is more commonly used to describe any such movement that is not in the interests of the working class. Yet in the revolutions of 1989, just as in other color revolutions that have taken place all across the world since then, it should not be forgotten that these movements could not exist in the absence of significant material grievances among the proletariat. To what extent Western imperialism and its economic siege weapons of sanctions and debt helped to create these conditions should of course be the topic of careful study, but hundreds of thousands of people do not assemble in protest in the streets of major urban centers for weeks, as they did all across the socialist bloc, if all is well with their lives. Nor could they achieve such numbers were they not composed strongly of urban proletarians. What then distinguishes a color revolution, or counter-revolution, from a progressive revolution? The first, most relevant question is which organizations are playing the greatest role in the direction and development of the revolution. A movement composed of and influenced by organized workers' collectives might create dual power structures, as did the Iranian Revolution, the Bolivarian Revolution, or the February Revolution in the Russian Empire in 1917. For an uprising against a bourgeois or colonial government to seize state power for the proletariat, the leadership or at least the participation of a communist vanguard is required, often in the form of an established Marxist-Leninist party or similar revolutionary organization, such as the Bolshevik Party in the October Revolution, or the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam. The degree of support a revolution receives from external forces is not only a major factor in its success or failure but may help indicate the character of the new system it inaugurates, not only by the benefactor's choice of a client most likely to become an ally, but by the material incentive of a client to adopt its benefactor's ideology. Fidel Castro, for example, did not profess his Marxist-Leninism until the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China had extended their aid and friendship to his revolutionary government in Cuba. On the other hand, a revolution led or exclusively aided by Western non-governmental organizations, or funded by the governments of the super-empire, is most likely to be or become a reflection of very different values. Solidarnosc, the independent trade union that played a critical role in ending socialism in Poland and whose leader Lech Walesa became president in 1990, had been funded by over $30 million from the CIA and other U.S. government agencies. 119 in Time magazine in 2001, journalist Carl Bernstein wrote that Solidarnosc had been chosen as a weapon to destroy socialism in Poland by a secret alliance between U.S. President Ronald Reagan and Pope John Paul II. Together, the U.S. government and the Vatican conspired to smuggle tons of equipment, fax machines, printing presses, transmitters, telephones, shortwave radios, video cameras, photocopiers, telex machines, computers, word processors to Solidarnosc to disseminate propaganda, and provided strategic advice to the organization that reflected the thinking of the Vatican and the Reagan administration. 120. The propaganda that cost the U.S. government a fortune to saturate the Eastern Bloc with sometimes proved decisive. A small group of anti-communist intellectuals known as Charter 77,121 had an outsized influence in the weeks-long Velvet Revolution that resulted in the end of socialism in Czechoslovakia. The revolution began with a demonstration on International Students' Day 122 and was inflamed when members of Charter 77 supplied Radio Free Europe with a news story of a student's alleged death during the protest. In fact, not only had no one died in the protest, but the student in question, Martin Smid, was entirely fictitious. Without attempting confirmation, Radio Free Europe immediately propagated the fake story throughout the country, generating outrage among the population. 123 Václav Havel, a wealthy playwright from a bourgeois family and a signatory of Charter 77, became the first president of post-socialist Czechoslovakia, and other members of the group were elevated to key positions in the government. Overall, the revolutions that destroyed the majority of the socialist bloc were financed with many millions of dollars from not just the CIA and other appendages of the U.S. government, but from Western capitalists' private philanthropic organizations. In fact, As the socialist bloc fractured, it became less important for the United States to keep its undermining of foreign governments secret. In 1991, just a month after Boris Yeltsin's administration survived the Soviet military leadership's last gasp attempt to preserve the Soviet Union by means of a coup, a co-founder of the National Endowment for Democracy blithely told the Washington Post that a lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. 124. Indeed, the net is a private but not very secretive entity which just happens to be funded by the US government, a detail that its operators today would have you believe has no effect on the nature of its activities. 125 Yet these very operators and staff experts are largely drawn from former US government officials. On its website, the NED lists among its team President George W. Bush's Chief of Staff 126, the Director of the Information Security Oversight Office 127, members 128, and multiple senior directors of the National Security Council 129,130, a U.S. ambassador and director of the U.S. government-funded Wilson Center 131, former 132 and sitting members of U.S. Congress 133, 134, 135, and members of the U.S. State Department. 136 Some of its more infamous experts include Cold War-era national security advisors Henry Kissinger 137 and Zbigniew Brzezinski 138, and former U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. 139 Members of the NED staff and board of directors who were not members of Congress or previously employed at the highest levels of the U.S. government are typically wealthy capitalists, or else drawn from the vast Beltway ecosystem of think tanks, lobbyists, and government consultants that are so interconnected with the political establishment that it is often difficult to determine where they end and the government begins. Naturally, the democratic forces that the NED supports line up with the United States imperial interests again and again. During the 1980s, it funded free market organizations, dissident groups, and propaganda publications in Czechoslovakia, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania, as well as the Soviet Union. 140 Pro-democracy organizations in Cuba and Venezuela, the two Latin American countries who have most consistently opposed the United States over the last 20 years, are also now some of the largest recipients of net cash in the region. The opposition protests that established a veneer of legitimacy for the 2002 coup attempt on Chavez were led by organizations that had received nearly $1 million in net funding the previous year. 141 And in 2010, an net-funded think tank disclosed that over $40 million was being spent annually on civil society actors in Venezuela by the external donor community. 142 In Haiti, student protests and a 3-week armed rebellion against President Jean-Bertrand Aristide in 2004 that provided the justification for the United States to intervene and remove him from power were guided and agitated by organizations such as Convergence Democratique and the Group of 184, both of which were funded by the NED. 143 and its intermediary, the International Republican Institute. 144 In the 1980s, the NED spent nearly $16 million to undermine the Sandinista government in Nicaragua. And between 2014 and 2018 spent a further $4 million on 54 different organizations to the groundwork for insurrection, according to its own associated media organization, Global Americans. 145. Nor are the oppositional forces supported by the NED democratic in any sense. Multiple studies of the NED's and other U.S. government-controlled soft power organizations' activities have yielded no positive correlation between them and the levels of democracy or human rights, however measured, within the countries so targeted. For example, a data regression analysis of all NED activity between 1990 and 1999 published in the Democratization Journal found that NED aid neither produces democracy nor follows democratization. In fact, they found a negative relationship between NED grants and measured democracy scores. 146. Since the collapse of the socialist bloc, the National Endowment for Democracy and the convoluted ecosystem of charitable foundations and civil society NGOs that revolve around Washington have greatly expanded their operations. In 1989, the NED's yearly expenditures totaled just $21 million, $147 by 2008, they had increased more than sixfold to $135 million. 148 Wherever mass protests, insurrections, or civil wars broke out, net grants or money and other forms of support from U.S. government agencies could very often be traced to organizations involved in the unrest. The Hong Kong protest movement of 2019 to 2020 provides a well-documented example of how the net functions in relation to a mass uprising. The protests were sparked by a new extradition bill in the local Hong Kong legislature, which had been introduced in response to a high-profile case in which a man named Chan Tong Kai had allegedly murdered his pregnant girlfriend in Taiwan and fled back to Hong Kong to escape justice. Supposedly the protests were rooted in concern that the bill would lead to greater influence over Hong Kong by Beijing, yet it soon became clear that the protesters' actual primary motivations had little to do with the bill or with Chan Tong Kai. 149 Within a week, massive demonstrations estimated at between hundreds of thousands and 1 million Hong Kongers had forced the government to concede and suspend the bill from becoming law, yet afterward these demonstrations only increased in size. The materialist axiom that people do not take part in massive, sustained protests if all is well with their lives most certainly obtained in Hong Kong in 2019. According to a report by the Economist Group, by that year Hong Kong was the most expensive city to live in worldwide. 150 The Hong Kong economy, once far stronger than that of any other Chinese city, was falling behind relative to the mainland. Well-paying industrial jobs were steadily disappearing. 151 And the homeownership rate had fallen below 50%. 152 According to Forbes magazine in 2016, the homeownership rate in China overall was 90%, with only 18% of households having a mortgage, and a home mortgage to GDP ratio of only 15%, 153. But at the end of 2015, the Hong Kong government reported a 70% home mortgage to GDP ratio. 154 The working class of Hong Kong was under increasing pressure by the wealthy bourgeoisie in the bloated real estate industry, yet during the protest movement, housing issues remained well in the background, scarcely appearing in Western press coverage at all. The famous 5 demands of the protesters that were widely covered by the Western news media did not even mention housing, wages, or any other economic difficulties, instead focusing exclusively on greater voting rights and the police brutality that some previous demonstrations had experienced. Though nominally a leaderless movement, the protests were greatly influenced by many well-established groups that participated in organizing them. Starting in 1995, the net has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars yearly to strengthen the independent Hong Kong Confederation of Trade Unions 155-156, which was heavily involved in the movement, and since then its co-founder and General Secretary Lee Chuk-yan has spoken at net events 157 and in 2019 testified before the U.S. Congress, praising the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act that placed unilateral sanctions on Hong Kong. 158 In 2020, the net spent $1.9 million on pro-democracy organizations in Hong Kong. 159 And according to Time, another $2 million from the U.S. Agency for Global Media had been earmarked to assist the protesters in evading government surveillance. 160 Lacking any cohesive leadership and direction, the movement was given one by Western-funded NGOs. U.S. and British flags appeared prominently in the demonstrations, some of which appealed to the West and their former colonial overlords who for a century prior to 1997 had directly ruled over a considerably less democratic Hong Kong for deliverance. While there is some genuine desire for more democracy in Hong Kong, statistically, it is unlikely to have been the largest or even a very significant factor behind the mobilization, according to the Berlin-based Latina Democracy Perception Index report. By the spring of 2022, a two-thirds supermajority of Hong Kongers believed that Hong Kong did not need more democracy. 161 And most held a positive view of mainland China. 162 During the same year as the protests themselves, a Reuters poll found that while a majority supported the protests, only 8% expressed a strong desire for Hong Kong's independence from China, and only 12% blamed the central government in Beijing for the unrest. 163 Yet this tiny minority seemed to have greatest control over the movement. The protesters' rage had been primarily caused by the Hong Kong bourgeoisie that had thrived under the one country, two systems arrangement forced upon the People's Republic of China by the United Kingdom, but was somehow redirected away from the primary source of their misery and toward the mainland instead. The Ned's general insistence that their activities are unrelated to actual protests is true only in the most direct sense. In 2021, a group of Russian activists surreptitiously recorded senior Ned officials taking credit for supporting the protesters against the Belarusian government that year. 164 The U.S. Agency for International Development is even less subtle about its political agenda. In 1999, it openly acknowledged that its willingness to invest in Central and Eastern Europe is due to the significance of these regions to the United States. 165. The 2004 Orange Revolution in Ukraine ushered President Viktor Yushchenko into power, who according to both the American conservative and U.S. diplomat Michael McFaul had Ned and U.S. government support. 167 A decade later, only months before the Euromaidan protest movement in Ukraine which overthrew the new pro-Russian President Viktor Yanukovych, the president of the Ned called Ukraine the biggest prize of Eastern Europe in a Washington Post op-ed and urged engagement with civil society in Ukraine. 168 During the uprising, U.S. Ambassador and State Department spokesperson Victoria Nuland claimed in a speech that the United States had spent a total of $5 billion to assist Ukraine in build democratic skills among other goals since 1991, an average of over $200 million per year. 169 If this number is accurate, the Ned, which according to its website in 2021 had recently spent around $5 million in Ukraine. 170 is only the tip of a very large iceberg. Lenin once remarked that revolution is impossible without a nationwide crisis. 171 History has since shown that this is also true of counter-revolution. Shortly after the Orange Revolution, Lorne Craner, the head of the Ned-funded International Republican Institute and former State Department official, responded to criticism of the United States' involvement by stating there's this myth that the Americans go into a country and, presto, you get a revolution. It's not the case that Americans can get 2 million people to turn out on the streets. The people themselves decide to do that. 172 He is, of course, entirely correct. No amount of money, training, supplies, or propaganda will create a revolution by itself, or the super-empire would have already swept away its adversaries in Cuba, Iran, Russia, and everywhere else. Only the material realities faced by the people can bring them into the streets or induce them to take up arms in large numbers. But when these ingredients, money, training, supplies, and propaganda, are provided by an external force, especially one as wealthy, powerful, and globally unopposed as the United States, any such uprising once begun can easily be controlled, manipulated, and directed to serve whatever agenda that force wishes it to manifest. An important dimension to the superempire's democracy rhetoric and reliance on NGOs to undermine foreign governments that is commonly remarked upon by the left is its hypocrisy. According to an analysis by the nonprofit news organization Truthout, as of 2015, Freedom House had classified 49 countries in the world as dictatorships, nearly all of whose governments the Ned and similar soft power organizations are devoted to undermining. Yet with its other hand, the U.S. government was providing military support to 73% of these regimes. 173 To explain this apparent contradiction, it is useful to examine another prominent wave of revolutions that have occurred since the fall of the socialist bloc, the so-called Arab Spring of 2010 and 2011. The superempire employed nearly every mechanism of control at its disposal to manipulate the events of the Arab Spring. First, the conditions for the protests had been created in the preceding years largely by the IMF's structural adjustment programs, which for example in the 1990s required the privatization of the Egyptian textile industry, leaving half the workforce unemployed. 174 Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, and Jordan, all flashpoints for mass demonstrations and great social upheaval during the Arab Spring, had been praised in 1999 for successfully implementing structural adjustment policies. 175 The success entailed not only mass unemployment and a widening gap between the rich and the poor, but the stagnation of wages while the cost of living increased. 176 The peasantry and working class were steadily squeezed throughout the following decade, as conditions grew increasingly desperate. 177. Second, U.S. government agencies and NGOs had invested in the region in order to be able to direct the protests when they inevitably occurred. In the spring of 2011, the New York Times and the Washington Post discovered through interviews and leaked U.S. diplomatic cables that not only had the State Department itself covertly given millions of dollars to Syrian opposition groups between 2006 and 2010, 178, but that key leaders of the movements throughout the Arab region had been trained and financed by the International Republican and National Democratic Institutes and Freedom House. 179. Hosni Mubarak, Egypt's comprador president who was militarily supported by the U.S. government, viewed these operations with deep suspicion, and ultimately with good reason. When the massive demonstration centering on Tahrir Square in Cairo had gained too much momentum for Mubarak to crush, President Obama turned on his own comprador and insisted that he resign. In general, the United States government had not been dissatisfied by Mubarak's rule. But in the final analysis, his presence, like any comprador ruler of a neo-colony, was not indispensable. If Mubarak's replacement was unsatisfactory, U.S. control of the Egyptian military establishment and ability to direct popular protests made further regime change easy. 180. What was one comprador more or less? Finally, while the Arab Spring presented some inconveniences for the empire, on balance it was well worth the investment for the challenges it posed to anti-imperialist states in the Middle East and North Africa, which were then helped along through military intervention. Though the super-empire allowed protests to be crushed in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia with a shrug, when the movement encountered difficulties in Libya and Syria, the US and its NATO allies launched airstrikes on the Libyan government and armed the rebel forces in both countries. In the aftermath, a few reforms were conceded by some governments, such as Jordan's and Morocco's, but where governments had been overthrown, the conditions for most Arab workers and peasants had not changed for the better. Comprador governments that had fallen were replaced with new comprador governments, which were forced to submit to even more structural adjustments by the IMF and the World Bank. 181. Economic development not only hadn't increased, but it had gone backwards as the horrors of civil war enveloped Libya, Syria, and Yemen for many years. No new anti-imperialist governments had emerged. 182. One that already existed had fallen, and the proletariat had not taken state power anywhere. Thus was the full rigor of the neo-colonial system enforced business as usual for the United States and the financial oligarchy. The second major criteria by which revolutions may be judged, in the cases where they succeed in toppling the governments to which they are opposed, are the outcomes for the poor and working class who provide the engine and fuel for the uprising. In the era immediately following the Second World War, when socialism had reached its historical peak, revolutions had almost always had net positive effects. Countries such as Vietnam and Laos threw off the shackles of colonial domination and achieved a degree of real independence from the West for the first time in generations. China emerged from its century of humiliation, abolishing once and for all both the old structures of feudal oppression and the cruel comprador regimes of servitude and drug addiction imposed on it. Land reform liberated millions of peasants, infant mortality rates dropped, and average life expectancy skyrocketed. The Cuban Revolution transformed a poor agrarian country that lacked basic sanitation into a healthier, cleaner, more educated, and more dignified society. The Castro regime that the U.S. media so frequently excoriated brought basic medical care to the rural population for the first time, and advanced to the point of not only treating disease but preventing it. 91% of the rural population in Cuba had been malnourished in the years before the revolution, and while afterward food security was slow to develop due to the U.S. embargo, the countryside finally received a fair share. 183. In 1969, according to a former official of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization, since the revolution more schools and hospitals had replaced poverty and misery in the countryside, and 70% of the Cuban people lived better than they ever had before. 184. A 1986 study published in the American Journal of Public Health found that even according to the World Bank's own statistical data, Socialist countries outperformed capitalist countries in similar income categories on nearly every criterion related to physical quality of life. 185. When the socialist bloc disappeared in 1989, however, so did this trend. This was immediately obvious in the first wave of counter-revolutions. Shock therapy and neoliberalism enforced by IMF lending led to disaster in the former Eastern Bloc after only a few years. Agricultural output declined precipitously after privatization. By the mid-1990s, Hungary's farm output had fallen by 40%. 186 and Bulgaria was suffering a bread shortage. Seeing the potential for greater profit outside the country, the new private firms had exported their grain rather than sell it at home. 187 Rents increased from only a few percent of income to well over 50% of income. Homelessness, almost unheard of under socialism, became a harrowing new fact of life all across Eastern Europe, the former Soviet Union, and Mongolia. During the 1990s, an estimated 20,000 children were living on the streets in Romania. 188 Infant mortality increased in Bulgaria by 25%. 189 Human trafficking and sexual slavery reappeared in Eastern Europe. Real incomes shrank, pensions vanished, unemployment increased, unions were weakened or destroyed, and organized crime and corruption became commonplace. In Russia, a new batch of compradors was created almost overnight, which proceeded to plunder the large state-run economy, privatizing 90% of industries at vastly undervalued prices. The subsequent economic crash led to a massive increase in poverty and a 6-year drop in Russian life expectancy, the greatest drop ever recorded anywhere in history in the absence of war or natural disasters. According to a study from the Berlin-based Dialogue of Civilizations Research Institute. 190 In 2001, the United Nations Children's Fund estimated that in all transition countries excluding Bosnia and Herzegovina, there had been a total of approximately 3.2 million excess deaths between 1990 and 1999. 191 A study published in the Cambridge Journal of Economics in 2023 estimated this figure to be much higher, around 7 million. 192 Another 2019 study from the IZA Institute of Labor Economics in Bonn found that surviving adults who had been born during the period of shock therapy grew up to be nearly 1 centimeter shorter than the preceding generation on average. 193 Eastern Europe having thus been conquered, the Arab Spring shows how the super-empire wielded the weapon of revolution in the absence of a significant bloc of enemy countries, like a blunt instrument, crushing friendly and hostile regimes alike, confident that its soft power NGO network and system of global finance would prevent any new hostile regimes from rising out of the ashes. The National Endowment for Democracy became a geostrategic gambler, placing bets on every number of the roulette wheel. According to its website in 2021, it had invested in every region of the world except, of course, North America, Western Europe, and Australia, where democracy apparently needs no encouragement. So far, this strategy has been a tremendous success. Exceptions such as the Bolivarian Revolution, which empower the proletariat to some extent. 194 are very few and far between in the new age of super-imperialism. In the neo-colonies, those who wish to overthrow the comprador establishment face not only the challenge of organizing their countrymen, but of doing so with none of the vast resources the color revolutionaries enjoyed. Often, the most that can be reasonably hoped is that the new comprador rulers that a revolution inevitably inaugurates will be less brutal than the last. There is little fear among the Western bourgeoisie that they might fail to gain control of a new uprising, i.e., fail to co-opt and color a revolution wherever it may appear. After all, where is their competition? By far, the greatest exporter of revolution in the 21st century has not been Venezuela, nor Cuba, or Russia. It has certainly not been the PRC, which maintains a careful policy of non-interference in foreign political affairs, nor is it even the Islamic Republic of Iran. It is the United States of America. Today, wherever and whenever the oppressed rise up in search of justice, the agents of injustice are always there among them, ready to lead them astray. Chapter 3. Peasant and Proletarian Anti-Imperialism. When Mr. Khrushchev brandishes his shoe at the United Nations, or thumps the table with it, there's not a single ex-native, nor any representative of an underdeveloped country, who laughs. For what Mr. Khrushchev shows the colonized countries which are looking on is that he, the mujik, who moreover is the possessor of space rockets, treats these miserable capitalists in the way that they deserve. In the same way, Castro sitting in military uniform in the United Nations organization does not scandalize the underdeveloped countries. What Castro demonstrates is the consciousness he has of the continuing existence of the rule of violence. The astonishing thing is that he did not come into the UNO with a machine gun, but if he had, would anyone have minded? Franz Fanon, 196-1195. Given the present super-imperial world order and how it is enforced, the question arises, what forces remain opposed to it? What modes of resistance exist, what are their goals and limitations, what are the conditions for success, and what are their paths to victory? Just as the superempire's exploitation is driven by the interests of the Western capitalist class, resistance to it is driven by the interests of the classes that do not benefit from this exploitation. But since not every class is exploited or excluded in the same manner, not every class employs the same mode of resistance and to the same ends. Resistance by each class or group of classes will therefore be examined according to their similarity, the first being the peasantry and the proletariat of the global periphery, who are grouped together by their commonality of being the objects of the superempire's dispossessive accumulation. A victory by these groups over their oppressors, in Marxist terms, would result in a proletarian state, a political organization of and for the workers and peasants, which attains control and sovereignty over their country, and acts in their collective interests to end or defend against oppression and imperialism. Towards such a goal, these groups employ two main modes of resistance. The Popular Front. Venezuela and the Chavismo movement provide perhaps the best example of the proletariat in a former colony achieving a measure of lasting success in creating and influencing an anti-imperialist state during the stage of super-imperialism. Though modern Venezuela has commonly been called socialist after the election of Hugo Chavez in 1998, the character of his and subsequent administrations defy a straightforward class analysis. The accomplishments of Chávez's United Socialist Party of Venezuela in the interests of the working class of Venezuela speak for themselves. The constitutional reform of 1999, which enshrined indigenous rights and representation in government, a promise of social security benefits for domestic labor, and a guarantee of housing, healthcare, and employment to the entire population. 196 The nationalization of several industries, banks, and other key sectors of the economy. 197 The replacement of traditional elites as directors of museums, galleries, and other cultural institutions. 198 And the effective renationalization of Venezuela's state oil company, which for decades had been run like a private corporation by Venezuelan compradors so as to reallocate its profits to fund social programs. Chávez himself was unabashedly a revolutionary, heavily influenced by communists throughout his military career. 199 And even leading an attempted coup d'état of the brutally repressive neoliberal government in 1992, for which he was imprisoned. Marxist professor José Rafael Núñez Tenorio, Chávez's mentor and director of ideology of his Fifth Republic movement party, is regarded as a principal architect of Chavismo and in his writings stressed the need to unite the leftist uprising within the military with the popular movement of the working class. 200 It was precisely this proletarian movement that mobilized after Venezuela's comprador oligarchy. 201 launched their own coup d'état against Chávez in April of 2002, replacing him with Pedro Carmona, the president of Fidecámaras, Venezuela's main business federation. Within 48 hours, tens of thousands of Chávez supporters marched in the streets of Caracas, surrounded the presidential palace and several military bases, took over the state television station, and forced his reinstatement. This mass movement of the poor and working class was undeniably the source of Chávez's political strength. By 2004, according to Steve Illner, a prominent American historian specializing in Venezuela, mass demonstrations in Caracas regularly organized by the Chavistas numbered in the hundreds of thousands. 202 The events of April 2002, and the failure of the opposition's capital strike later that year, made it clear that he possessed both the power and public support needed to punish the capitalist class, nationalize or dismantle their corporations, and expropriate their tremendous wealth. The desperately impoverished Venezuelan workers long demanded that Chavez subject the capitalist elite to la mano dura. 203, but he never did. In practice, the defining characteristic of Bolivarian revolution was and has ever been, first with Chavez, then with President Nicolas Maduro, political compromise. Chavez and Maduro always sought to make peace with the wealthy oligarchs, despite the multiple coup attempts and the other frequent, often violent attacks upon them. 204 and their supporters. 205 Illner wrote in 2001, on numerous occasions threatened institutions under the sway of his adversaries with dissolution or mobilizations to pressure them into accepting new rules that facilitated radical structural change. He then typically backed off and offered a compromise arrangement. 206 Even during the most radical phase of the revolution in the mid-2000s, despite the impressive program of nationalization and land redistribution accomplished by Chavez, the statistics published by the Venezuelan Central Bank show that more than half of the Venezuelan economy never left private hands. 207 During the self-declared term of interim President Juan Guaido, Maduro's administration did not arrest him, or charge him with a crime. 208 There are two significant, mutually reinforcing reasons for their lack of action. The first, that is, the class composition of the Bolivarian Revolution has never been homogeneous. Chavismo represents a balance of class interests. In one crucial dimension, anti-imperialism, these interests are united, while in others they remain at odds. No matter how much legal or moral authority a leader may have, that leader does not govern according to his whim, but by the consent and will of the class forces that support him. Within the Venezuelan military, whose staunch support of Chavez and Maduro has saved the revolution from total disaster on more than one occasion, most officers, Illner writes, were from middle and lower middle class backgrounds. 209 Relatively less privileged than the officer corps of other countries in Latin America, yet significantly drawn from petit bourgeoisie families, particularly those desiring greater social mobility. Furthermore, Illner notes that most Chavista military officers favor the soft-liner's pragmatic approach, 210 i.e., a minimal program of consolidating existing gains and maintaining state power rather than the pursuit of further nationalization or expropriation supported by the hardliner Chavistas. This is entirely consistent with the national bourgeois class interest, wherein private property and profits are shielded from both foreign and proletarian control. In effect, the civilian-military alliance envisioned by Núñez Tenorio that propelled Chavez to power and kept him there also entailed a popular front against imperialism consisting of an alliance between the proletariat and a less prosperous faction of the Venezuelan bourgeoisie. 211 212 In December of 2002, their coup having just been decisively defeated by the Chavistas, the opposition changed tactics and launched a general capital strike against the government. Fidecámaras and the pro-opposition union and management of PSA, the state-owned oil company, called for businesses to close indefinitely until Chavez resigned. A majority of PSA workers refused to support the strike. Chavez biographer Bart Jones writes, like Venezuelan society in general, PSA was polarized between a well-heeled elite who despised Chavez and lower-paid workers who supported him or at least did not want to use PSA as a political weapon. Chavez's support from workers, and the Chavistas' willingness to endure shortages, eventually undermined and broke the strike, yet Jones also notes that many small businesses never joined the walkout in the first place, particularly in the barrios of western Caracas, where most business owners were also pro-Chavez. 213 According to Illner, not only did the vast majority of workers the strike call, but in non-affluent neighborhoods throughout the nation, a majority of commercial establishments remained open. 214 Luis Miquelna, a Venezuelan entrepreneur who for a time served in Chavez's cabinet and was considered a leader of the pro-business right wing of the revolution, more overtly supported a class alliance with even the larger bourgeoisie, advocating that the party establish ties with progressive or honest capitalists, and used his connections with wealthy businessman Tobias Carrero Nacar to secure funding for Chávez's first election campaign. 216 There were distinct limits to the influence of this faction. In 2002 Miquelna resigned, objecting that Chávez's administration had too little respect for private property, and in 2009, the government confiscated agricultural land from Carrero's estate despite his objections. 217 Yet the alliance limited the left wing of Chavismo as well. Illner writes that by spelling out the ideals of the Chavista movement while avoiding reference to the specifics of revolutionary socio-economic change, class struggle, or socialism, the Constitution lends itself to the soft-line view. Indeed, the proposal to reform the Constitution in 2007 in order to radicalize its contents led to the defection of the soft-line Podemos party. 218 The dissent from moderate Chavistas made all the difference. The referendum to rewrite the Constitution to include explicit references to the class struggle, essentially a step towards proletarianizing the state, ended up failing by a margin of less than 1 percentage point. There is also a second principal reason why the PSUV, whether under either Chávez or Maduro's leadership, has not advanced the interests of the Venezuelan proletariat through a serious program of expropriation, Venezuela's relative international isolation. A strikingly illustrative historical parallel to the Bolivarian Revolution may be found only a few hundred miles to the north and west. Indeed, the Venezuelan opposition often tried to draw attention to Chávez's association with his close friend and ally Fidel Castro, attempting to stoke fear among the people by invoking the specter of Cuban communism spreading to the continent. When the Cuban Revolution was won, the U.S. puppet leader Fulgencio Batista fled the country on New Year's Day of 1959, yet it was not until 2 years later that the character of the revolutionary government was firmly established in favor of the workers and the peasants. Just like Chávez, Castro had joined a broad coalition of competing class forces, in his case including petit bourgeois anti-Batista dissidents 219 and liberal anti-communists such as José Miró Cardona, who served as the revolutionary government's first prime minister. 220 However, after only a few months, Castro's faction won this competition decisively. By the summer of 1959, he had replaced Miró Cardona as prime minister and began confiscating land from the bourgeoisie. By the end of October 1960, the Cuban government had nationalized the majority of all industries, utilities, and private businesses, and expropriated foreign capital from all U.S. corporations such as Shell Oil and Coca-Cola. In short, precisely what a great many poor and working-class Venezuelans had wished of Chávez's government. In the 2000s, at the height of super-imperialism, for consumers of Venezuelan and U.S. bourgeois media alike, the anti-imperialist rhetoric that Chávez so frequently reveled in probably seemed only a hair's breadth from provoking a U.S. military invasion. And indeed, the possibility of such an intervention, either de jure or by proxy, has ever been a sword of Damocles over his and Maduro's heads. Yet a vast material difference exists between Chávez's public condemnation of the United States and its leaders, and a program of radical expropriation and redistribution to fundamentally change Venezuela's intensely stratified society. And while the United States is already engaged in the highest levels of economic warfare against Venezuela, through the crushing sanctions that have done tremendous damage to the health and prosperity of the Venezuelan people, the escalation to a military intervention would represent a significantly greater commitment, one that the U.S. oligarchy would not make lightly, and not solely over the exchange of harsh words. Just as Chávez knew well which lines could and could not be crossed under the conditions he faced, Castro's actions upon taking power were also not without careful thought. A U.S. response to the creation of a new socialist state, especially one next door in the Caribbean, was inevitable. A popular view of the Bay of Pigs invasion is that it was doomed to failure, either by the weakness of the invasion force, the leak of the invasion plans to the media, the lack of U.S. air support, the strength and unity of the Cuban defenders, or by some combination of these. It must be noted, however, that most likely, the intended purpose of the invasion force that landed at Playa Girón was not to conquer the island, but merely to establish a stable beachhead. Once this had been accomplished, Miro Cardona, who had become a leader of the Cuban exiles in Miami, was to be flown in and installed as the president of a provisional comprador government that would then appeal to the U.S. for a de jure military intervention. 221 When taking the full measure of this strategy into account, the idea that the invasion's failure was a foregone conclusion is less certain, but more importantly, none of the reasons traditionally given for its failure preclude the potential success of subsequent attempts to overthrow the revolutionary government by the vastly stronger and better equipped U.S. military. Without the existence of the Soviet Union, Castro remarked 2 years later, Cuba's socialist revolution would have been impossible. 222 On the afternoon of April 18, 1961, while the invasion force was engaging the Cuban defenders, the Soviet embassy telegrammed the U.S. State Department threatening to defend Cuba by military force. 223 As evidence of U.S. involvement mounted and was brought to the United Nations, it became clear that the U.S. could neither bring its own troops into the equation without risking nuclear war nor continue its subterfuge in front of the international community. Over the following decades, the Soviet Union's military and economic support, existence, and deterrent to U.S. aggression prevented the gains of the revolution from being destroyed. Recognizing this, Castro could implement his program with the hope and confidence of victory. But while Cuba had the Soviet Union, in 2004 Venezuela had no protector, and the Venezuelan proletariat could count no foreign country but Cuba as an ally. Chavez reportedly said, on the question of the feasibility of Venezuela adopting the Cuban economic model, that Castro himself advised him, remember, this isn't 1960-24. Armed struggle. General Vion Wenjip is widely considered one of the greatest military strategists in history, sometimes called the Red Napoleon by the Western press. In his long military career, he led the Vietnamese army to victory over the Empire of Japan, the French Fourth Republic, and the United States, liberating his country from colonialism and reuniting it under a socialist government. Later his army defeated the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, and even forced the People's Liberation Army of China to withdraw within only a few weeks of battle along Vietnam's northern border in 1979. In December of 1971, at the height of the resistance against the U.S. invasion, Jip said in a speech to Soviet leaders in Moscow, "We would like to carry on this mission together with the Soviet Union, because no one can do it without the Soviet Union." 225. Indeed, throughout the war, the state in North Vietnam had received an extraordinary amount of military and economic aid from both the PRC and later the Soviet Union, including not just weapons and ammunition, but vehicles and fuel, raw materials, food, fertilizer, and other supplies. Soviet military advisors trained Vietnamese troops and even participated in combat themselves, operating anti-aircraft batteries that shot down U.S. bomber planes, and over 300,000 Chinese troops were deployed to fight U.S. forces. 226 The DPRK sent hundreds of fighter pilots. 227 And most other countries in the socialist bloc provided some level of economic or technological assistance. After the United States was defeated on the battlefield, the Imperial Alliance resorted to economic warfare, isolating the new Socialist Republic of Vietnam from trade with the international community. Again, the Soviet Union helped sustain the fledgling socialist state, canceling all its war debts and giving it over $11 billion in aid over the next 2 decades. 228 Without it, the SRV's hope of rebuilding or even surviving seems staggeringly unlikely. General Curtis LeMay, President Lyndon Johnson's Air Force Chief of Staff until 1965, had advocated them back into the Stone Age. The U.S. invasion had included the largest aerial bombardment in history, dropping twice as much ordnance on Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia than had been used in all of the Second World War. 229 Due to the indiscriminate use of the Agent Orange chemical weapon to defoliate nearly a quarter of the entire forest area in southern Vietnam. 230 Even today, Vietnamese children are still born with birth defects from exposure to Agent Orange in the groundwater that researchers estimate will persist for another 6 to 12 generations. 231 Unexploded ordnance remains a hazard, limiting agricultural development and killing several people in neighboring Laos each year, even as late as 2021.232 a socialist Vietnam had needed to be rebuilt from virtually nothing. Every Marxist-Leninist state as well as several other non-aligned countries that came into existence during the Cold War era had military and economic support from a large part of the socialist bloc. The Chinese Revolution was aided and directed by the Soviet Union. The PRC then defended the DPRK against the United States. Elsewhere in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, oppressed people seeking liberation from the Imperial Alliance invariably turned to either the Soviet Union or the PRC for assistance. They needed it. Any such movement for liberation inevitably came under siege by the US and Western Europe. The stage of super-imperialism resulted in barely mitigated disaster for the entire socialist world. After the counter-revolutions of 1989, the proletariat in socialist states faced a hard choice: either give up state power or endure a period of tremendous hardship. Ruling communist parties in Cambodia, Mongolia, Angola, and much of the Eastern Bloc abandoned Marxism-Leninism. The German Democratic Republic and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen gave up their independence. 233 A few others in China, Laos, and Vietnam weathered the storm by submitting to integration with the global capitalist economy, giving up many of the gains of the revolution and allowing a degree of exploitation by foreign and domestic capitalists as the price of retaining political authority. 234 The DPRK and Cuba, who alone refused either course, suffered the most. Deprived of their largest trading partner and source of development aid, they experienced famine and economic crisis throughout the 1990s as the economic siege of their countries reached a level of total encirclement. In much of the former socialist bloc, Marxist groups were banned and Marxists were persecuted and sometimes executed or massacred by the new comprador elites. 235. Since 1989, as of this writing, no new specifically Marxist governments have been created, and the working classes have not seized state power anywhere. Armed national liberation movements, led by the peasantry and proletariat, have similarly declined overall. Several, such as the Irish Republican Army and the Farabundo Marti National Liberation Front, made deals with the governments they had fought against. Having failed to achieve national liberation, they settled for amnesty and a place in the legitimate political arena. The Communist Party of Nepal, or CPNM, now known as the Communist Party of Nepal, has been perhaps the most successful in this regard as of this writing, remaining one of the largest parties in the Nepalese parliament, which is alternately dominated by it and other communist organizations. The FMLN, despite later gaining power through elections in 2009, subsequently all but vanished from the Salvadoran legislature. As of the 2022 parliamentary elections, the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, which eventually negotiated a peace deal with the Colombian government in 2017, had not gained representation in the Colombian legislature beyond the 10 seats automatically guaranteed by the agreement until 2026. 236 For the most part, non-ruling Marxist political parties faded into political irrelevance around the world, performing abysmally in elections and in some countries ceasing to exist entirely. A long decline that only very recently may be reversing. 237 Some armed struggle has continued, but with little success, and more often facing complete disaster, such as befell the Communist Party of Peru. In 1993, several thousand of the remaining rebel forces surrendered, and as of this writing only a few remnants remain active. 238 A few peasant movements such as the Zapatista Army of National Liberation in Mexico, the United Wa State Army in Myanmar, and most notably Ansar Allah in Yemen, have managed to establish de facto independent territories within their respective countries, yet still lack sovereignty and international recognition as of this writing. 239 Other remaining communist insurgencies, despite at times gaining impressive strength. 240 Have not drawn closer to victory after over 30 years of armed struggle. In Mao Zedong's lectures on protracted war, he identified three distinct stages of conflict. The first stage covers the period of the enemy's strategic offensive and our strategic defensive. The second stage will be the period of the enemy's strategic consolidation and our preparation for the counter-offensive. The third stage will be the period of our strategic counter-offensive and the enemy's strategic retreat. 241. As of this writing, with the exception of the CPNM, not one self-appellate Maoist insurgency has reached even the second stage since the fall of the Soviet Union. 242. It cannot be said that any such surviving organization does not have the will to fight. When viewed in the context of the current stage of imperialism, their lack of progress is instead quite explicable. They must make do without an external supply of needed resources. This unfortunate reality has not escaped those still engaging in armed struggle. 3 quotations from the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine's Strategy for the Liberation of Palestine, written during the Cold War, best describe how such movements must take into account the geopolitical context they inhabit to have any hope of victory. If we remember the enemy camp and recall its size and nature, we will immediately realize that any strategic thinking about the Palestinian liberation struggle must cover the mobilization of all forces of the revolution on the Arab and world levels, because it is only through such mobilization and concentration that we can create the power capable of confronting Israel, Zionism, world imperialism, and Arab reaction. The Palestinian Revolution, which is fused together with the Arab Revolution and in alliance with world revolution, is alone capable of achieving victory. To confine the Palestinian Revolution within the limits of the Palestinian people would mean failure, if we remember the nature of the enemy alliance which we are facing. 243. World imperialism at this time has circumstances and conditions which distinguish it from what it was in previous times, and is exercising the process of exploitation of peoples by new methods which differ from its old ones. On the other hand, the camp of the anti-imperialist forces has, in respect of size and power, a new position and level which differ from those before the Second World War. The liberation movements of the world should realize the basic international facts which govern this period of history. The Palestine and Arab liberation movement does not move in a vacuum. It lives and fights in the midst of specific world circumstances which affect and react with it, and all this will determine our fate. The international ground on which national liberation movements move, has always been, and will remain, a basic factor in determining people's destinies. 244. The Revolutionary Army will be able to triumph over the enemy's superiority through the following conditions: be politically aware and coalesce with the organized masses that support it and supply it with its human and material requirements, ally itself with world revolutionary forces who will furnish it with support and reinforcements, gain experience and efficiency through its struggle, and coalesce with the Revolutionary Party which provides it with a clear view and an organic connection with all revolutionary forces at all levels. 245. The PFLP recognized that against the entire Western imperialist alliance, the full force of which is invariably brought down upon any attempt by the working class to gain state power, a revolutionary vanguard, even if led by the proletariat with popular support, was not sufficient to accomplish their goals. The mobilization and concentration of the revolutionary forces on the Palestinian level, even through a political organization adhering to and guided by scientific socialism, mobilizing the downtrodden classes on the greatest scale and forming with the petty bourgeoisie a united front, will not suffice to create a revolutionary camp capable of gaining superiority over the enemy camp consisting of a strong and wide front which includes Israel, the Zionist movement, imperialism, and Arab reaction. 246. Throughout its history, the PFLP has worked tirelessly to ally itself with the most powerful anti-imperialist forces that existed beyond Palestine. During the Cold War, it sought to maintain a connection with both the PRC and the Soviet Union, as well as the anti-imperialist governments that existed in Egypt, Syria, and Iraq. Later, it forged ties with the Islamic Republic of Iran. By the end of the 20th century, victory as defined by the PFLP, a single democratic national state in Palestine in which both Arabs and Jews will live as citizens with equal rights and obligations. 247 had grown even further away than it had been in 1969, given that the greatest possible alliance with anti-imperialist forces on a global scale was so diminished. The conditions of super-imperialism force upon armed national liberation movements an unhappy choice: negotiate for peace or continue to fight an uphill struggle for survival until these conditions become more favorable. Without a clear perspective of the enemy and a clear perspective of the revolutionary forces, the PFLP wrote that national action becomes an impetuous gamble which soon ends in failure. 248. It is not a coincidence that the most successful peasant and proletarian-led movements of the super-imperial era tended to have some connection with a large and powerful state sponsor. The UWSA, in particular, is most likely the last remaining proxy of the PRC 249 and with 20,000 soldiers is considered the largest, best equipped and most powerful faction in Myanmar's multi-sided civil war as of this writing, the longest ongoing civil war in the world. 250 In 2022, Asia Times considered the UWSA an early winner of the renewed hostilities between rebel groups following the military coup of the previous year. 251 Of armed national liberation movements that are not unambiguously led by the peasant or proletarian classes, the most successful have typically also received significant material support from a powerful existing state. 252 Overall, religion has replaced Marxism as the most vital anti-imperialist ideology, which sometimes obscures the class struggle to the advantage of the petty bourgeoisie and to the detriment of the proletariat, as it has within Iran, even as it provides the proletariat with the most practical avenue for resistance. Revolutionary Shi'ism forms the basis of both Ansarullah and Hezbollah, and the PFLP's current orientation in the struggle for Palestinian liberation is as a subordinate partner to Hamas, which, given the current balance of anti-imperialist forces, is the only path available to it. 253 According to the PFLP's General Secretary Ahmed Sadat, the development of Islamic organizations throughout the world is a direct consequence of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It weakened the organizations of the left that fought against imperialism in the Arab world. The communist forces in the Arab world have applied the viewpoints of the Soviet Union by the book and have never developed their own theoretical and political flavor that would have enabled them to analyze the contradictions in the Arab world. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, most left parties were shocked and confused and started to quarrel. They lost their confidence in Marxist-Leninist theory. Their weakening left a gap that is being filled by the Islamist movements. 254. Even where these ideologies are a progressive force against neocolonialism and the weight of the super-empire, they are not sufficient to liberate the working class. Materially, they are closest to the Popular Front model, i.e., based on class collaboration with the petty and national bourgeoisie, and subject to all the instability, contradiction, and class antagonism such an alliance entails. Proceeding to the next highest stage in Marxist terms, proletarian control of the state requires a global unification of resistance that in the past was provided only by an already existing bloc of proletarian states ready to support others in revolution. In fact, without a vital socialist bloc, i.e. a return to the Cold War stage, even the creation of new anti-imperialist states of a bourgeois character has become extraordinarily more difficult. Between 1989 and 2022, Nkrumah's dream of a united Africa drifted further from realization than it had been during his lifetime. Neocolonialism was restored in Angola, Mozambique, Somalia, and Libya. One way or another, ethno-religious conflict exacerbated by comprador governments and imperialist finance split Sudan and has recently threatened to split Ethiopia. The trend has been toward division and not unity, and until a sufficient counterbalance or disruption to the superempire's mechanisms of control exists, the reversal of this trend is unlikely. 255 Chapters 11 and 12 will explore what form such a disruption is likely to take, and to what degree one might now, at long last, be emerging. Chapter 4. Bourgeois Anti-Imperialism. We agreed to shrink. We began to worship Hayek as fiercely as we had worshipped Marx. We slashed the demographic, industrial, and military potential by half. We turned our backs on the other Soviet republics and were about to say goodbye to the autonomies. But even a downsized and humble Russia proved unable to negotiate the turn towards the West. Vladislav Surkov, The Loneliness of the Half-Breed, 201-8256. Chapter 1 identified the divisions in the global periphery between the comprador bourgeoisie who collaborate with an empire to extract resources from their own country, the national bourgeoisie who seek to retain these resources for their own exclusive benefit, and the lower bourgeoisie or petit bourgeoisie who aspire to join one of the other groups by attaining greater capital. Just as they did in Venezuela, the less prosperous bourgeois classes have a strong incentive to eliminate the restrictions on development that comprador rule enforces upon a neo-colony. This chapter will explore their goals and limitations, their relationship with the other classes, and the nature of their conflict with the super-empire. The development of the national bourgeoisie. In a 1961 report to the British Foreign Office, the UK's ambassador to Iran described how this aspirational attitude had begun to produce revolutionaries. Throughout the upper and middle classes, there are professional people, politicians, economists, planners, bankers, architects, journalists, and writers who have been highly educated abroad. Although most of these people belong to privileged or prosperous families, whether of the upper or upper middle classes, they comprise a number of the real Iranian reformers and even revolutionaries. Many indeed would readily connive at revolution, if they judged that it would serve to amputate the dead hand of social and bureaucratic tradition and would offer a hope of more efficient administration and fulfillment of their own ideas, whether political and economic aspirations or personal ambitions. These people have seen what is going on in more highly developed societies. They are well read, they have been members of students' unions and debating clubs, and above all they have escaped for a few years from the autocratic system of domestic relations of Iranian family convention. They are acutely conscious, not so much of the absence of political freedoms in their own country, as of social injustice, nepotism, corruption, and incompetence. The bulk of them are not more than 45 years old, and some of them together constitute virtually a corporate intellectual elite. 257. The Iranian Revolution of 1978 is commonly oversimplified, often called the Islamic Revolution due to the theocratic system that eventually emerged. More fundamental to the revolution's development, however, was the ongoing class struggle. Under Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's reign, the population of Iran had doubled, and the working class became the most numerous, particularly in Tehran and other urban areas, as many peasant sharecroppers, unable to purchase enough farmland to live off following the Shah's land reform program in the early 1960s, migrated by necessity to the cities. 258 Without their support, the popular movement would have been unable to overthrow the comprador Shah. Rather than ideology, religious or communist, the essential causes of the urban proletariat's mass mobilizations were low wages, rising rents, severe income inequality, and the insufficiency of the Shah's reforms. Workers began a massive strike wave in 1978, culminating in a general strike in October and November which paralyzed oil production. 35,000 oil workers had gone on strike demanding wage increases. 259 The resolution of the Ashura March of December 1978, which the New York Times reported was attended by several million protesters. 260 demanded the right of workers and peasants to the full benefit from the product of their labor. 261 The Shah fled the country the following month, never to return. As a remnant of feudalism, the land-holding clergy were quite naturally conservative, yet by 1979 it was a demographic inevitability that feudalism would never be restored as the prevailing mode of production in Iran. The millions of new city dwellers could not return to the countryside even if they wanted to, and reversing land reform was politically impossible even for a figure of Ruhollah Khomeini's considerable influence. However, decades of repression by the Shah's secret police had severely diminished every potentially revolutionary organization, leaving only the clerics relatively untouched. At the height of the revolution, the clergy therefore found itself in command of a broad alliance of classes, everyone, really, that had mobilized against the Shah. This alliance quickly destroyed the Iranian comprador class and redistributed much of its wealth. Many wealthy pro-Western business owners followed the Shah, or else fled after the Islamic Republic was officially declared by referendum in April 1979. That summer, the revolutionary government moved to expropriate their assets, as well as nationalize all private or foreign-owned banks, 262 insurance companies, and large-scale industry 263, all without compensation. 264 Between 1979 and 1980, the nominal minimum wage was tripled 265, and when the rural peasantry seized 800,000 hectares of farmland from large private land holdings, the government was either unwilling or unable to return the confiscated land to its former owners. 266. Nevertheless, once their common enemy had been eliminated, the alliance gave way to the class struggle between bourgeoisie and proletariat. While Khomeini's government gave to workers with its left hand, it ruthlessly crushed their independent revolutionary leadership with its right. All Marxist parties were banned and their leaders arrested. Even the Today Party, a Marxist-Leninist organization which had supported Khomeini, was eventually suppressed in 1983. Throughout the 1980s, the government executed several thousand political prisoners, including not just the Shah's former secret policemen and loyal military officers, but members of the People's Mujahideen of Iran 267 and many communists as well. Workers' councils, which had seized factories and organized local proletarian resistance to the Shah, were gradually disbanded or replaced by Islamic councils more loyal to the government. 268 Meanwhile, Iran's secular national legislature became dominated by the petty bourgeoisie. In A History of Modern Iran, Iranian-American historian Ervand Abrahamian writes, the Majlis, which had been a debating chamber for notables in the distant past and a club for the Shah's placemen in more recent years, was now filled with the propertied middle class. For example, more than 70% of the deputies in the first Islamic Majlis came from that class. Their fathers included 63 clergymen, 69 farm owners, 39 shopkeepers, and 12 merchants. 269. Today, there can be little doubt that the Iranian bourgeoisie has developed and holds state power with a grip that is stronger now than it has ever been. In 2006, the Islamic Republic's constitution was amended to allow the privatization of 80% of shares of government businesses. 270 Though implemented at a slower pace than neoliberal shock therapy, privatization has nonetheless proceeded over the last 2 decades, even despite strikes and protests by the affected workers. Within a few years of the constitutional amendment, the government began gradually privatizing the banking sector, including Bank Sadarat Iran, one of the largest state-owned banks. 271 According to the Tehran Times in 2014, hundreds of state-owned businesses had been privatized or were slated to be privatized. 272 By 2017, the government had privatized over half the country's power plants, and further planned to privatize at least 80% in total. 273 By 2019, the government formally held only a minority share which it pledged to sell entirely by 2021 in Iran. Khodro and Saipa, two of the largest domestic car manufacturers. 274 Poverty has declined considerably since the revolution, recently aided in large part by substantial direct cash transfers from the government during the early 2010s. 275 Yet hard limits to this willingness to redistribute wealth have emerged. A combination of U.S. sanctions, declining oil prices, and the COVID-19 pandemic caused economic disaster in Iran during the latter part of the decade. GDP per capita plunged, 276 in 2020, the World Bank downgraded Iran back to its lower middle income classification 277, and despite the still existing welfare state, inflation likely outpaced wage increases, according to analysis from Iran's Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. 278 Yet Iran's new rich went unharmed, while 2 decades of progress in reducing rural poverty were erased. 279 The government's priority during the crisis was to support the stock market with large infusions of cash from its sovereign wealth fund. 280 In effect sustaining private fortunes with public money. During the Cold War stage of imperialism, this was a possible path of development from neocolonialism to a national bourgeois state that, as described in Chapter 2, is now largely precluded by the superempire's mechanisms of control. However, it is not the only path. In the decade after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Russia was ruled by a new comprador elite, enabled by President Yeltsin and the U.S. government. 281 To plunder the former Soviet state-run economy. Throughout the 1990s, this comprador bourgeoisie siphoned billions from the Russian public into Western banks 282 and facilitated the export of raw materials, removing quantitative restrictions and reducing export taxes. 283 In the 2000s, however, the plunder of Russia changed in character after Vladimir Putin succeeded Yeltsin as president and struck a grand bargain with Russia's new rich. Thereafter, oil and gas production were renationalized. 284 New taxes were levied to create the Federal Stabilization Fund, and Russia began to recover economically. The Russian Federation also began to reassert itself as a regional power, often, and increasingly, against the wishes of the United States. Both President Putin and Ayatollah Khomeini are sometimes deemed Bonapartists who stand somehow above the class struggle, mediating between antagonistic classes so that neither bourgeoisie nor proletariat gain a decisive advantage. But while the Bonapartist concept is derived from Marx's description of Louis Napoleon Bonaparte and his seizure of power that ended the Second French Republic in 1852, Marx himself did not employ the term as his ideological descendants have. In his work The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx wrote, "And yet the state power is not suspended in the air." Bonaparte represented a class, and the most numerous class of French society at that, the small holding peasants. 285. Bonapartism 286, if it means anything, must refer instead to the political strategy determined by the specific crossroads in the development of class society that was unique to mid-19th century Europe, in which the feudal aristocracy was declining but still powerful, and the bourgeoisie and proletariat were ascending but still weak. Yet no matter the balance of class power, the idea that an executive unsupported by any class might rule over a country of millions for decades is as nonsensical today as it was 2 centuries ago. The Iranian clergy's base of class support was always the traditional Bazari merchant class, i.e., the urban lower bourgeoisie. Khomeini's choice for Prime Minister Mehdi Bazargan, the managing director of a construction company, who had once been the chairman of the National Iranian Oil Company after it was nationalized by Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh in 1951, though not technically bourgeois himself, was clearly a representative more friendly to capitalists than to workers. In advance of Bazargan's appointment, the New York Times described how he negotiated an end to the oil workers' strike and confronted and overcame a Marxist element among the strikers. 287. It is equally clear from Putin's rise to power that his base of support was not any other class than the bourgeoisie. Not only was Putin Yeltsin's hand-picked successor, who had served in Yeltsin's government, but when he became the interim president after Yeltsin resigned in 1999-288, he was still virtually unknown to the public. He had only become prime minister, the fifth prime minister in the space of a year in 1998, appointed by a vote of the State Duma rather than by referendum. In what passed for his political platform in the next election, Putin made strongly worded but vague promises to be tough on crime and corruption, and to fight poverty, yet he also pledged that it is our duty to secure property rights and protect entrepreneurs against arbitrary and illegal interference in their activities, and did not mention any specific policy in the interests of workers. 289 The proletarian demographic of the Russian electorate was instead targeted by his opponent and strongest contender, Gennady Zhuganov, who stood for the Communist Party and ran on an explicit platform of re-expanding the public sector, raising wages, and reducing the cost of housing. 291. Putin's grand bargain itself, rather than the act of a dictator or a Bonapartist unilaterally subordinating or manipulating an entire ruling class to his individual will, was in fact first proposed by the oligarchs themselves, in an arrangement to be brokered by Prime Minister Yevgeny Primakov. According to political scientist Gerald Easter, Primakov attempted to negotiate a deal in which big business would cease tax evasion if the state granted an amnesty on wealth redistribution. Such offers had been rejected both by Yeltsin and initially by Putin. 292 The agreement Putin eventually reached with the business elite involved more political concessions and a more comprehensive tax reform, but not a redistribution of their existing wealth. His administration did severely punish a few of the Yeltsin-era robber barons, in particular Mikhail Khodorkovsky and Boris Berezovsky, who were not coincidentally among the most prominent and egregious compradors. 293 After Khodorkovsky, the richest man in Russia at the time, attempted to sell a large stake of his oil company Yukos to Chevron in 2003, he was arrested by federal officials and sentenced to 9 years in prison. 294 However, the majority of the Russia's new bourgeoisie were untouched, and instead enriched further. Most of the Yeltsin-era billionaires, for example Roman Abramovich, 295, Oleg Deripaska, Alisher Usmanov, Viktor Vekselberg, Mikhail Prokhorov, and Vagit Alekperov, later benefited from their association with Putin. 296 The assets of Yukos, for example, were seized and redistributed not just to the state directly, according to Easter, but also to other, more politically compliant tycoons. 297 Many new billionaires were minted since Putin became president, and the overall wealth of the Russian bourgeoisie has only increased. Though tax evasion was curtailed, under Putin's leadership, Russia's top corporate income tax rate fell to 20%, below both the global average and the European average. 298 Historian Tony Wood writes, a series of measures designed to extend the reach of private capital. In 2001, a flat income tax set at 13%, in 2002, a labor code scaling back workers' rights, tax cuts for businesses in 2002 and 2003. 299 What explains the willingness of Yeltsin's robber barons to compromise at all? Most likely, they knew they could not proceed as they had indefinitely. A key feature of neocolonialism has been the control of the neocolony's own military forces by a foreign empire. In nearly every Latin American country, for example 300, the comprador establishment has become entrenched within the military over many generations. Russia, however, was not so underdeveloped. Managers of the large former Soviet military and state apparatus, now broadly referred to as the Siloviki, had no such loyalty to the West and no history of their patronage. Rather than become the victims of a new cycle of neocolonialism in Russia, Yeltsin's robber barons had chosen for their own protection, and for most, their own interest, to centralize and thus stabilize state power, allowing their class to expand to include the Siloviki and develop into a true national bourgeoisie. Nevertheless, the financial interests of the developing Russian bourgeoisie alone did not alienate them from the West. When the stage of super-imperialism began, national bourgeois states at first sought not to resist the super-empire, but to join it on their own terms, rather than as subservient compradors. Imperialist exclusivity. Khomeini's successors attempted not only to privatize state-owned enterprises and infrastructure but to attract investment from the West. In 1995, the Iranian government signed a contract with a French company to develop oil fields in the Persian Gulf. 301 The Tehran Stock Exchange was revived. Under President Akbar Hashemi Rafsanjani, Iran first applied to join the World Trade Organization. In 1999, President Mohammad Khatami went even further, proposing a total restructuring of the economy, and spoke of the importance of making Iran safe for foreign capital. 302 In spite of Colonel Muammar Gaddafi's socialistic rhetoric, in 2008 the Libyan government also began to embrace private enterprise. 303 In 2010, it announced that half of the state-run economy would be privatized, and that foreign investment would no longer face any limitations, other than in the banking sector and in oil and gas exploration. 304 Similarly, with Putin as president, the Russian Federation at first remained oriented toward the West. According to Wood, after 1991, the Russian elite tended to see the country's future as lying either alongside or within the liberal internationalist bloc led by the United States. This commitment first gained ascendancy in the Kremlin under Gorbachev, and reached its peak during the Yeltsin years, but it remained substantially in place under Putin and Medvedev too, lasting much longer than is assumed by the general run of Western media commentary. It was only finally undone in the wake of the Ukraine crisis, to be succeeded by a more combative vision. 305 This assessment was echoed by none other than Vladislav Surkov, a key figure in the Russian presidential administration and one of Putin's personal advisors. In a 2018 article titled "The Loneliness of the Half-Breed," Surkov declared that as of 2014, Russia's epic westward quest is finally over. Attempts to become part and parcel of the Western civilization, to get into the good family of European nations, have ground to a final halt. Russia's cultural and geopolitical identity was that of half-blood, a crossbreed, belonging to neither East nor West. The famous quote questionably attributed to Tsar Alexander III that Russia has only two allies, its army and navy, seemed to Surkov to best describe the geopolitical loneliness which should have long been accepted as our fate. 306. The new Russian national bourgeoisie, having secured their country against dispossessive accumulation, anticipated and expected greater integration with the West as junior partners to the super-empire, rather than as its subjects. Many of the Yeltsin-era billionaires who had raised Putin up still kept their massive fortunes in Western tax havens. 307 According to Ammon in 2006. The dismemberment of the Russian Federation, following that of the USSR, is a major strategic objective for the United States. Until now the Russian ruling class does not appear to have understood this. It seemed convinced that, having lost the war, it could go on to win the peace as Germany and Japan did before it. What it forgot was that Washington needed the recovery of its two wartime enemies, precisely in order to face down the Soviet challenge. The new conjuncture is different, as the United States no longer has a serious rival. 308. Perhaps, had the Russian bourgeoisie not been so young and immature as a class, and had it not held such a rosy view of its one-time benefactors, it would not have taken so long to learn the lesson that had been drilled into Iran's ruling class during the preceding decades. Despite its desire for reconciliation and development, the Islamic Republic has continually experienced rejection and aggression. In 1996, the United States blocked its application to the WTO, and the one time that it applied for a loan from the IMF, it was also denied due to U.S. influence. 309 Even during Rafsanjani's relatively reform-minded presidency, in which the Islamic Republic pursued integration into the global economy, new sanctions on Iran were imposed both by President Clinton's Executive Orders 310-311 and by the U.S. Congress. 312 In 2002, President George W. Bush declared Iran to be part of an axis of evil. When the United States and the Islamic Republic finally agreed upon the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action in 2015 to ease sanctions in exchange for guarantees regarding the Iranian nuclear program, the U.S. reneged almost immediately. In 2020, on orders from President Trump, the U.S. military assassinated the Islamic Republic's most celebrated military leader, General Qasem Soleimani. Just as it had with regard to Gaddafi's Libya, the super-empire designated the Islamic Republic to be its enemy, and nothing less than its destruction could ever suffice. The super-empire, continually driven to increase profits by the Western financial oligarchy, cannot permit the loss of a profitable neo-colony. When a national bourgeoisie develops to the point of attaining sole control of state power, and moves to end foreign dispossessive accumulation within its own country, this means less super profits for the imperialists, and if this national bourgeoisie were to join the group of exploiters, there would be more imperialists among which to divide even less loot. To sustain its rate of profit, the super-empire must therefore remain an exclusive club, and finds it preferable to annihilate, rather than embrace, any potential new partner, especially one so large as Russia. According to former National Security Advisor and National Endowment for Democracy Board member Zbigniew Brzezinski in 1994, the politically decisive fact is that Russia bulks too large, is too backward currently and too powerful potentially to be assimilated as simply yet another member of the European Union or NATO. It would dilute the Western character of the European community and the American preponderance within the alliance. 313. Even when the other former Soviet republics were subtracted from it, Russia retained a large and highly educated population, developed infrastructure, nuclear weapons, and the formidable military that the Soviet Union had been forced to create to compete with the United States during the Cold War. This both made Russia impossible for the super-empire to dominate for long, and, when it became clear to Russia that it would not be allowed to join as a junior exploiter either, enabled it to rebuild a sphere of influence over former Soviet republics in Eastern Europe, Central Asia, and the Caucasus. Could this mean, as so many Western commentators and political theorists now breathlessly predict, that the Russian Federation has or will become an empire in its own right, one opposed to the United States, and thus returning world imperialism to the stage of inter-imperialist rivalry? The Russian bourgeoisie is quite well established. Of the selection of large countries measured by Credit Suisse's Global Wealth Report in 2020, wealth inequality in Russia was higher than in any other except Brazil. 314 According to Forbes, Russia's billionaire population reached a peak of 117 in 2021, 17% of which had made their fortunes in the financial sector, the upper echelon of a burgeoning financial oligarchy, which is a necessary condition of imperialism according to Lenin's 1916 definition. In comparison with Western corporations, however, such an oligarchy would appear to be profiting but little. In January 2019's monthly review, Stansfield Smith thoroughly explored Russia's financial position among the international community, finding that according to Forbes' Global 2000 list of richest corporations in the world, only 25 were Russian, a proportion which had in fact declined since the early 2010s and collectively accounted for less than 1% of the list's collective assets. 316 As of 2022, the highest valued Russian corporation, Gazprom, ranked 49th on the list. 317. In 2020, only one of the world's 100 largest banks by total asset value was Russian, ranking 60th. 318 Raw materials, rather than capital or consumer goods, still constitute the majority of Russian exports. 319 Indeed, it is difficult to argue that Lenin's other principal requirement, that the export of capital driven by an empire's financial oligarchy takes on exceptional importance, applies to the Russian Federation. According to a recent study in the Herald of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Russians' direct investment abroad was not likely to significantly increase overall this decade, in large part due to the slow pace of technological modernization caused by sanctions. 320 Since its publication in early 2022, these sanctions only increased to unprecedented heights following the Russian intervention in Ukraine. Russia's aggregate total foreign direct investment exceeded $400 billion during the early 2010s, but stood at less than that by 2022, according to the external sector statistics published by the Central Bank of the Russian Federation. 321 By comparison, in 2021 the United States held almost $10 trillion in foreign investment stock, the United Kingdom, Germany, and Japan approximately $2 trillion each, and Switzerland and France $1.5 trillion each. Among the superempire's lesser partners, several such as Spain and Italy had a much higher position, and even satellites such as the Republic of Korea and Sweden had aggregate totals greater than Russia's. 322 Despite the Russian Federation's relatively great size and wealth, by any objective measure, its capital exports are quite modest even for the lowest tier of imperial powers, with signs not of growth but of decline. 323 And given how brazenly Western governments have been confiscating Russian assets abroad since 2022, it is little wonder that Russian capitalists are even more reluctant to invest in other countries than before. Though the Russian Federation has the military capability to intervene and settle conflicts within its sphere of influence to its own advantage, such as in Syria, Kazakhstan, and c. Russian finance capital has struggled to dominate even its closest neighbors. In 2014, at the height of Russian political influence in Ukraine since the dissolution of the Soviet Union, 5 major Russian financial institutions accounted for 16.8% of the Ukrainian banking sector's market share, according to the C banking sector report from Austrian banking group Raiffeisen. 324 By 2020, this share had declined to 7.4%, held by only 2 major Russian banks, while Western banks' share had increased to 17%. 325 In 2019, over 4 years after the beginning of the Russian intervention in Syria, the pro-Russian Syrian government had been stabilized, but approximately 70% of Syria's oil fields were still controlled by the Syrian Democratic Forces, the Kurdish-dominated and U.S.-backed militia coalition. 326 According to CNN, the following year a U.S. corporation was given a contract to develop 60% of these oil fields, which were expected to produce billions of dollars. 327 Even Kazakhstan, which has such close ties that it hosts Russia's space program and anti-ballistic missile tests, and is part of the Russian Federation's Collective Security Treaty Organization, has been far more thoroughly penetrated by Western capital, which owns its largest oil field through Tengiz Chevroil, a consortium dominated by Chevron and ExxonMobil. 328 As of January 2022, Russian oil company Lukashenko accounted for a paltry 5% share in the consortium, to Chevron and ExxonMobil's collective 75% share. 329 In their initial research quantifying the rate of unequal exchange, Hickel and his colleagues determined that as of 2018, Russia was in fact among the most exploited countries, losing an amount of value through trade several times greater than India or Indonesia on an annual per capita basis. 330. As shown in chapters 1 and 2, Lenin's 1916 definition of imperialism is both obsolete and incomplete. Yet of the criteria he identified that are still relevant under the current stage of imperialism, the Russian Federation fulfills them only on a quantitatively minuscule and qualitatively irrelevant level. If it were to be called an empire, it would be a fourth-rate empire, and in recent years has been declining. Of the superempire's mechanisms of control, the Russian Federation can compete with none of them save military force, and even then, the success that the Russian war machine has achieved against the United States proxy in Ukraine has cost the Russian bourgeoisie enormously. In April of 2022, Forbes reported that Russian billionaires had lost 27% of their wealth on average since 2021 due to the superempire's aggressive economic sanctions. 331 Though the Western press may be viewed with some suspicion when it reports upon Russian losses, the Russian government's own economic data revealed initial symptoms of serious hardship. In the summer of 2022, Rosstat recorded a decline in Russian auto manufacturing of over 60% compared with 2021, 332, and the Russian Ministry of Economic Development later estimated that overall Russian GDP would contract by 7.8% by the end of the year. 333 334. With Russia's wealthiest capitalists' fortunes in free fall as a consequence, it would appear to make little sense for the National Bourgeois Federation to have launched its intervention in Ukraine for economic reasons. If it had been an imperialist venture, months later, when Russia's economic pain due to the initial onslaught of sanctions became undeniable, there would seem to have been even less sense in continuing it. Though there is a near universal chorus in the Western press attributing the Russian intervention to ideological, expansionist, or imperialist agendas, Western military analysis must by necessity have a more grounded perspective. According to an article published in the University of Calgary's Journal of Military and Strategic Studies in December 2022, for example, the intent of the intervention was to prevent Ukraine from becoming an ever stronger and threatening NATO bridgehead on Russia's borders. At the heart of Putin's reasoning was not the hope of any immediate gain, but the need to prevent an imagined future in which Russia would confront an existential threat. 335, 336. If Ukraine had joined NATO, fulfilling the intent that was openly announced and written into its very constitution in 2019-337, the United States would have been free to install missiles within Ukrainian territory. According to Putin, this would grant NATO the capability to strike Moscow and Russia's most densely populated southwestern urban centers within 5 minutes of launch, too quickly to be detected in time for a retaliatory strike to be marshaled. 338 This logistical reality, combined with NATO leaders' policy of strategic ambiguity on the question of Ukraine's accession to NATO. 339 and of refusing to make a no-first strike pledge regarding nuclear weapons, produced a threat to Russian nuclear deterrence. If deterrence were weakened or eliminated, the superempire could then dictate any terms to the Russian Federation that it pleased, including its dissolution and balkanization into easily manageable neo-colonies that the United States could dominate in perpetuity, as was indeed the West's intention. It is obvious that such a scenario would entail the end of national bourgeois rule in Russia. The Russian capitalists, if they survived, would be developed, and could at best hope to become compradors again, less powerful, less wealthy, and serving again at the whim of Western masters. But perhaps more likely, they would be liquidated, meeting the same fate as Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein, for example, and replaced with more subservient clients. For the national bourgeoisie, escaping this fate is worth any price. They had gone to war not to gain more wealth, but to avoid losing what they had. Though the Western press was always careful to avoid giving an honest assessment of the superempire's ambitions in Ukraine and their ultimate outcome had the Russian Federation not intervened, there is nevertheless complete agreement between the Western media establishment and the Russian leadership on the consequences of a Russian defeat. "Prepare for the disappearance of Russia," announced the headline of a May 2022 article in The Hill, which called it probable that the Federation would metamorphose into 10 or more states. 340 Similar predictions were made by the American Enterprise Institute 341 and The Atlantic, which advocated that Russia be balkanized into a multitude of smaller neo-colonies. 342 later asserted in a headline following the Russian armed forces' retreat from Kherson that the Russian Empire must die. 343. According to European think tank Geopolitical Intelligence Services, the most likely outcome of a Russian defeat would see the Federation dissolved into multiple independent countries, with significant territory being claimed by its neighbors, and possibly a civil war. 344 The Brookings Institution concluded that even if the Federation survived a loss in Ukraine, its Caucasus region at least would be balkanized. And its neighbor and only European ally Belarus would be forced to become a Western neo-colony. 345 Regardless of the Russian national bourgeoisie's motives in pursuing intervention in the first place, it is now undisputed that the conflict is for them existential, and for the other classes of Russian society, the only thing preventing the horror and misery of the 1990s from repeating itself, should the Federation be balkanized as the Soviet Union was then. 346. The Islamic Republic had on a similar basis become the leading exporter of armed revolution against the superempire's hegemony. By the early 2000s, the superempire had fully encircled Iran. To the east and west, the United States military had invaded and occupied Iran's closest neighbors. To the north and south lay willing collaborators. The U.S. government had openly announced to the world that Iran was its enemy, and perhaps the next to be invaded. Lacking a nuclear deterrent, the Islamic Republic, out of self-defense, had to heavily invest in anti-imperialism, by arming and bankrolling national liberation movements throughout the Arab world. 347. Deterrence, of course, only works if an aggressor believes in its target's commitment to carrying out a threat. Therefore the Iranian national bourgeoisie tied itself as closely as possible with the axis of resistance. 348 Both materially and ideologically. Article 154 of the Islamic Republic's Constitution states: "The Islamic Republic of Iran has as its ideal human felicity throughout human society, and considers the attainment of independence, freedom, and rule of justice and truth to be the right of all people of the world. Accordingly, while scrupulously refraining from all forms of interference in the internal affairs of other nations, it supports the just struggles of the freedom fighters against the oppressors in every corner of the globe." 349. Under the conditions of superimperialism, these national bourgeoisies are essentially stuck perpetually unable to develop into imperialists, and frequently threatened with either annihilation or de-development. This is both a boon and a curse for the global proletariat. The workers and peasants in the neo-colonies find national bourgeois states to be their strongest allies in the struggle for liberation, yet within these countries, they are similarly stuck. The lesson of Libya. The Socialist People's Libyan Arab Jamahiriya had been an inconsistent force in regional politics over the decades preceding the Arab Spring, at times supporting or opposing the socialist bloc and later cooperating to a degree with the United States war on terror. Despite this, however, Libya was at the time the wealthiest, most developed, and most economically independent country in Africa. Before Gaddafi and his cadre overthrew the comprador King Idris I in 1969, Libya had been exporting over 3 million barrels of oil per day at one of the lowest prices in the world, $3.50, but by 2011, through the protection of its oil supply and the redistribution of its revenues, their country had no foreign debt, the highest life expectancy, and lowest infant mortality rate in Africa. Moreover, it represented a persistent threat to the Western financial oligarchy's control of the continent. Colonel Gaddafi had frequently urged Libya's neighbors to reject foreign aid and loans from the West, and in a speech before the UN General Assembly, condemned Western governments and demanded they pay trillions in reparations for their role in the colonization of Africa. 351 Under his leadership, Libya had promoted Gaddafi's Pan-Africanist vision by funding an independent telecommunications satellite network 352 and had invested heavily in providing an alternative to the IMF and the World Bank. According to Reuters, Libya had granted more than $2 billion in loans to other countries in the developing world, many of which were interest-free. 353. By the late 2000s, however, its government had begun privatizing the state-run economy. In February, on the eve of the civil war, the IMF praised the Libyan government for its progress on enhancing the role of the private sector. 354 This naturally led to a deterioration of the conditions faced by poor and working-class Libyans. Libya's first protests of 2011 were rooted not in a desire for Western-style freedom and democracy but in class struggle. They emerged first in the less developed eastern city of Darna, motivated by disputes over housing. 355. The government had seriously miscalculated but attempted to correct course. A few weeks later, it announced a reduction of food prices and a new $24 billion fund for new housing. 356 However, this was too little, too late. As with the other Arab Spring movements, the unrest in Libya initially lacked direction and leadership, and received them from the super-empire's soft power networks and Al-Qaeda. 357 The February uprisings were mobilized mostly from Western Europe, by the National Conference for the Libyan Opposition, a coalition of Libyan émigré groups created in London. 358 Any doubt regarding the opposition's Western orientation was swiftly erased a few weeks later, when a group called the Libyan National Transition Council emerged as the leader of the rebel forces, declared itself the legitimate government of Libya, and immediately called for a military intervention in the conflict. 359 The French government quickly began supplying the NTC with weapons. 360 And NATO forces started bombing Libya by mid-March, with devastating and long-lasting results. Since the NATO intervention and Gaddafi's murder, Libya's foreign debt has increased from zero to over $3 billion. The CIA World Factbook summarizes the economic situation in Libya since the Arab Spring. The Libyan dinar has lost much of its value since 2014. The country suffers from widespread power outages, caused by shortages of fuel for power generation. Living conditions, including access to clean drinking water, medical services, and safe housing, have all declined since 2011. 361. After decades of independence, Libya had been developed and transformed back into a neo-colony, and even more importantly, it had lost the ability to help its neighbors escape neocolonialism. It is clear that the Libyan national bourgeoisie were badly mistaken that they could reconcile with the West and survive. But it is equally clear that while the super-imperialist stage continues, a real revolution against a national bourgeois state is likeliest to leave the peasantry and working class considerably worse off than before. Unless and until conditions change more fundamentally, neither the Russian Federation nor the Islamic Republic will soon develop either into empires or into a new socialist bloc. The war in Ukraine is not an inter-imperialist proxy war, but an inter-capitalist proxy war, since the super-empire's enemy remains in the national bourgeois stage. Though some regard it as a decisive conflict that heralds a new era of multipolarity, 362 the outcome of the war, and its ultimate effect upon the structure of the global economy, still remain to be seen. Chapter 5. Compromising with Capitalism, the Terminal Decline of Western Social Democracy. Throughout history there has been only one thing that ruling classes have ever wanted, and that is everything, all the choice lands, forests, game, herds, harvests, mineral deposits and precious metals of the earth, all the wealth, riches, and profitable returns, all the productive facilities, gainful inventiveness, and technologies, all the surplus value produced by human labor, all the control positions of the state and other major institutions, all public supports and subsidies, privileges and immunities, all the protections of the law with none of its constraints, all the services, comforts, luxuries, and advantages of civil society with none of the taxes and costs. Every ruling class has wanted only this, all the rewards and none of the burdens. Michael Parenti, Global Rollback, After Communism, 200-2363. So far, this book has only examined resistance to the super-empire by victims beyond its borders. Within the core of the empire, however, there also exists a variety of groups besides the financial capitalist oligarchy that face varying forms of its oppression. The most desperate of these are disenfranchised minorities, for example the remaining indigenous inhabitants of Western settler colonies, who face forms of dispossessive accumulation similar to those in the periphery. 364 Due to the severe nature of this exploitation, this group is likeliest to pursue the forms of resistance described in Chapter 3, but as minorities, they are a marginal force in Western class society overall. Disproportionately overlapping this group are those who have been forced to secure a living outside the traditional wage labor economy, example people who are incarcerated, and those with informal or proscribed professions. There are few peasants within the core of the super-empire, a majority or a sizable plurality of Westerners are proletarians, whether urban or rural, selling their labor power in exchange for a living. Though some live in extremely dire conditions, their relationship with the capitalist class is primarily one of wage labor exploitation, qualitatively less severe than dispossessive accumulation. The capitalist class itself is more developed in the West than in anywhere else in the world, yet is also considerably stratified. Adjacent to the financial oligarchy, there is an upper crust of millionaires, nearly all of whom are capitalists. 365 According to Credit Suisse's Global Wealth Report, millionaires in the United States numbered 22 million in 2020, 366 or almost 7% of the total U.S. population and almost 40% of all millionaires worldwide. Also numerous are a comfortable middle bourgeoisie, consisting of modestly successful business owners and investors, small or medium-scale landlords, and below them are the petit bourgeoisie, generally consisting of small business owners, non-profit executives, artists, performers, consultants, and other self-employed workers. Of all the classes, the petit bourgeoisie are the most nebulous, often considered to also include the wealthiest layer of proletarians such as managers, engineers, and other white-collar professionals, who receive much greater compensation and have greater autonomy than the average worker. Among the political left there is considerable disagreement over to what degree each class in the core countries benefits from the imperialist system. For those living in the United States, for example, the high value and stability of the dollar relative to other currencies may be considered an indirect benefit. The high wages Western workers earn in comparison with workers in the periphery, as explained in Chapter 2, are a key basis for unequal exchange, and even if prices are correspondingly higher in the core of the empire, these workers have relatively greater mobility. It cannot be denied, however, that relative to the other classes, the Western upper and middle bourgeoisie absorb the overwhelming majority of the super profits taken from the periphery, and that the petit bourgeoisie receive a mere trickle of this plunder, while the others may at best see a drop. The overall wealth held by the United States continues to grow steadily, yet the real incomes of the poorest 50% of its population have declined throughout the super-imperial era. 367 Whatever measure of plunder the United States does redistribute to its population is becoming outstripped by the amount that is extracted from its own working class through traditional wage labor exploitation. The orientation of the Western proletariat with respect to imperialism is therefore ambiguous, and the petit bourgeoisies even more so. For the most part, they are not or not yet the targets of the worst forms of dispossessive accumulation, and so have no urgent or direct motive to abolish it, even though some individuals among them find it abhorrent and may wish to do so. The class interest of Western workers can only be awakened and shaped by the most powerful and immediate form of exploitation they do experience. Therefore, their struggle is first and foremost one of anti-capitalism, and not one of anti-imperialism. Consequently, the most useful analysis from an anti-imperialist perspective is to measure how the class struggle within the core of the super-empire has developed or is likely to develop, and determine what the implications of that development are for the liberation of the rest of the world. The kind of workers' revolution Marx and many others predicted and hoped for, destroying the bourgeois state and overthrowing the capitalist relations of production entirely, might hypothetically undo the imperialist relations as well. However, such a revolution has not yet occurred in any Western country, nor in any developed industrial power. Imperialism, as this book has so far shown, is an increasingly and overwhelmingly international phenomenon, and as such a successful revolution must be international as well. To date, proletarian-led revolution has only ever had lasting success in the periphery, where the chain of imperialism was weakest 368, and not in the countries with the most concentrated urban population or the most developed industry or any other such quality. If revolution in the core was unlikely during the previous stages of imperialism, such as in the early 20th century United States, when openly revolutionary political parties such as the Socialist Party of America or the Communist Party USA were at their historical peak, it can only be less likely during super-imperialism, when the chain of imperialism is stronger than ever. Instead, the prevailing anti-capitalist ideology and practice within the core has become one of reform and compromise, or as it is commonly known, social democracy. Nearly as much confusion and disagreement exists over the meaning of the term social democracy as there is over socialism or communism. For the purposes of this book, it will suffice to define social democracy as a system of governance in which the greatest possible share of the profits of the capitalists are redistributed to the lower classes without fundamentally altering the relations of production. Wealth in a social democracy is not created any differently than in the most neoliberal state, but under a social democratic system wealth is concentrated more slowly. As a definition, this is uncontroversial. The confusion instead arises from the differences in the ideology and motivation among social democracy's many supporters. The compromise inherent in social democracy attracts advocates from every class. Indeed, even Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, two of the very wealthiest capitalists in the world, have called for more and greater taxes on themselves and the other mega-rich, to be used to pay for increased health care, pensions, and support for those with low incomes. 369 There are those who believe that the super-empire could be transformed into a type of compassionate capitalism, i.e. an economy that retains free enterprise yet has eliminated poverty. The most cynical of the petty bourgeoisie might be content with social democracy even if dispossessive accumulation in the periphery would continue, thus relying on the state to redistribute to them a greater share of the plunder than they would otherwise have taken. Still others view social democracy as only a temporary but necessary stage of development in political economy, that might lead to socialism and an eventual gradualist overthrow of class society. Such a transformation, according to their ideologies, might take place at the ballot box or through mass demonstrations and other expressions of class struggle. U.S. Senator Bernie Sanders, whose recent repeated grassroots campaigns to become president galvanized great numbers of working-class supporters with the promise of redistributing wealth, spoke frequently of the need for a revolution involving labor unions, strikes, and collective bargaining tactics. 370. Despite their very different hopes and ultimate objectives, all these groups are united in their most immediate goal of reducing the vast inequality that exists in Western class society, and since their informal coalition represents the largest organized opposition to the Western financial oligarchy from within the core, an analysis of their prospects both present and historical is called for. The state and reform. Modern social democracy came about as a reaction to the excesses of capitalist dominance of class society during the inter-imperialist stage, but did not see considerable success until well into the 20th century. The so-called progressive era that began around the turn of the century is often considered the origin of the social democratic movement in the United States. The reforms and redistribution it promised, however, were long in coming. Child labor, which was common in mills, coal mines, farms, factories, and many other workplaces, was not abolished in the U.S. until 1938. 371 President Theodore Roosevelt, the first progressive president, did expand worker protections and impose some modest regulations on business, but failed to levy any new taxes upon the wealthy. Both he and his successor, President William Howard Taft, are known for their frequent trust-busting or intervening to break up capitalist monopolies, which may have marginally slowed the development of the U.S. financial oligarchy, but did not redistribute anything to the workers or the poor. 372 Similarly, social reformers in the United Kingdom had only modest accomplishments. The progressive era was mirrored by a long period of Liberal Party governments in the UK that succeeded in establishing a thin social safety net involving a pension, health insurance, and meagre welfare payments. In 1910, after a considerable legislative battle, the government's People's Budget finally imposed a progressive income tax on the wealthy of only 20 pence per pound, or about 8%. 373 Prior to the First World War, the vast incomes and colossal fortunes of the richest capitalists were left almost entirely untouched. This changed in 1917, when the marginal federal income tax rate on the wealthiest category in the United States saw its largest increase to date with the War Revenue Act. The super-rich went from scarcely paying anything to handing over two-thirds of every excess dollar almost overnight. The top income tax rate reached a maximum of 77 cents per excess dollar in 1918, then steadily declined. By 1925, the wealthy paid only 25%. The years immediately following the Great Depression also saw massive increases in taxation to fund the welfare, jobs programs, and redistributive policies of the New Deal. The Depression is generally considered to have lasted the entire decade of the 1930s. The top marginal income tax rate soared once again throughout this period, reaching 79% on the wealthiest category by the end of the decade. The United States' entrance into the Second World War coincided with even further increases to the marginal tax rate, reaching the all-time high of 94% on all income past $200,000 per year in 1944. This tax rate then remained in place, not falling below 90% for almost 20 years afterward. 374. Similarly, while capitalist rule was overthrown in Eastern Europe at the end of the Second World War, Western Europe experienced a triumph of social democracy. Aided in large part by the United States' increased spending via the Marshall Plan, France, West Germany, and the United Kingdom recovered from the extreme devastation of the war and built welfare states of unprecedented magnitude. In 1945, the British Labour Party won its first majority government in a landslide, and swiftly built new public housing, created the National Health Service, entirely new systems of welfare, and nationalized the railways, utilities, and one-fifth of the entire economy. Top marginal tax rates in Western Europe remained at or near wartime levels, over 90% in the UK and West Germany and 70% in France. Even non-belligerent Sweden, which had suffered relatively little, increased taxes on the wealthy tremendously during the war to arm itself against potential threats. Afterward, those taxes remained high, with top marginal rates exceeding 60%. 375 The social democratic nature of the Scandinavian countries was officially established with the grand compromises between capitalists and workers in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden during the Depression of the 1930s, yet was only significantly realized during the post-war years. After its liberation from Nazi occupation, the Norwegian state seized and nationalized all German business assets, eventually resulting in a public sector that accounted for a majority of GDP. 376 Its most comprehensive reforms were then established during the next 2 decades of virtually uninterrupted Labour Party governance, including Social Security, child and disability benefits, and unemployment and sickness insurance, in all, a cradle-to-grave welfare system that seemed to serve as a shining example of gradualism, and one that social democrats everywhere aimed to follow. 377. The remarkable history of social democracy in the 20th century reveals, more than anything, its parallels with armed proletarian revolution. Both socialist countries and social democratic systems struggle to make progress in typical years, but in times of extreme crisis both can expand quickly. The first socialist countries were established as a result of the two world wars. The first social democracies were created at the same time, or else during the Depression, as a desperate gamble by capitalists to prevent the socialists from taking over. If social democracy can only be established as a response to economic or humanitarian disaster, however, the gradualist ideology is thoroughly discredited. As the welfare state lessens the pain of wage labor exploitation, the class struggle becomes less acute. When conditions improve, the working class then has less motivation to seek further wealth redistribution, and over time, the capitalists may take back what they surrendered. The top marginal income tax rate in the United States fell to 70% in 1965, then to 50% in 1982. By the end of the Cold War, it had fallen below 40%, where it has remained. As of this writing, 378, the top effective corporate tax rate also dropped from a height of 50% in the mid-20th century to less than 40% by the 1990s. Today, it stands at less than 26%. Though about half of the U.S. federal government's annual budget is still spent on entitlements or welfare state programs such as Medicare and unemployment insurance, almost none of it is financed by the upper strata of the capitalist class. Social Security, the largest such category remaining, consists of around 1/5 of all federal spending, yet is mostly paid for by a tax on workers and the petty bourgeoisie. 379 The United States system of taxation has also become infamous for its corruption, allowing billionaires and large conglomerates innumerable loopholes to avoid paying anything. According to a study by the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, 55 of the largest U.S. corporations paid $0 in taxes in 2020 despite substantial profits. 380 In the 2023 fiscal year, only 8% of federal tax revenue came from corporate income taxes and 1% from estate taxes. 381 Western Europe experienced a corresponding erosion of social democracy in the latter half of the 20th century. In the UK, most nationalized industries were once again privatized during the 1980s. By the 1990s, the public sector's share of GDP had fallen to 2%. 382 In the late 1980s, privatization increased in Spain and the Netherlands. By the time it reabsorbed the formerly socialist East, the West German government had already sold the majority of its own industrial shareholdings to private investors. Top marginal income tax rate slowly declined across the region. An attempt by the French Socialist Party 383 to reverse the trend in 1981 was partially successful, but most reforms were short-lived. New taxes on the wealthy were quickly repealed and new nationalizations were reversed before the end of the decade. 384 In hindsight, the Achilles heel of the Social Democrats is all too obvious. Even at their most successful, they had never truly bargained from a position of strength. Convincing or even coercing the state to redistribute wealth is not necessarily the same thing as controlling it. Wherever, and as long as there are classes, the class struggle always continues. If the capitalists retain their fortunes, their factories, and their systems of patronage, they can always recoup their profits later, whether all at once or $1 at a time. The gradualists were wrong. Once built, welfare states tend not to grow, but to crumble. The only thing gradual about social democracy in the latter 20th century has been its death. Social democracy under super-imperialism. Just as the destruction of the socialist bloc was a disaster for the proletariat around the world, it significantly accelerated social democracy's decline. Between 1989 and 1991, the top corporate income tax in Sweden was cut in half, and Denmark and Austria's fell by almost as much in the same time period, as did Norway's in 1992. 385 One of the greatest symbols of social democratic achievement, the tax on net wealth, was soon abolished in Denmark and Germany, later followed by Finland, Luxembourg, Sweden. 386 and eventually France. 387 In Europe today, only Norway, Spain, and Switzerland still retain a tax on net wealth. 388 During the 1990s, income Inequality steadily rose throughout nearly all of Europe, along with deregulation, privatization, and austerity. The welfare state's vulnerability to neoliberalism, however, did not fully discount the more moderate Social Democrats' view that a gentler, more compassionate form of capitalism could yet be forged, or at the very least, that with sufficient class struggle and given the right opportunity, the proletariat might reuse the same strategy to regain what it had lost. If it is an axiom that social democracy is born out of crisis, could another crisis bring it back? Japan stands out as a notable, but extremely brief, exception to the decline of social democracy in the super-imperialism stage, in a very large part in response to a severe domestic economic crisis. In 1991, the asset price bubble burst, crashing the Japanese economy and swiftly halting its meteoric rise that had commanded the world's attention during the latter 20th century. 389 In the next election, the conservative Liberal Democratic Party lost power in the National Diet for the first time in 4 decades, ushering in a coalition of social democratic parties that had languished in the opposition. The next year, the LDP regained power, but only weakly, in a grand coalition with the Japan Socialist Party 390, whose representative Tomiichi Murayama became prime minister. Murayama was the first prime minister to offer an official apology for Japan's actions during the Second World War. 391 And during his and the previous coalition's ministries, the Diet passed numerous reform policies, including a large expansion in elder care services under its new Gold Plan, 392 greater welfare provisions for disabled persons, more labor rights, new workplace safety regulations, and family care leave. These reforms, however, were the result of an extremely short-lived political anomaly, and one even less likely than it seemed. The LDP had elevated Murayama, a 70-year-old elder statesman, expecting that he would govern for a short time as a respected but weak-willed figurehead. If in this expectation the LDP miscalculated, it correctly anticipated the interregnum to be brief. The position of the JSP in the Diet's governing coalition, born of its inertia as the largest traditional opposition party, concealed a precipitous decline that had begun years earlier. In the 1993 general election, before it had even gained power, the JSP lost nearly half its seats in the lower house of the Diet. A poll of the Japanese public found that the most popular explanation for the JSP's defeat was that the reason for the party to exist had disappeared. 393 Labor unions, the JSP's base of support, became politically diffuse after the LDP's temporary loss of legitimacy, spreading their support across an increasing number of other left-wing opposition factions, and the JSP's compromises with the LDP further disenchanted its most radical members. In 1996, the JSP was officially disbanded, and the LDP regained its traditional role as the dominant party in government. Though their accomplishments were not inconsiderable, Japan's traditional Social Democrats, after waiting so long for their opportunity to take power, had doomed themselves by grasping it. 394. Again, the stage of super-imperialism had changed the rules. But what about the United States, which experienced ample economic growth during the 1990s while Japan and Europe stagnated? According to Hudson in 2003, no one anticipated that America's federal budget deficit during the 1990s would be financed by China, Japan, and other East Asian countries rather than by American taxpayers and domestic investors. Yet this international exploitation was implicit in the U.S. Treasury bill standard. Since 1971 it has freed the U.S. economy from having to do what American diplomats insist that other debtor countries do when they run payments deficits: impose austerity to restore balance in its international payments. The United States alone has been free to pursue domestic expansion and foreign diplomacy with hardly a worry about the balance of payments consequences. Imposing austerity on debtor countries, America as the world's largest debtor economy acts uniquely without financial constraint. 395. Yet the domestic expansion of social democracy did not continue. Though not as severe as the Great Depression or a world war, the Great Recession of 2008 was the worst global economic crisis since. It too had the same effect as the dissolution of the Soviet Union, further curtailing and not expanding social democracy. Wealth inequality only further increased after the crisis. In 2014, Credit Suisse found that its metric of inequality, the ratio of wealth to household income, had risen in the United States to the same level as just before the Great Depression. 396 According to statistical data from the U.S. Federal Reserve in 2019, the richest 1% had seen a 300% increase in wealth since 1989. 397 Subsequently, a report by Inequality.org, a project of the Institute for Policy Studies think tank, found that U.S. billionaires even further increased their wealth by 70%. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, from a total of $3 trillion to $5 trillion. 398 By 2015, the real income of the poorest 50% of the U.S. population was lower than it had been in 1978. Wealth in the U.S. was being redistributed more in the aftermath, but from the working class to the capitalist class, and not the other way around. After 2008, some European social democratic political parties were voted into power, but largely failed to make progress, and often found themselves supporting austerity instead. Soon after President François Hollande was elected in 2012, his administration moved to increase workers' pension contributions. 399 His approval rating consequently cratered, and the French Socialist Party garnered no more than a single-digit percentage of the vote in later elections. Others faced similar electoral disasters throughout Europe, such as the Labour parties in Ireland and the Netherlands. Social Democrats in Germany and Luxembourg managed to make the most of their declining support by joining increasingly broad coalition governments, but even the parliamentary pluralities commanded by the most powerful social democratic parties in Norway and Sweden have slowly shrunk. The Czech Social Democratic Party, which had been the strongest political force in the country at the beginning of the 2010s, lost all its seats by the end of the decade. PASOK in Greece, which as the ruling party implemented austerity at the behest of the IMF and the European Commission, within a decade also ceased to exist as an independent party. Its anti-austerity successor Syriza was then forced to implement even more austerity by the EC, leading to its own decline after 2015. 400 Just as in the periphery, the superempire's mechanisms of control were deployed to crush any new political movements promising to resist neoliberalism in Europe as well. In the inner core, attempts by the old guard to radicalize the center-left establishment in the US and the UK similarly failed. By the end of the 2010s, Sanders and his British counterpart Jeremy Corbyn both lost electoral campaigns promising to revitalize social democratic programs after being vilified in the national presses. On the topic of Western social democracy, Krumer wrote in 1968. Threatened with disintegration by the double-fisted attack of the working class movement and the liberation movement, capitalism had to launch a series of reforms in order to build a protective armor around the inner workings of its system. To avoid an internal breakdown of the system under the pressure of the workers' protest movement, the governments of capitalist countries granted their workers certain concessions which did not endanger the basic nature of the capitalist system of exploitation. They gave them social security, higher wages, better working conditions, professional training facilities. 401. Upon the destruction of the Soviet Union 2 decades later, this double-fisted attack lost a fist. There was therefore little reason for the capitalist class to continue to compromise. After its greatest enemy without had been dealt with, its alliance with its enemy within was no longer needed. Dispossessive accumulation, once reserved for the periphery, began to advance in the core as well, and Western workers who have not yet been subject to it soon will be. The rise of the political far right. The unraveling of the welfare state will have grim consequences that are only beginning to be felt. Due to their obvious popularity among the people, social democratic reforms themselves tend to be relatively durable, and often take time and considerable class struggle for neoliberal forces to undo, even after the parties that institutionalized these reforms are no more. OECD statistics indicate that the ruin of the social democratic left has not yet translated into a large decline in social spending. Indeed, The activation of existing safety nets in 2009 resulted in an OECD-wide increase in public social expenditures of about 3% of GDP, and only declined by about 1% of GDP since then, as of 2019.402. As the Western bourgeoisie continue to shed their own responsibility for these payments, however, the working class will eventually only be redistributing its own money back to itself. The age of retirement is increasing in nearly every country in Europe, perhaps an inevitable consequence of an aging and declining population, yet pension systems are also being reformed to collect more from workers in taxes or pay out less in benefits. By the mid-2010s, income inequality in Sweden was growing at one of the fastest rates in the EU. 403 in 2020, the New York Times reported that the proportion of non-regular employees in Japan, which during the 1980s was only 16% of the labor force, had reached nearly 37%. 404. A report by Statistics Norway in the same year showed that despite a top marginal income tax rate of nearly 40%, the richest 1% in Norway actually paid much less than nearly every other income group due to their increasing practice of sheltering income in corporate profits. 405. A study published in the Journal of Epidemiology and Community Health attributed over 300,000 excess deaths to the UK's austerity policies between 2012 and 2019. 406. Europeans are becoming poorer, a Wall Street Journal headline announced in the summer of 2023, as real wages and consumption declined across the continent. 407. In September, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development reported that the elderly, those aged 65 and older, were the fastest growing segment of the homeless population, a phenomenon so severe the journal said it was being called a silver tsunami. 408. By the end of the year, homelessness in the U.S. overall had reached its highest reported level ever. 409. Meanwhile, the void left by the collapsing social democratic establishment is being filled by the nativist far right. In France, the xenophobic National Rally has risen from relative obscurity to become the largest single opposition party as of the 2022 elections, receiving about 1/5 of the vote. 410. In 2023, after massive, sustained protests against plans to raise the pension age from 62 to 64, the French government enacted the reform anyway, using its special executive power to bypass a vote in the National Assembly. Marine Le Pen, RN's perennial candidate for president, was one of the loudest voices against the procedure. 411. The Brothers of Italy, which favors a blockade of immigrants from northern Africa, now leads the Italian government. 412. The right-wing Sweden Democrats have become the second largest party in the Riksdag. Other right-wing movements have become entrenched in Hungary and are gaining ground in Germany and the Netherlands. 413. History is poised to repeat itself as fascism strains to return to Europe. Such political formations aim to collect voters disillusioned with the Social Democrats. Their rhetoric has become carefully calibrated to appeal to the anxiety felt by the working class at the weakening of the social safety net. Instead of contemptuously opposing the welfare state, as RN's former leader Jean-Marie Le Pen had during the 1980s, 414 nativist leaders now cynically and falsely promise to save it not through redistribution by raising taxes on the wealthy, but through chauvinist consolidation, by denying benefits and entry to minorities and immigrants. Hungary's new redistributive model, for example, is largely a propaganda myth. Under the Fidesz political party, the top corporate income tax rate in Hungary fell to 9%, the lowest in the OECD. The value-added tax 415 rose to 27%, the highest of any country in Europe. The system of progressive personal income taxes was replaced with a regressive flat tax. 416. The last increase in Hungary's public social expenditures mostly came while Fidesz was in the opposition. From 2009 to 2019 they declined by over 5% of GDP. 417. What social programs that do exist are an unsustainable facade, funded by external aid from the EU. 418. And by the working class themselves, including remittance payments from Hungarians working elsewhere in Europe, which in the first 3 years since Fidesz took power in 2010 doubled as a percentage of GDP, amounting to 3 or 4 times the EU average. 419. Concurrently, the Hungarian government has adopted relatively extreme anti-migrant rhetoric and policies, rendering asylum procedures virtually inaccessible and fencing its Serbian border with barbed wire. 420. The crisis model of social democracy has therefore become obsolete. Once beneficiaries of the increased neocolonial plunder during the Cold War stage, the Western working class is now increasingly victim of the same capitalist oligarchy. Compromise between worker and capitalist is inherently unsustainable. Social democracy in the core of the super-empire will not flourish in economic adversity, but be stamped out. The upper bourgeoisie of the West will have what they consider their due, everything, whether through cruel austerity or through cruel austerity cloaked in racial chauvinism. Social democracy in the periphery, or the closest thing to it, is even more quickly destroyed or else suffers under perpetual economic siege as described in Chapter 2. Presently, out of every region in the world, social democracy is significantly expanding in only one place. Chapter 6. China and the world. Whether you like it or not, the global economy is the big ocean that you cannot escape from. Any attempt to cut off the flow of capital, technologies, products, industries, and people between economies, and channel the waters in the ocean back into isolated lakes and creeks is simply not possible. Xi Jinping. 421. If you want to get rich, first build a road. Chinese proverb. To summarize the conclusions of the preceding chapters. World imperialism is currently in the super-imperialism stage, in which a single unified and unrivaled empire controlled by the Western capitalist class has a neocolonial relationship with most of the world. Super-imperialism is characterized by one primary mechanism of exploitation and four mechanisms of control. Either the development of a socialist bloc or the development of a rival empire are possible conditions for an end to the super-imperialist stage, yet in general, the mechanisms of control suppress both proletarian revolution and pre-imperial rivals while exporting counter-revolution. With these in mind, a proper analysis of the People's Republic of China and its relation to world imperialism can now be made. It is undeniable that the PRC is a rising superpower that has overtaken the United States in some respects and will soon in still more. As the world's second largest country by population, and the world's second largest economy, the status and orientation of China will naturally be the most consequential to world affairs throughout the next several decades. Yet the nature of the PRC, its behavior, and the intentions behind such behavior are all poorly understood around the world, especially by Westerners. Has capitalism been restored in China? Which class or classes hold state power? Is the PRC currently an empire? Will it form an empire, or a new socialist bloc, or neither? There is no consensus. Therefore, this and succeeding chapters will attempt to answer these questions and demystify modern China in as much detail as possible. We begin at the highest level, the PRC's relations with the rest of the world, which will be analyzed below. Following chapters will examine China's governance, the class struggle within China, and the dynamics of the Chinese ethnic groups. This chapter, however, will treat China itself as a black box whose intentions and internal decision-making processes are opaque and unknowable, and focus solely on what can be deduced from its international relations. China and unequal exchange. Since the beginning of the PRC's period of reform and opening up, its relations with the periphery have been the source of considerable controversy. A narrative of ruthless Chinese exploitation of helpless African nations has since emerged, popularized by the Western press. The PRC has been accused of stealing African land and resources, stealing jobs from native Africans, spying on African governments and their citizens, discriminating against African people, and many other crimes. Terms such as imperialism, debt trap diplomacy, and neocolonialism, all real phenomena described at length in chapters 1 and 2, have been weaponized against China, used to denigrate any and all bilateral agreements between the PRC and peripheral countries and cast suspicion upon whatever gifts or gestures of goodwill the PRC has offered to them. Any objective quantitative analysis cannot help but show that even if the very worst allegations against the PRC have merit, The exploitation of Africa by the West is orders of magnitude more severe. According to the Institute for Security Studies, an African non-profit organization, as of 2019 over 7,000 French troops were active in independent operations across the African continent, superseded only by the United States Africa Command, which operated a total of 34 military outposts in Africa. 422 The PRC, in contrast, maintains only a single military base near Djibouti City, which also hosts bases for multiple other foreign powers, including the US, France, Italy, Japan, and recently Saudi Arabia. 423 War on Want, a London-based anti-poverty charity organization, wrote in 2016 that 100 companies listed on the London Stock Exchange collectively controlled over $1 trillion worth of the most valuable natural resources in Africa, notably gold, platinum, diamonds, copper, oil, gas, and coal. 424. Nevertheless, the PRC's relations with African countries are not above reproach. With respect to trade, its approach does not qualitatively differ from the West's, though it has become the majority trading partner of nearly every country on the continent. Wages in these countries, particularly those paid to workers who must extract raw materials, as described in Chapter 2 and Appendix A, and export prices have remained artificially low, maintaining the rate of unequal exchange, and Africa continues to experience a net loss of several $billion each year through capital flight and the repatriation of profits to foreign entities. 425 In some cases, bilateral economic agreements are conducted in secrecy or produce results slanted in favor of Chinese companies and interests. For example, in 2007, in a barter exchange for commitments by a Chinese consortium to spend an estimated $6.5 billion in loans from China Exim Bank constructing roads, railways, hospitals, and other badly needed infrastructure in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, the DRC guaranteed the consortium long-term access to 8,050,661 tons of copper, 202,290 tons of cobalt, and 372.3 tons of gold, wherein the Chinese partners received a 2/3 majority stake in joint mining concern Seco Mines, which was to be exempt from taxes until the loans were repaid from the mining proceeds. The world market prices of these commodities of course rise and fall over time, but if this entire amount had been sold at a high point in the 2010s, the revenue would likely have been in excess of $80 billion. 426 Though depending on the rate at which subsequent production is taxed by the DRC once the loans are paid off, with profits split 2-to-1, it is clear that the terms of this barter relationship could result in long-term profits much greater for the Chinese than the Congolese, i.e. so slanted that they would amount to the dispossessive accumulation of Congolese natural resources by a foreign power. 427. Given its complicity in the most significant mechanism of exploitation, it must therefore be asked if the PRC has become a partner of the super-empire, seizing for itself its own neo-colonies. At the time of the initial Seco Mines arrangement, the answer was negative. In his study based on 2009 world trade flows and exchange rates, Kohler found that the unequal exchange between Africa and the group of advanced economies lay between 16% and 20% of the victim country's GDP, whereas the unequal exchange between those countries and the PRC, which by 2009 had become the largest trading partner to nearly every country in that region, 428, amounted to 0.5% of their GDP. 429 According to Kohler's conclusion. On the other hand, exports from sub-Saharan Africa to China do not embody significant amounts of transfer value. In other words, sub-Saharan Africa's trade with China is fairly equitable, as defined here. That observation is based on estimates for the year 2009. Should China's currency appreciate in relation to US and other high-income country currencies in the future, Africa-China trade could become more unequal. 430. Throughout 2009, the US dollar was worth approximately 6.8 Chinese yuan. In 2020, it was worth 6.9 yuan. During the 2010s, it ranged between a maximum value of 6.9 yuan and a minimum of 6.1 yuan. 431 An updated calculation for the year 2016, using both Kohler's formula and his sources, yields an increase in unequal transfer value from the same group of African countries 432 to China, yet the total was just 0.76% of their GDP. 433 Today, as mentioned above, with only a few exceptions, the PRC is the largest trading partner of every African country, yet overall, the terms of this trade are likely thus far only very slightly in favor of China. How could the PRC extract a great volume of raw materials from the periphery, yet not also drain a significant amount of value through unequal exchange? To return to the example of the early 2010s iPhone from Chapter 2, economist Dr. Sean Stars writes contemporarily. Nor does the fact that China exports virtually all iPads and iPhones necessarily mean that Chinese firms reap the largest profit from the sale of these iPads and iPhones, or electronics more generally. In fact, it does not even mean that a Chinese firm is performing final assembly. On the contrary, it is a Taiwanese firm, Han High Precision Industry, that employs over 1 million Chinese workers to conduct final assembly of electronics such as iPads and iPhones in China, but the profit from this final assembly largely goes to Taiwanese shareholders, especially to the Taiwanese billionaire founder Terry Gou. Even still, the profit that Han High Precision Industry makes from the assembly of iPads and iPhones in China is peanuts compared with the profit that Apple ultimately makes from owning the proprietary design and brand. 434. Despite becoming the world leader in electronics manufacturing, Chinese companies received only a small fraction of the total profit generated by the world's top electronics firms. In 2016, according to Stars Research, in its largest category of manufactured exports, China accounted for 32% of all world exports by value while the US accounted for 8.3% by value, but of the total profit share of the global top 2,000 firms that were in this category, China received only 1.6% while the US took 60%. 435. The PRC's principal sin, therefore, is that its industry has taken a step up in the economic value chain. It buys raw materials at the same grossly undervalued prices that the West does, yet the super profits of this exchange still flow almost exclusively to the West, as Chinese manufacturing transforms those materials into commodities and sells them also at grossly undervalued prices. Indeed, the PRC cannot acquire these materials much more dearly, for its market dominance in commodity manufacturing has only been possible by underselling Western manufacturing. The price gap between cheap Chinese goods and expensive Western goods can only be derived from an equivalent gap in the price of labor power, meaning that China's newfound wealth has come from the labor of Chinese workers, and not at the expense of African workers whose exploitation is severe but unchanged, but at the expense of Western domestic industry. Thus, through this cycle of relationships, Africa has remained poor, China has grown gradually richer, and the Western financial oligarchy have seen no reduction in their obscene super profits. The importance of trade to exploitation during the two most recent stages of world imperialism as well as the relative decline of Marxism-Leninism have necessitated new forms of analysis during the 20th century, one of the most thorough being world systems theory, most notably advanced by Wallerstein. WST provides a structural model of international economic relations based upon the worldwide division of labor, which explains the new role of the PRC and its constraints therein. Accordingly, in his recent analysis based in WST, Professor Minkaili places China in the semi-periphery, 436, an intermediate category between the periphery and the imperial core, the natures of which have already been described. Wallerstein clarifies the features of this category in the following way. The semi-periphery, however, is not an artifice of statistical cutting points, nor is it a residual category. The semi-periphery is a necessary structural element in a world economy. These areas play a role parallel to that played, mutatis mutandis, by middle trading groups in an empire. They are collection points of vital skills that are often politically unpopular. These middle areas partially deflect the political pressures which groups primarily located in peripheral areas might otherwise direct against core states and the groups which operate within and through their state machineries. 437. The application of WST would seem to indict the Chinese government as a sort of slightly more privileged comprador to the super empire. Indeed, Li's conclusion remains studiously neutral on the question of the PRC's intentions and motivations, noting only that its structural position within the capitalist world is in fact currently far lower than Western media often allege, and that China cannot advance to the core without causing complete environmental ruin, implicitly presupposing that the Chinese capitalist class, if they are indeed at the helm of the Chinese government, are somehow more far-sighted and conscientious than the Western bourgeoisie, whose unchecked political power and pursuit of increasing profits are bringing such ruin anyway. 438. WST in its orthodox form, however, is even grimmer and more totalizing. The structural determinism of Wallerstein's model, in fact, cannot distinguish between revolution and counter-revolution. Describing the Bolshevik Revolution, Wallerstein writes, "The Russian Revolution was essentially that of a semi-peripheral country whose internal balance of forces had been such that as of the late 19th century it began on a decline towards a peripheral status. This was the result of marked penetration of foreign capital into the industrial sector, which was on its way to eliminating all indigenous capitalist forces, the resistance to the mechanization of the agricultural sector, the decline of relative military power. The revolution brought to power a group of state managers who reversed each one of these trends by using the classic technique of mercantilist semi-withdrawal from the world economy." 439. Though Wallerstein considered the national liberation movements in Vietnam, ETAL, to be part of a long-run process of social transformation, he regarded it as a dialectical process, which also further integrated Vietnam into the capitalist world economy. 440. If tomorrow U.S. Steel became a workers' collective in which all employees without exception received an identical share of the profits and all stockholders expropriated without compensation, Wallerstein asks, would U.S. Steel therefore cease to be a capitalist enterprise operating in a capitalist world economy? 441. In other words, not only China both after reform and before, but Vietnam, the Soviet Union, and any revolution where state power is taken from the bourgeoisie cannot develop further except through the continued oppression of the periphery, and could then only advance into the core, where they would become indistinguishable from the Western empires. How can liberation be achieved given such a dialectic? In Marxist terms, under what conditions could this contradiction be resolved? What alternatives might exist? For all his considerable diagnostic prowess, Wallerstein had no answers. The most he offered on this score, unfortunately, were vague and inconsistent predictions that a new socialist world system will eventually replace the capitalist one, through undefined movements and forces. 442. The future world order, he suggested passively, will construct itself slowly, in ways we can barely imagine, let alone predict. 443. To Marx, the purpose of his political and economic science was not merely to explain the world, but to change it. 444. For those who pursue liberation in seriousness, movements and forces must first be defined and imagined, if they are to later be embodied, and even the most comprehensive diagnostic analysis must also indicate a mechanism of change in order to truly be useful. For the purposes of this analysis, a deeper look at the PRC's international relations will demonstrate the shortcomings of an orthodox world systems approach. China's export of capital. China's ascent to its current status as a major economic actor began in earnest during the 1990s, yet it was not until 2001 that the PRC joined the World Trade Organization and the exponential curve of the Chinese economy's growth started to have large-scale effects upon the world. With the Soviet Union gone and Western finance plundering Eastern Europe and Southeast Asia, the United States' control over the world economy at this time was absolute. From 1995 to 2001, the United States accounted for over 100% of net global GDP growth. 445. In 2002, however, this trend changed rather dramatically. Over the next 6 years until the recession of 2008, global GDP doubled, not just in the US, or in the core of the super empire, but in every region of the world. The US economy, in fact, only increased at the same more or less steady rate it had been during the previous decade. 446. Many different factors, of course, accounted for the global prosperity of the early 21st century, and under the regime of neoliberalism this increase in GDP often corresponded to a rise in income inequality rather than better living standards for the global proletariat, as the Arab Spring quite decisively demonstrated in 2011. 447. Yet it is clear that during this period known among economists as the commodities boom, an extraordinary amount of wealth was created, both directly and indirectly, by China's meteoric growth and rapid industrialization. Oil exporting countries in particular benefited enormously from a massive increase in demand for energy and raw materials, exporting more crude oil at higher and higher prices. The economies of National Bourgeois and Popular Front controlled oil exporters such as Venezuela, Libya, Iran, and Russia all more than tripled, a rate of increase only exceeded by China's. 448. According to the World Investment Report by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the PRC's capital exports by 2008 were relatively negligible. In fact, the PRC had no more than $100 billion in outward foreign direct investment stock, well behind the Russian Federation, Finland, or Norway. 449. China, it seemed, had suddenly risen to become the world's second largest economy without fulfilling a principal criterion of Lenin's 1916 definition of imperialism. Today, of course, the PRC is one of the leading capital exporters in the world, holding an aggregate total of nearly $2.2 trillion in direct investment abroad made between 2005 and 2021 according to the American Enterprise Institute. 450, or over $2.5 trillion in 2021 according to UNCTAD. 451. Though still well behind the United States' $10 trillion, this places the PRC in rarefied company, on an equal footing with the United Kingdom, i.e. equivalent to a major subordinate partner within the super empire. This would seem to classify the PRC as a significant imperialist power according to Lenin's third criterion. So, is it that the PRC fails other key criteria set down by Lenin will be shown later on. However, it is precisely in the character of the PRC's foreign direct investments that the deficiencies of his century-old definition of imperialism can be found. Again, according to the AEI data until 2021, the biggest single recipient country of Chinese investment, with nearly $200 billion, was none other than the United States. The next two largest recipients were the United Kingdom and Australia, each with around $100 billion. Could these investments represent an exploitation or dispossessive accumulation by the PRC of the super empire itself? The vast discrepancy in per capita income between these countries and China makes it quite challenging to answer this question other than in the negative. Certainly, few if any of these investments can be imagined to be driving dispossessive accumulation of US labor or natural resources. The largest such transaction between the PRC and the US recorded by AEI, for example, was the $10 billion acquisition of an airline leasing company by a subsidiary of the HNA Group, a Chinese aviation conglomerate, in 2017. 452. Even a high-level examination of world investment statistics shows that today, the relationship between capital exports and imperialism is anything but direct and transparent. It is not just the PRC which has invested heavily in the Western imperial countries. The constituents of the super empire also invest in each other, even more than they do in the periphery. In 2021, 3/4 of the world's total foreign direct investment stock was invested in the category of developed economies that included Europe, the US, Canada, Australia, and Japan, and around the same amount of FDI stock was also held by those countries. Clearly, Western countries invest most of their capital in either themselves or each other, but as their average wages and per capita income figures indicate, they cannot with some exceptions be each other's victims in terms of dispossessive accumulation. 453. Lee also suggests that Lenin's analysis is either obsolete or incorrect, citing instead the work of more recent Marxist economists, including Argyri Emanuel and Samir Emin, principal contributors to the theory of unequal exchange. 454 Later in 2021, Dr. J. Tharapel, an economic historian at the University of Sydney, proposed an alternative theory of imperialism involving what he terms national exploitation that directly contradicts Lenin's 1916 definition. The capital exports of the British Empire had been almost exclusively directed at its settler colonies in North America, South Africa, and Australia, yet the super profits of the British capitalist class were taken mostly from India through colonial state taxation. In contrast, British capital exports to the American colonies had the effect of accelerating capitalist development, eventually to the point where they became so rich as to replace Britain as the strongest imperial power in the world. 455 The brief analysis in Appendix A yields the conclusion that while Western capital exports facilitated some forms of unequal exchange, other forms were facilitated by a chronic absence of capital. Though briefly described in Chapter 2, a more detailed examination of the mechanisms of exploitation of modern empires is needed. The 5 stages of imperialism have already been partially reconciled with Tharapel's theory of national exploitation, or at least his example of India, as a mechanism of exploitation. Colonial state taxation is no longer possible under the latter 2 stages due to the replacement of direct colonialism with neocolonialism. The primary mechanism of exploitation is now unequal exchange through international trade. Emanuel, who in the 1960s codified the theory of unequal exchange, did so by integrating, with the phenomenon of international trade, both Karl Marx's theory of value and 19th-century British economist and politician David Ricardo's theory of comparative advantage, which has repeatedly been used by other capitalist economists to justify unequal exchange under the guise of free trade for centuries. By the 20th century, it had become abundantly clear that Ricardo's prediction that profits and wages would equalize between countries as a natural process arising from a lack of barriers to trade had not come to pass. According to Emanuel, the conditions under which Ricardo's equalization process might not take place, and under which Marx's model of price equalization allowed for an exception, fit the present-day reality. Sufficient mobility of capital to ensure that in essentials international equalization of profits takes place, so the proposition regarding prices of production remains valid. Sufficient immobility of labor to ensure that local differences in wages, due to the socio-historical element, cannot be eliminated, so that a modification of the proposition regarding prices of production is made necessary. 456. In other words, the combination of the immobility of labor with the mobility of capital is the very force that maintains the vast international disparity in production costs and prices that persists in the world. Not much is new under the sun, though neocolonialism has further obscured their relationship. Capital exports are still at the root of super profits taken from one country by another. The payment of interest on debt, a secondary mechanism of exploitation under super-imperialism described in Chapter 2, is by definition nothing but a consequence of capital exports. Therefore, in total, the export of capital is even more fundamental to imperialism today than ever. Lenin's third criterion has not been invalidated, merely shown to be incomplete. The export of capital is a necessary condition of imperialist exploitation, but not a sufficient one. 457 Thus, while the Russian Federation can be easily categorized as a non-imperialist or pre-imperialist power due to the insignificance of its capital exports, the function and character of the PRC's significant capital exports must be examined carefully before it can be categorized at all. Lee finds that according to investment income statistics, the average rate of return on the PRC's new overseas assets was relatively quite low. From 2010 to 2018, the rates of return on China's overseas assets averaged about 3% and the rates of return on total foreign investment in China varied mostly in the range of 5 to 6%. An average rate of return of about 3% on China's overseas investment obviously does not constitute super profits. Moreover, Foreign capitalists in China are able to make about twice as much profit as Chinese capital can make in the rest of the world on a given amount of investment. 458. A similar or perhaps even slightly larger disparity exists between the PRCs and the global average rate of return on outward direct investment. The latter ranged between 5.3% and 6.6% at the end of the 2010s, and in the years just before the 2008 recession had averaged 10.5%. 459. As Lee further notes, the PRC's net investment income from abroad is negative. In fact, according to World Bank statistics, with the relatively modest exception of 2014, the PRC has not had a positive net primary income from abroad in any year since it first became a major capital exporter in 2008, and had an overall loss of more than $700 billion over the entire period recorded by the World Bank. In 2018, a typical year for the decade, the PRC's net primary income stood at negative $61 billion. In contrast, in the same year France had almost $65 billion in positive primary income, and the United States, which has never had a negative net primary income from abroad in any year recorded by the World Bank, had nearly $300 billion. 460. China, it seems, is home to some of the richest finance capitalists the world has ever seen, but also either the most patient or the most blundering. They have made enormous and increasing investments in the rest of the world, but so far turn only an abysmally low profit from them. Whether in their strategy or their objectives, it is clear Chinese investments qualitatively differ from those of other major capital exporters. In terms of social and economic development, there is a large and growing body of scholarship indicating that Chinese capital exports have had net positive effects on the periphery. Despite a loud chorus of Western NGOs and newspapers alleging that Chinese infrastructure projects harm partner countries' economies by importing Chinese workers rather than giving jobs to locals, the data often inconveniently disagree. A 2017 study of such projects in 8 African countries by global management consultant McKinsey & Company found that Chinese enterprises overwhelmingly employ and train local workers. 461. In Nigeria, for example, Johns Hopkins researchers also surveyed 15 Chinese manufacturing companies, finding that on average they employed 84.9% local workers. 462. A more recent study of Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan found that every major Chinese company had localized their workforces by 2020. 463. According to a 2018 paper from a research lab at the College of William and Mary, Chinese development projects reduced economic inequality in their respective regions. 464. A 2021 special report by the South African Institute of International Affairs based on case studies in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Nigeria concluded that the PRC's Belt and Road projects, despite their expense and unevenness, had both direct and indirect net positive effects. 465. A long-term case study in Ethiopia conducted by the London School of Economics and Political Science found that Chinese foreign direct investment had significant and persistently positive effects after 6 to 12 years. 466. A 2022 study published in Social Sciences and Humanities Open found that the PRC's FDI had a positive effect on African countries' economic and social development. 467. Even a recent study by researchers at Jiangsu University in Zhenjiang, while criticizing negative aspects of PRC-Africa trade relations, nevertheless found that Chinese FDI had improved economic growth in middle and low-income African countries. 468. And according to the rappel, China transformed into a net exporter of capital in 2000, and since 2015 has grown to become the largest net exporter of capital in the world, but like the exports of capital by Britain, these exports are an industrializing force in the countries they are exported to, rather than a deindustrializing force, which is what defined the national exploitation of India, China, and African nations by Britain. That Africa is rapidly industrializing as a consequence of Chinese investment is widely acknowledged. According to the IMF, Sub-Saharan Africa is the second fastest growing region of the world today, trailing only developing Asia. According to the American Enterprise Institute, the value of China's overseas investment and construction combined since 2005 exceeds $2 trillion, with $304 billion invested in sub-Saharan Africa alone. Chinese investment is rising, while US and European investment is falling in Africa since 2011. China represents 40% of the investment for developing Africa's infrastructure, whereas the US share declined from 24% to 6.7%, while the European share fell from 44% to 34%. According to Dr. Parag Khanna, author of The Future is Asian, the reason why China established the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank was because the World Bank turned away from financing major infrastructure projects more than 5 decades ago. Therefore, by aiding the industrialization of Africa, China's capital exports perform a similar role to British capital exports to its settler colonies and to Western Europe, insofar as it results in the diffusion of industrial production. 469. Xinhua reported that during the 2000 to 2020 period, the PRC had helped African countries build 13,000 kilometers of railways, 100,000 kilometers of highways, 1,000 bridges, and 100 ports. 470. The Western press, as of this writing, has neither published its own estimates on the volume of infrastructural development by the PRC, nor disputed Xinhua's. In a 2019 article, Forbes described how central players in many of Africa's biggest ticket infrastructure projects, including the $12 billion coastal railway in Nigeria, the $4.5 billion Addis Ababa-Djibouti railway, and the $11 billion megaport and economic zone at Bagamoyo, are being developed via Chinese partnerships. The article quoted Don Rogveen, founder of International Urban Planning Research Center More Architecture, in calling Chinese infrastructural projects on the African continent ubiquitous, estimating that any big project in African cities that is higher than 3 floors or roads that are longer than 3 kilometers are most likely being built and engineered by the Chinese. 471. Overall, the West has reacted strongly but inconsistently to the PRC's rise as a competing capital exporter. Consumers of the Western press have heard that infrastructure projects undertaken through the Belt and Road Initiative cost too much, that they are too risky for Chinese investors, that they are prone to corruption, that they displace communities, and that they are bad for the environment. Such projects that fail, are cancelled, or that have experienced delays are widely publicized and eagerly portrayed as representative of the BRI as a whole. Implicit in such criticism is the assumption that there is a right approach to building a road or railway or hydroelectric dam, an approach that has no environmental impact, chooses the proper location, is completed quickly, and has no negative consequences to speak of. Given the option of the right approach and another approach that suffers any or all of the above, Chinese firms and financiers are presumed to have always chosen the latter, instead. It is assumed that firms engaged in the construction of new infrastructure are cutting corners using improper materials, perpetrating labor violations, or foregoing proper environmental impact studies to save money, yet simultaneously, the nefarious intent behind these projects is supposedly to incur the greatest possible expense, so that the partner country will be saddled with unpayable debts. A typical Western think tank or newspaper will give an overwhelming impression of the BRI as a colossal scam, certain to produce no good results at all, while alternately promoting schemes by increasingly anxious Western governments aimed at competing with it. The BRI was launched in 2013. By 2017 the U.S. government published plans to revive its own similar New Silk Road infrastructure plan to counter the PRC's initiative. 472. The New Silk Road had in fact been announced before the BRI, in 2011, but the United States had failed to follow through with it, revoking its funding before it had begun even a single project. Its revival fared no better. As of this writing, no NSR projects have been reported. In 2022, the U.S. introduced plans to create the nebulous Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, an anti-PRC economic alliance between the U.S., India, Japan, Australia, and other Southeast Asian countries which, admitted CNBC, expert analysts considered to be more symbolic than it effective or real policy. 473. In 2021, the G7 announced the Build Back Better World Partnership that again, according to the U.S. government, would counter the BRI by investing in 5 to 10 large infrastructure projects around the world by January of the following year. 474 by April of 2022, however, it had not funded any such projects, and National Public Radio reported that there had been little tangible progress to herald and that instead, President Biden planned to relaunch the initiative at the 2022 G7 conference under yet another name. 475 in June, it was rebranded as the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, and G7 countries pledged to spend $600 billion to finance infrastructure in developing countries. Similarly, the European Union's Global Gateway Initiative had promised in 2021 to spend over $300 billion on infrastructure in the periphery as a true alternative to the BRI, yet when questioned by the press at the end of 2022, the European Commission could not name a single new project even being planned as part of the program. 476. Only time will tell if Western governments and financiers will ever actually spend this money, whether under the Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, Global Gateway, or yet another successor organization, and what the outcome of such investments will actually be. 477 But present trends paint a very uncertain picture. Another study by McKinsey in 2020 found that United States investors had by far the greatest potential appetite for infrastructure investment in Africa of any country, yet in practice, of all planned infrastructure projects in general, less than 10% were actually funded. 478 A survey of over 1,000 policymakers in 25 African countries by the Inter-Region Economic Network think tank in Kenya found that the PRC held a substantial lead over the EU in the timely completion of projects in Africa such as roads, hydroelectric dams, railways, and bridges. 479 Typically, Western finance finds other ventures far more profitable. When Alhaj Mamadou Kourama, Sierra Leone's Minister of Foreign Affairs between 2002 and 2007, was asked to compare the PRC with other foreign donors to his country, he said, "There is a difference, and it is huge. What they want to help you with, is what you have identified as your need. With Britain, America, they identify your needs. They say, look, we think there is a need here." The German president visited. They promised €12.5 million for assistance. President Kabbah said we will use this for rural electrification. But a few months later, GTZ said it would be used for their human security project. 480. According to the most recent OECD data from 2018 to 2021, the G7 member with the largest foreign direct investments in construction was Italy, at 7.7%. Investments in finance and insurance were more than 20% of total FDI in every G7 country, and for the United States was 64.8%, while its percentage of FDI in construction was just 0.1%. 481 The AEI data for the PRC, on the other hand, classified over $500 billion in investments as construction-related, out of $838 billion total BRI spending and $2.2 trillion in total foreign investment. 482 Despite poor returns on investment during the first decade, the PRC has shown no signs of reducing its overall commitment to the Belt and Road. What has made Western investors so reluctant, and Chinese investors so eager, to finance large infrastructure projects in the periphery? Individually, Western finance capitalists are motivated by returns on investment, and as a class, to keep the periphery underdeveloped so as to maintain the rates of unequal exchange with the imperial core. Even when solely entertaining the former motivation, financing the construction of a railway or power plant in a poor African neo-colony is typically considered a risky endeavor. The project may not be completed or require much more funding than originally estimated. A significant percentage of the money may be lost to corruption, and the local government may default on their debt. The Belt and Road Initiative, however, has not only consistently taken on such projects, but has continued to do so for 10 years and is still expanding. If the Belt and Road has been an albatross for the PRC financially, it is only reasonable to conclude that it is not principally motivated by profit. China as a creditor. The narrative frequently expressed in the Western press that the PRC is perpetrating debt trap diplomacy is one of the more pernicious falsehoods surrounding Chinese investment abroad. In essence, the PRC is seen as a duplicitous money lender, providing loans to poor countries that they cannot afford, ostensibly to aid in their development, but actually for its own gain. When the victim country must default on the loans, Chinese banks would be ready to seize what they truly wanted: the land, precious minerals, or infrastructure in recompense. In other words, it is the idea that Chinese finance operates in exactly the manner of Western finance, whose role in maintaining underdevelopment and exploitation was thoroughly examined in Chapter 2. It has already been shown that the motivations behind Western and Chinese finance differ fundamentally. This chapter will further show that over the entirety of the PRC's dealings with the periphery, the debt trap narrative has struggled to establish even a single point of contact with reality. Yet an investigation into the operation of Chinese finance will nevertheless suggest that there is a hidden agenda behind it, one that will go a long way toward demystifying the poor financial performance discovered earlier in this chapter, and one that is concealed not from its clients but from its Western competitors. The PRC is not only a terrible investor, it is also a poor debt collector, and an utter failure as a repo man. China does not always collect its debts on time, admitted a headline in The Economist in 2022, citing a study by World Bank economists. 483 in 2019, when due to its declining oil output Venezuela fell behind on its oil for loans commitment to the PRC. Rather than seizing Venezuelan assets or demanding painful economic restructuring, the Chinese side instead restructured the agreement, postponing Venezuela's obligations by 2 years and in the meantime buying Venezuelan oil for cash. 484 in 2015, the Chinese side agreed to concessionary interest rates for infrastructure loans to Pakistan, offered another loan at a 0% interest rate. 485 and converted a $230 million loan for the construction of the new Gwadar International Airport into a grant. 486 in 2006, one of China Exim Bank's first concessional loans to fund the Sino-Zimbabwe cement plant in Gweru district as a joint venture between a Chinese and a state-owned Zimbabwean corporation was restructured, lowering the interest rate to 2%. Professor Deborah Brodegum of Johns Hopkins University, one of the leading scholars of Chinese foreign development policy, identified this as a pattern in Chinese finance even during the 2000s. 487 during the 2010s, the repayment schedules of several $billion worth of loans from Chinese financial institutions to Chad, Mozambique, Ethiopia, the Republic of the Congo, and several other African countries were extended, often with reduction of interest rates. In 2016, China Development Bank's commercial loans to Angola totaling $7.5 billion were refinanced. According to a paper co-authored by Brodegum and 2 of her peers in 2020, though more than 30 Chinese banks and companies had provided credit to African governments and loan renegotiations were generally conducted on a case-by-case basis, there was a notable trend toward real net present value reductions, mainly through lower interest rates, longer grace periods, and substantially longer repayment periods. 488. More careful anti-China propaganda publications will avoid the debt trap phrasing and instead cite peripheral countries' unsustainable debt to the PRC, or accuse the PRC of contributing to their overall debt distress. But even then, is a debt truly a debt if it is never repaid? Simply having a large account with the PRC, as many countries in the periphery now do, is not in itself equivalent to exploitation or the extraction of super profits. The actual transfers of wealth, the servicing of the debt with interest, or the coercion of other concessions using the debt as leverage must occur before Chinese lenders can ultimately benefit from the numbers in their ledgers. That Africa is presently the least wealthy continent on earth is undisputed, and foreign banks encounter few obstacles and plentiful opportunities to take unfair advantage of most countries within it. An actual debt trap is profoundly easy both to set and to spring, and nearly impossible to escape. For example, according to financial records released recently, Sudan received loans totaling scarcely more than a few £100 million from the United Kingdom during the 20th century, which by 2021 had ballooned to nearly £1 billion through the accrual of interest alone. 489 In order to obtain relief from the IMF, the Sudanese government was compelled to end fuel subsidies, devalue its currency, and normalize relations with Israel. 490 When dealing with Western lenders, even the forgiveness of debt is conditional upon enacting harsh austerity measures, as the IMF and the World Bank made clear in their initiative to cancel loans to countries it classified as heavily indebted poor countries, who must show willingness to manage public finances and monetary policy before being considered. 491 Chinese lenders, however, are not loan sharks. They do not take opportunities to exploit a foreign debtor's inability to pay, require no structural adjustments, and instead of exploiting decades-old debt, they are often likely to forgive it unconditionally. Though Chinese lending to foreign countries was relatively marginal before the 21st century, and consisted mainly of interest-free aid loans, scarcely any of that debt still exists. Brodegum writes. At first, when many of its aid loans started to come due in the early 1980s, China rescheduled them, sometimes just for a year or two. Repayments for the Tanzam Railway were put off for 10 years. Payments in Ghana and Niger were stretched out over 20 years instead of 15. Other countries simply did not pay. 492. Later, in parallel with the HIPC initiative, the PRC began forgiving debt as well, but unconditionally. Most of China's public pledges were consciously couched as debt relief for highly indebted and least developed countries. This does not mean, however, that China followed all the rules of the HIPC debt relief regime negotiated in Washington and Paris. Chinese debt cancellation was non-conditional. They did not require governments to prove their ability to manage their economies or to develop strategies to use the cancelled debt for poverty reduction. This meant that China cancelled debt for at least 6 countries that qualified for the HIPC initiative because of their high levels of debt and poverty, but which had failed to follow the steps of the World Bank/IMF dance, and so were stuck in what the HIPC program called the pre-decision point, the purgatory of high debt, but no relief. Countries with the most pressing problems were handled first. The Ministry of Commerce sent a delegation to discuss the debt with the Chinese embassy in the country and the local Ministry of Finance. Figures on overdue debts were carefully compared and reconciled, loan by loan. A Chinese professor who advised the ministry told me, these zero-interest loans were rescheduled so many times, the countries couldn't even find the agreements anymore. Debts were written off for each individual loan. The pledges focused specifically on the overdue, interest-free foreign aid loans. Ultimately, 376 separate mature debts would be written off. 493. By 2019, $9.8 billion of these remaining old loans, the vast majority, had been forgiven. 494. In August of 2022, China's State Councillor announced that the PRC would waive a further 23 interest-free loans to 17 African countries that had matured the previous year. 495. For loans either old or new, Brodegum and her colleagues found no evidence of asset seizures, penalty interest rates, or indeed any negative consequences to a borrower country failing to repay Chinese banks or companies. The worst that has ever happened in the case of default, they conclude, is that Chinese creditors have sometimes imposed moratoriums on any new lending. 496. Interest rates on Chinese loans to Africa have also remained low, only about half what is charged by Western lenders, according to a 2022 report by British charity organisation Debt Justice. 497. In another 2020 article, Brodegum calls Chinese debt trap diplomacy a meme perpetuated by Western media institutions, repeating dubious and since debunked rumors enough times that it has entered the public consciousness despite having no original factual basis. 498. 499. Numerous studies and publications by her peers since the latter 2010s are in nearly universal agreement. The Chatham House Policy Institute in London, for example, wrote in 2020 that scant evidence of Chinese debt traps existed, and disputed the idea of any geopolitical strategy of Chinese developmental finance. 500. In 2019, New York-based think tank the Rhodium Group analyzed 40 recent cases of Chinese external debt renegotiation, concluding that in nearly all cases, the debts were written off or restructured. Only in a single case did the report identify a possible asset seizure, that of the Hambantota port in Sri Lanka. 501. Indeed, the debt trap narrative has since derived its remarkable longevity from this single data point. The PRC had lent the Sri Lankan government the money to build the port, and later when Sri Lanka became unable to pay the debt in 2017, had allegedly used its leverage to secure for a Chinese state-owned enterprise a 99-year lease on this strategically important piece of real estate. Yet even this example falls apart upon a closer look at the events leading up to the lease agreement. According to a 2020 research paper from Chatham House, Sri Lanka's debt distress was unconnected to Chinese lending, arising instead from excessive borrowing on Western-dominated capital markets and from structural problems within the Sri Lankan economy. There was no debt for asset swap. Rather, after bargaining hard for commercial reasons, a Chinese so leased the port in exchange for $1.1 billion, which Sri Lanka used to pay down other debts and boost foreign reserves. 502. Sri Lanka's extreme debt crisis had not manifested before the deal to construct the port was made, and the deal was not a significant factor in causing the crisis. According to Sri Lankan economists at Monash University and the Institute of Policy Studies in Sri Lanka in 2019, Chinese loans were made at very low interest rates and had made up only about 10% of Sri Lanka's foreign debt during the crisis. 503 The payments owed on the loans from China Exim Bank to finance the construction of the port itself, in fact, were less than 5% of Sri Lanka's total debt service in 2017, even including interest. 504 Chatham House further notes that the agreement forbade the Chinese Navy from using the port, more or less obviating its supposed strategic value to the PRC. 505. Even if the worst, most sinister motive could be plausibly attributed to the PRC over the Hambantota port, and the allegations of its debt trap to assume control over it were completely accurate, it would stand as an extreme outlier to the general practice of Chinese finance. Hundreds, and now thousands, of such deals to construct needed infrastructure all across the periphery have been conducted with Chinese companies. If the seizure of assets were the PRC's true goal, how could none of these exhibit the same characteristics as Hambantota? A single incident is not a pattern. The idea that the PRC has acted with deceit in only one instance out of thousands suggests instead that such deceit is in fact either a misinterpretation or outright fabrication. Nor is Chinese finance motivated by securing raw materials for exclusive use. Brodegum writes that China does not seem to give more official development aid to countries with more resources. 506 and in fact has investments in nearly every country in Africa, not solely those with an abundance of mineral reserves. Though oil-rich Angola, for example, is the largest recipient of Chinese loans in Africa, Ethiopia is the second largest, and has no significant oil or mineral resources. 507,508. As seen above, Chatham House was unable to determine any pattern of coherent geopolitical aims behind Chinese development finance. The only discernible pattern, in fact, is the remarkable scrupulousness of Chinese financiers in refraining from extortion, coercion, or interference in their African partners' political and economic affairs, or even from insisting that they get all their money back. China and the International Monetary Fund. According to statistics tracked by the World Bank's World Integrated Trade Solution, between 2015 and 2020, the value of exports classified as metals from the Democratic Republic of the Congo to China increased more than eightfold, to a total greater than the DRC's next 5 largest export destinations combined. In 2020, total reported metals exports were valued at over $9.4 billion, $4.4 billion of which were to China. The Seco Mines joint venture in the Infrastructure for Resources deal mentioned earlier in this chapter had begun operations and would appear to have become quite profitable. 509. Just how profitable? According to the DRC's Ministry of Mines, mining at Seco Mines started in earnest in November of 2015, and had produced 31,000 metric tons of copper by the end of June of the following year, nearly 8,000 of which had been produced that month. 510 Using mining activity reports through 2020, estimates for total production and market rate value are as follows. Estimated Seco Mines copper production, 2016 to 2022. Seco Mines very likely did not receive revenue equal to the market value of the metals produced, and despite its generous tax-free profit margin, was still repaying the initial loans from China Exim Bank at least a decade on. In 2019, Seco Mines reported a revenue of only a little more than $800 million and an outstanding debt balance of $2.10 billion. 516 The same year, political winds shifted. President Joseph Kabila, who had negotiated the contract, was succeeded by opposition candidate Felix Tshisekedi, who was much less favorable to the agreement, and ordered an audit of Seco Mines soon after taking office. In 2023, the DRC State Auditor's report accused Seco Mines of undervaluing its exports and various other misdeeds. 517 This audit has been disputed by Seco Mines, but even if it were only partially accurate, the frustration of the Congolese government with Seco Mines is quite understandable. 15 years after the initial agreement, the DRC had still received virtually no taxes or income from its share in the project. Meanwhile, China had received about 14% of the total resources originally estimated in the contract. The auditor's report, however, also estimated that over 18% of the infrastructure promised in the deal had been built. 518 Though various disputes, including one in which China Exim Bank withheld funding between 2012 and 2014, set the project back several years, the DRC received this share far sooner. 5 years after the initial agreement was signed, a study by Dr. Johanna Jansen of Denmark's Roskilde University found that 9 infrastructure projects totaling nearly $500 million, including a large hospital and hundreds of kilometers of roads, had been completed, and others were in progress, before the mining operation in Katanga province had even begun. 519 In 2015, 8 years into the contract, the DRC government estimated that $800 million of infrastructure had been built, while according to Janssen, the mining had endured delay after delay, from crippling power shortages to asphyxiating bureaucracy and corruption. 520 10 years in, Sikamanese partner, Sino Hydro, separately began construction of the Buzanga hydropower station, a $660 million dam in Katanga expected to both solve the power problem and supply 10% of the DRC's electricity, with 1/3 of its capacity fed into the national power grid. 521 As of 2023, the Seco Mines deal was therefore likely equitable according to the contract. In a negative sense, both parties had received about equally low proportions of what they signed up for. To determine whether the contract itself is unequal is less straightforward. If only the relative prices of the goods exported are considered, the PRC was the clear winner. Even if the Buzanga Dam were included, the infrastructure totaled only $1.5 billion, while the copper extracted had been worth $8 billion. It is less clear, however, how much the Chinese side has profited from the arrangement. The $1.5 billion it had spent to build the infrastructure must be accounted for. Sikamanese reported operating expenses from 2015 to 2019 were also about $1.50 billion. 522 The initial investment in the mining operation had been estimated to be at least $3 billion, and was likely more than that due to the extraordinary delays. Exactly how much money was lost due to corruption is unknown. A 2018 study from the Johns Hopkins University School for Advanced International Studies, based on net present value investment modeling, concluded that because of the volatile nature of commodity prices, the Seco Mines agreement's winner could change multiple times until it reaches its conclusion in about 30 years. 523 Nevertheless, in 2022, commodity prices remained high, and with the electricity from the Buzanga Dam, Seco Mines had finally begun producing rapidly and would soon break even. Any systemic problems with the arrangement, corruption, export undervaluation, and would begin to have their most severe impact on the DRC's tax revenue very soon. The remedy demanded by the DRC state auditor included an additional $17 billion of infrastructure, and Reuters reported that the DRC's finance minister expected a renegotiation to be completed by the end of the year. 524 This would not be the first time that the contract was renegotiated, nor the first time such a renegotiation sought to change the infrastructure commitment. There had been an unofficial third party to the contract, who does not consistently appear in press coverage of the arrangement yet was responsible for its renegotiation in 2009: the International Monetary Fund. Western governments had reacted badly to the Seco Mines deal. According to Janssen, discussions were held between the IMF and China both in Beijing and in Washington. The Belgian government was the first of the DRC's bilateral donors to react publicly to the agreement, and representatives for the Belgian government even held discussions in China to push for an amendment of the contract. All the DRC's traditional donors united behind the agenda to reduce the size of the loans to finance infrastructure construction and to remove the Congolese state's guarantee on the mining component. 525. Belgium and other such traditional donors who were, predictably, in the Paris Club of Western financiers ostensibly objected to an increase to the country's debt burden. In 2009, the DRC already had a total external debt of over $13 billion. 526 Very little of which, if any, was to the PRC. 527 The unity of the traditional donors on the debt issue at first would seem natural in theory. The more debts the DRC needed to service, the less each donor would receive, and if the DRC defaulted, their investments would be lost. But at the time of the agreement with China Exim Bank, this debt was already effectively lost. The DRC had not serviced its loans to Western and international creditors for many years. 528 And had been struggling to meet the HIPC requirements for debt forgiveness. 529 Why then were Belgium et.al. so concerned, if they knew their own loans to the DRC would never be repaid? Perhaps Belgium had been worried for the sake of its former colony, out of pure selflessness or remorse, trying to prevent it from taking a bad deal, thinking only of the welfare of the Congolese. But if that were the case, then strangely, despite such altruism, the idea of simply forgiving the DRC's bilateral debt somehow failed to occur to it. Rather, in the final analysis, as shown in Chapter 2, debt is only a minor mechanism of exploitation, and is far more important and useful as a mechanism of control. What the Paris Club feared was not a loss of debt, but of leverage. According to Janssen, the IMF's priority in 2009 was to reduce the size of the infrastructure commitment. 530 At first, the Congolese government refused to back down. Then in May of 2009, the managing director of the IMF himself visited Kinshasa for a private meeting with Kabila. Afterward, Janssen observed, on June 2, 2009, less than 2 weeks after Strauss-Kahn's visit, the Congolese government sent an official letter to CREC requesting that the Congolese state guarantee on the mining investment be removed. On June 29, 2009, CREC responded that nous pensons que l'investissement du projet minier n'a pas besoin de la garantie de la RDC. The second tranche of the infrastructure investments was subsequently cancelled by the third and final contract amendment, signed in October 2009. In its current form, the agreement is worth a total of $6 billion, with the DRC's debt burden reduced to a maximum of $3 billion, in lieu of the original $9 billion of debt. 531. Belgium and the other traditional donors soon received their money's worth. The DRC re-entered the HIPC process at the end of the year, following the IMF's structural reform program designed to weaken the Congolese state. The program focused on restoring the independence of the Banque Centrale du Congo, strengthening public financial management, and developing the private sector, including the reform of public enterprises. Government regulations were to be streamlined and foreign investment was to be further protected. 532 Only after 6 months of these reforms was the debt finally written off. In 2009, this result suited the super empire perfectly. The DRC's government would be even less able to control its own economy, and Western multinational mining corporations then active in the DRC would be further shielded from consequences of their abuses. In the future they would need to share access to the DRC's minerals with Chinese companies, but so what? The metals would end up in the same place anyway, cheap electronics made in China and sold in the West. Most importantly, CICO Mines would only build half the infrastructure in the original agreement, infrastructure that over time could have interfered with the underdevelopment of the DRC and that no Western company or government would find profitable to take the risk of building anyway. 533. By 2023, however, although many peripheral countries around the world were again suffering from a fresh cycle of debt crises, the IMF was finding this trick more and more difficult to perform due to its victim countries' growing bilateral debt to the PRC. In April, U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen gave a speech accusing the PRC of being a roadblock to global debt restructuring. Reuters reported that more than half of all low-income countries were unable or nearly unable to service their debts according to IMF estimates. The PRC, the world's largest official bilateral creditor, was portrayed as unwilling to accept losses on loans, but crucially, the article concluded the sentence with unless private sector creditors and multilateral development banks shoulder their share of the burden. 534. Quoting a former IMF official, the New York Times called the PRC increasingly isolated and under pressure to participate in debt restructuring. 535. The PRC's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, however, seemed unconcerned, announcing that debt relief should require joint participation of multilateral, bilateral, and commercial creditors under the principles of joint actions and fair burden sharing. 536. What a conundrum! Both the PRC and the United States, it appears, were happy to restructure the large debts they are owed, but somehow, they were both unable to. They were falling over each other in an attempt to selflessly escape the prisoner's dilemma, yet seemed to still be prisoners when all was said and done. Only with a clear understanding of how the IMF works and what its goals are can this puzzle be solved. In essence, the United States says loudly, the world's poorest countries are about to default, we must restructure their debts, while whispering to itself, in exchange for more structural adjustments, which will drain ever more of their wealth into our private banks. The PRC replies, very well, let's all restructure the debts equally, even private creditors and the World Bank, so that each lender absorbs the same loss. The United States can then throw up their hands and complain, China isn't cooperating. At this point, there are three possible scenarios. If the PRC restructures debt first, the IMF will then have no difficulty requiring structural adjustments. Victim countries will be in the same position as the DRC in 2009, and the debt trap IMF austerity cycle continues. More wealth will be squeezed out of the people of victim countries, and the remaining debts to private Western banks will be serviced. The West remains an exploiter. If the Western governments restructure debt first, and the IMF requires structural adjustments anyway, its victims will be similarly plundered, but the remaining debts to both private Western banks and Chinese banks will be serviced. Both the West and the PRC are exploiters in this scenario, though if the PRC also later restructures debt, it simply becomes scenario A. If the Western governments restructure debt first, and the IMF requires no conditions, the debtor countries' remaining debts become manageable, or more so. If the PRC also later restructures debt, this scenario almost becomes the outcome the PRC advocated originally. Absolutely nothing is preventing the US and the Paris Club from pursuing either B or C immediately. These paths would reveal whether the PRC truly means what it says. The PRC would then face real pressure to follow the Western governments in restructuring debt, or else become a singular villain in the eyes of the world. Only in scenario A, however, would the Western capitalist class increase its profit without having to share. The US and the IMF will therefore attempt to browbeat the PRC into restructuring first, and only reluctantly choose option B if the PRC holds out. Meanwhile, the Western press has been working overtime to blame the PRC for the West's own recalcitrance. In May 2023, for example, An article in Fortune claimed that a dozen poor countries were facing economic instability and even collapse due to large debts, mentioning only the PRC's lending in the headline, yet in analyzing the case study of Zambia, admitted not only that Zambia's debt to the PRC was just one-third of its total external debt, but that the PRC had already begun negotiating separately with Zambia on debt relief before a group of non-Chinese lenders refused desperate pleas from Zambia to suspend interest payments, even for a few months in 2020, which created the conditions for Zambia's default later that year. 537. After Sri Lanka entered a fresh crisis in 2022, the Western press of course found fault with the PRC for not cooperating with the IMF process despite the PRC no longer contributing to the problem. China Exim Bank had already postponed Sri Lanka's debt service, suspending all payments during 2022 and 2023. For months, the PRC insisted that private creditors and the World Bank do the same, but to no avail. 538 Instead, Sri Lanka began economic reforms to meet the IMF's preconditions. Income taxes and the price of electricity were increased, further immiserating the population. This was a perfect example of Scenario B, which became Scenario A in early 2023, when the PRC agreed to the debt restructuring. 539. However, the PRC still has another card to play. If a victim of the IMF could somehow lay its hands on enough cash to service its debts, it would not be obliged to accept a structural adjustment. Therefore, in its own response to these crises, the PRC has simply been lending its partners more and more lately, in the form of unconditional bailout loans. A 2023 study by researchers from the Harvard Kennedy School and the World Bank tracked a total of $240 billion in such rescue financing to more than 20 countries through 2021, nearly all of which was provided since 2016. 540 In 2022, the Financial Times called the PRC an IMF competitor for postpone the day of reckoning by issuing tens of billions in these secretive emergency loans to struggling countries. One former senior IMF economist complained that such loans were a major impediment to the painful reform that poor countries supposedly deserved to face at the hands of the IMF. 541. We do not yet have enough information to deduce the PRC's ultimate intentions in this matter. But thus far, the PRC has shown no sign of imitating the playbook of Western financial institutions and has signaled a commitment to fairness and multilateral cooperation in global development and investment. The new development bank, in partnership between the PRC and the other BRICS countries. 542 was created with all 5 founding members having equal equity, and with voting rules preventing the PRC from commanding a unilateral veto. 543 In a speech at the G20 Leaders Summit of 2013, Xi Jinping spoke of the need to reform the IMF along similar lines. We should continue the reform of international financial institutions. The relevant countries should further push forward the implementation of the plan for reforming the management of the International Monetary Fund and for making a new sharing formula that reflects the weight of the economic aggregate of the different countries in the world economy, and continue to strengthen oversight concerning the international financial market, so that the financial system will depend on, serve and promote the development of the real economy in a sound way. 544. The PRC was the first country outside Africa to support the inclusion of the African Union in the G20. 545 As well as greater representation of African countries on the UN Security Council. 546 A commitment and desire for reform have been consistently expressed by the PRC, and in recent years, all the more loudly. China and the capitalist world system. To summarize the investigation of Chinese external finance and trade relations thus far, China has benefited from its integration into the international supply chain as a manufacturing superpower, yet is still by far more exploited than exploiter. The PRC exports its construction capacity to assist in the development of the periphery, yet does not do so for free, and the terms of these contracts involve significant debt to the PRC. Yet Chinese investors do not take any special advantage when their clients experience debt distress, instead responding with forbearance or absorbing losses themselves. In contrast with the Russian Federation, which, as described in Chapter 4, lacks the power to become an empire, whatever its intentions might be. It appears that the PRC has the power, yet lacks the will. Even before having a glimpse of the status of class society within China, it is clear that the dialectic identified by Wallerstein, in which the social transformation of class society within a socialist country is in contradiction with that state's participation in the capitalist world system, has taken on a new dimension. By trading with the neo-colonies, the PRC maintains world imperialism, but by developing them, it undermines world imperialism. The unequal exchange described by Emmanuel and his contemporaries is slowly beginning to equalize, not by raising prices along the supply chain, but by the PRC's investments in the supply chain's infrastructure and other constant capital. The $2 billion Belt and Road deal signed with Ghana in 2019 to construct roads, railways, and other transport infrastructure 547, for example, will not directly result in a higher export price of gold or a wage increase for the Ghanaian gold miner referred to in Appendix A. However, it will foster more and better paying employment in the country at large. 548, relaxing the constraints on workers' freedom and mobility that Emmanuel identified as a key factor in maintaining unequal exchange. China has become a beneficiary, if only a very minor one, of the superempire's mechanisms of exploitation. Yet the PRC does not exercise and is increasingly resistant toward participating in the superempire's mechanisms of control. The PRC has no preconditions on its loans to other countries and demands no structural adjustments of its clients. In fact, its practice of providing emergency debt relief has begun to disrupt, or at least delay, the IMF's role of enforcing global austerity. As of this writing, the People's Liberation Army has not fought a war for well over 40 years, and has no significant presence abroad, save for a single base in Djibouti. The PRC has nothing like the multitude of Western soft power NGOs, it does not meddle in the elections or revolutions of other countries, and does not seek to undermine their sovereignty. In short, though China benefits marginally from world imperialism, the PRC makes no attempt to enforce it. This curious contradiction therefore can only exist as long as the superempire does. Were the super-imperialist stage to end, the PRC would be unable to maintain such an orientation to the periphery. Furthermore, while over the last few decades China and the United States have become so integrated through trade that any major disruption would cause severe economic turmoil or collapse, the PRC has also begun to invest even more heavily in the superempire's greatest national bourgeois rivals, the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Russian Federation. In just the first months of 2022, trade between the PRC and the Russian Federation increased by nearly 30%, as the PRC offered new markets for Russian exports in the face of the superempire's new sanctions regime. 549 in 2021, the PRC pledged to invest $400 billion in the Iranian economy over the next 25 years, twice its current investment position in the United States. 550, and allowed the Islamic Republic to join the Shanghai Cooperation Organization and later the BRICS Group. Ansarallah, which has made repeated overtures to the PRC. 551-552, praised the agreement, calling it a non-colonizing and balanced alternative to predatory Western finance. 553, Hezbollah has repeatedly urged the Lebanese government to accept Chinese investment offers, such as one from the China Machinery Engineering Corporation in 2020, which proposed to build new power plants in Lebanon. 554-555, the forces of national liberation are increasingly betting on the PRC as the key, directly or indirectly, to advancing their struggle. In November of 2004, Fidel Castro declared in a speech that China has objectively become the most promising hope and the best example for all third world countries. 556, Fanon, who concluded in the early 1960s that the bourgeois phase in the history of underdeveloped countries is a completely useless phase. 557, nevertheless did so predicated on those countries' lack of capital. He wrote, "The theoretical question that for the last 50 years has been raised whenever the history of underdeveloped countries is under discussion, whether or not the bourgeois phase can be skipped, ought to be answered in the field of revolutionary action, and not by logic. The bourgeois phase in underdeveloped countries can only justify itself insofar as the national bourgeoisie has sufficient economic and technical strength to build up a bourgeois society, to create the conditions necessary for the development of a large-scale proletariat, to mechanize agriculture, and finally to make possible the existence of an authentic national culture. 558. If the PRC, which in Fanon's time attempted and largely failed to export revolution to the periphery, can now supply this economic and technical strength, a path toward the eventual victory of the world's oppressed classes over neocolonialism may finally become clear. The development of the periphery can only be a destabilizing force to the super-empire, and the seriousness of Chinese investors in pursuing this development, even sometimes at a loss, suggests that at the very least, the positions of a great many countries within the capitalist world system may change in the near future. As described in Appendix B, most countries in Africa have increased exports more to each other than to any other region in the past decade. In March 2023, the Western media was stunned when Iran and Saudi Arabia, who had been bitter rivals for decades in a conflict heavily influenced by U.S. strategic interests, re-established diplomatic ties in talks brokered by the PRC. The U.S., according to the New York Times, had been left on the sidelines. 559. If a great realignment is on the horizon, how then will the PRC react to the results of its own enterprises? Will it seek to create a socialist world system, or will it attempt to replace the United States as the hegemon of a new super-empire? A proper answer must undertake an examination of the PRC itself and determine the intent behind its relations with the rest of the world. The discipline of Chinese investment is neither accident nor coincidence. A study published by the Australian National University Press in 2015 found that 89% of the PRC's overseas direct investment were linked to its state-owned enterprises, indicating that it is overwhelmingly not private investors choosing which projects to fund, but the government. 560 China Exim Bank, which by 2007 had become by far the world's largest export credit agency, operates primarily as a tool of the state, and is expected not to turn a profit. 561 Considering that not only China Exim Bank, but the four largest banks in China, which are also the four largest in the world by total reported asset value, are all state-owned. 562 There is a real question of whether the PRC may also fail another of Lenin's criteria of imperialism, that of being directed by a financial oligarchy. Ammon, who like many other 20th century economists accepted the principle of world systems theory, was particularly notable for also synthesizing from it a coherent mechanism of change, a crucial step that Wallerstein and other contemporaries struggled to make. A means theory which he referred to as Dell'Inking prescribed for peripheral countries a type of separation from the capitalist world economy that did not preclude trading relations, but instead involved a refusal to subject national development strategy to the imperatives of worldwide expansion. 563 A means view by 2016 was that out of every government in the world, China's alone was strong enough to pursue this strategy. 564 And that an essential ingredient was its control over its financial system. China is walking on two legs, following the traditions and participating globalization. They accept foreign investments, but keep independence of their financial system. The Chinese bank system is exclusively state-controlled. The yuan is convertible only to a certain extent, but under the control of the Bank of China. That is the best model that we have today to respond to the challenge of globalists' imperialism. 565. Does the unusual behavior of Chinese finance, which appears to consistently be at odds with the interests of the typical Western finance capitalist, imply that it is controlled by a class other than the Chinese bourgeoisie? This question, and the question of which class now holds state power in China, are one and the same. Chapter 7. Who holds state power in China? If foreign economies are to achieve financial independence, they must create their own regulatory mechanisms. Whether they will do so depends on how thoroughly America has succeeded in making irreversible the super-imperialism implicit in the Washington Consensus and its ideology. Michael Hudson, Super-Imperialism, The Origin and Fundamentals of U.S. World Dominance, 200-3566. It would be a severe understatement to say that China has had a troubled history. After thousands of years of feudal despotism 567 it was invaded, subjugated, and plundered by the European colonial powers and the Empire of Japan in an even grimmer period that lasted over 100 years. The civil war that finally ended the century of humiliation and established the People's Republic began years before the Second World War, lasted years after the defeat of the Axis powers, and was won at the cost of millions of lives. The new People's Republic of China had then scarcely come into existence before it was beset by another war against it by the United States and its allies, mass starvation from natural disasters, and the calamitous Cultural Revolution, which the Chinese central government later declared had been wrongly launched by the leaders and brought serious disaster to the party, the country, and the people of all ethnic groups. 568 In light of this long progression of tragedy, perhaps the most surprising outcome of the reform and opening up period that began in 1978 was not the destructive consequences it brought upon the Chinese proletariat and peasantry, which were real and often severe, but rather how muted these hardships were by comparison with the horrors of capitalist restoration in Russia and the rest of the former socialist bloc. The capitalist road and the socialist high-speed railway. Though the PRC pursued an economic program that most certainly resembled structural adjustment during the neoliberal era, privatizing a large part of the public sector and courting foreign investment, it did so on its own terms, and not those of the Western financial oligarchy. The IMF's financial data notes only a single loan to the PRC in its entire history, just over $500 million SDRs in 1986, that was repaid in full by 1991. While the Russian Federation borrowed over 18 billion SDRs throughout its Comprater phase in the 1990s, carrying preconditions with devastating effects on the Russian people. 569 Average life expectancy in China, which had never exceeded 35 years before the socialist era, has advanced rapidly ever since, even during the reform period. According to World Bank statistics, life expectancy increased from nearly 65 years to over 70 years by the end of the 1990s. 570 in sharp contrast to the historic 6-year drop suffered by Russia in the Yeltsin era. During the 21st century, Russia's suicide rate has never been less than triple China's. 571 While GDP severely declined in the former Eastern Bloc, in China it has only increased. While inflation surged out of control in Russia, in China it remained low. The sudden homelessness epidemic that plagued Russia and the other former socialist countries was mostly avoided by China, where the transition from public to private housing was carefully managed by the government. According to Forbes, it wasn't until the mid-90s that a series of reforms allowed urban residents to own and sell real estate. People were then given the option to purchase their previously government-owned homes at extremely favorable rates, and most of them made the transition to being property owners. 572. This policy resulted in China's 90% homeownership rate in the mid-90s, which outstripped nearly every other country in the world. The PRC's Hukou system, which regulates internal migration from the countryside to the cities, has often been criticized for its role in producing China's current massive wealth inequality, but it also has mostly prevented urban slums, almost entirely prevented rough sleeping, and allowed the government to guarantee adequate housing for the vast majority of its 1.4 billion people. 573. In 2021, despite turmoil in the Chinese housing market, the average default rate of residential mortgage-backed securities was just 0.38%. 574. And according to Foreign Policy magazine, only 18% of Chinese households even had a mortgage. 575. Though the crisis of falling housing prices in China in the early 2020s bears a superficial resemblance to the US phenomenon in the late 2000s, the relationship between banks and homeowners in China is not parasitic, and therefore will not result in the type of mass foreclosures homeowners in the US experienced during the Great Recession. Adjustable-rate mortgages were infamously used by U.S. lenders with low initial teaser payments to entice home buyers to enter into the market, but these were followed by higher, predatory rates that borrowers were powerless to renegotiate. In China, however, Such mortgages are pegged to the loan prime rate, which the People's Bank carefully lowered on multiple occasions throughout the Chinese crisis 576 by 2023. Instead of undertaking foreclosures, China's central bank was encouraging the renegotiation or refinancing of existing mortgages at the expense of bank profits. 577 Thus, while over-leveraged developers suffered, mortgage rates fell to historic lows, leading to homeowners finding no difficulty in refinancing. 578. According to German political economist Isabella M. Weber, on no fewer than 2 occasions during the early reform period, amid a debate between Chinese economists on how best to shift towards a market-based economy, the PRC had prepared a Big Bang of shock therapy-style price reform, but ultimately abstained in favor of a gradual marketization approach. 579 Weber contrasts actual shock therapy with the PRC's reform strategy by comparing the latter to a game of Jenga, in which only the blocks of the welfare state were removed that could be flexibly rearranged without endangering the stability of the building as a whole. 580 According to Weber, when World Bank economist Adrian Wood visited China during the 1980s, he discovered that the government was still extremely reluctant to relax price controls on essential goods. In his notes, Wood marveled that despite producers consistently recording losses, the communist dictatorship would not even raise the price of matches by 2 cents. 581. To Deng Xiaoping is famously attributed the quote, "To get rich is glorious." Less famous, perhaps, are his words in a 1986 interview with 60 Minutes correspondent Mike Wallace. During the Cultural Revolution there was a view that poor communism was preferable to rich capitalism. According to Marxism, communist society is based on material abundance. Only when there is material abundance can the principle of a communist society, that is, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, be applied. Socialism is the first stage of communism. Of course, it covers a very long historical period. The main task in the socialist stage is to develop the productive forces, keep increasing the material wealth of society, steadily improve the life of the people, and create material conditions for the advent of a communist society. There can be no communism with pauperism, or socialism with pauperism. So to get rich is no sin. However, what we mean by getting rich is different from what you mean. Wealth in a socialist society belongs to the people. To get rich in a socialist society means prosperity for the entire people. The principles of socialism are, first, development of production, and second, common prosperity. We permit some people and some regions to become prosperous first, for the purpose of achieving common prosperity faster. That is why our policy will not lead to polarization, to a situation where the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. To be frank, we shall not permit the emergence of a new bourgeoisie. 582. The Communist Party under Deng's leadership therefore pursued free market reforms as a stage it believed was necessary before socialism could be fully established. Far from being a Chinese Yeltsin or even a Gorbachev, Deng himself was in fact a committed and far-sighted Marxist, qualities that Mao Zedong himself once recognized. 583. During the initial reform period, the Chinese welfare state was gradually dismantled. The huge rural peasant population was steadily proletarianized, and the proletariat were in turn largely stripped of their protections and pushed into an unforgiving new private sector. Collectively, the masses were made to work under worse conditions for much longer hours, though not for less pay. According to a 2017 paper by Thomas Piketty and other Western economists comparing income inequality in China with that in the United States, the real incomes of the poorest half of the Chinese population had increased by more than 400% since the beginning of the reform and opening up era in 1978, while the real incomes of the poorest half of the U.S. population had actually declined during the same time period. 584 The closest analog to the PRC's reform phase can in fact be found in the Islamic Republic of Iran, in terms of how their transitions toward free market capitalist economies in the neoliberal era have been carefully moderated, relatively smooth, and did not involve the IMF and its more brutal program. Yet in the case of Iran, the national bourgeoisie at the helm of the state are now reaping the benefits of capital accumulation for themselves as poverty increases. 585 The rich have gotten richer in China, much richer, but the very poorest have gotten richer as well. Exactly as the party had planned and predicted. According to statistics tracked by the World Bank, between 2013 and 2019, 586 the income share held by the highest 20% of the population increased in Iran and decreased in China, while the share held by the lowest 20% decreased in Iran and increased in China. 587 588 income being the rate at which wealth increases, larger increases in income for those with the least wealth combined with smaller increases in income for those with the most will, if sustained, gradually reduce income inequality, which will in turn gradually reduce wealth inequality. For China, at some point in or before 2013, lay an inflection point. Amin, in his writing around this time, distinguished inequality in China from inequality in the neoliberal world in the following way. Certainly the growth of inequality is obvious everywhere, including China, but this observation remains superficial and deceptive. Inequality in the distribution of benefits from a model of growth that nevertheless excludes no one is one thing, the inequality connected with a growth that benefits only a minority while the fate of the others remains desperate is another thing. The practitioners of China bashing are unaware or pretend to be unaware of this decisive difference. 589. Neoliberalism, when practiced in the West, was and is a weapon of class warfare, existing only to steal from the working class and give to the capitalists. The myth of trickle-down economics was always a lie intended to fool workers into letting themselves be robbed, yet through the careful intervention of the state, the Communist Party of China had alone found a way to blunt this weapon and force some wealth to actually trickle down. In just the first phase of reform and opening up, from 1978 to 2000, considered the harshest era of neoliberalism worldwide, China experienced a massive reduction in poverty unprecedented in history. According to World Bank estimates, the number of people in China living on less than $1 per day fell by 300 million during this time period, reversing the global trend of increasing poverty that had lasted for half a century. 590 Thus Chinese workers were surrendered to the cruelties of the free market for a time, but in a slower and much gentler manner than in the West and its neocolonial subjects, and to an entirely different purpose. We cannot easily second-guess history. It may be that the PRC could have rejected the capitalist road and survived, it may also have remained on the path preferred by the Gang of Four, and then fallen along with the other socialist states in 1989. It may have endured the Cultural Revolution, escaped counter-revolution, and continued on in a severely underdeveloped form, with the great masses of its rural poor still suffering under the super-empire's sanctions and embargoes, as has happened in the DPRK. But mere survival cannot suffice to accomplish the world historical task of socialism, and it is scarcely conceivable that the PRC could have done other than it has and still by now be in a position to overtake the United States economically. While China did see continued development and economic growth throughout the pre-reform period, the 3 decades between the communist victory in 1949 and the beginning of reform in 1978, during which time China's GDP more than tripled its share of global GDP, had remained stagnant. 591. In the German ideology, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels wrote, "It is only possible to achieve real liberation in the real world and by employing real means. Slavery cannot be abolished without the steam engine and the mule and spinning jenny, serfdom cannot be abolished without improved agriculture. In general, people cannot be liberated as long as they are unable to obtain food and drink, housing and clothing in adequate quality and quantity. Liberation is an historical and not a mental act, and it is brought about by historical conditions, the development of industry, commerce, agriculture, the conditions of intercourse." 592. The steam engine and the spinning jenny, also generally called constant capital, the means or instruments of labor, or even more generally, a part of the forces of production, were clearly necessary tools. The question that must be entertained is not whether China could have thrived without them, but how the PRC has used them, for their introduction alone does not bring liberation. A much less speculative and much more useful historical analysis, therefore, lies not in comparing what China has become with a hypothetical China that took another path, but in comparing China with India, another formerly colonized country in the global south with an equivalent population that exists today and took an actual capitalist road. Both countries gained their independence in the late 1940s, and from then until even the 1980s they had equivalent GDPs. 593 by 2021, China's GDP was more than 5 times higher than India's, while India had 5 times China's infant mortality rate 594 and trailed China in literacy, life expectancy, and public infrastructure. Though the progress India has made in reducing extreme poverty in the 21st century is not insignificant, second only to the PRCs, in fact the reduction in China has been far more rapid and thoroughgoing. For every threshold measured by the World Bank, the percentage of a population living on less than $2.15, $3.65, and $6.85 per day poverty had in fact been slightly worse in China than in India during the early 1990s. By 2019, however, poverty in India was still well above the global average for all three thresholds, while poverty in China had fallen far below it. The World Bank showed the largest gap for the $6.85 threshold, with 84% of India's population earning less to only 25% of China's. 595 596 597. Moreover, these income statistics may not adequately capture the true prevalence of poverty according to data from the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. For example, the percentage of the Chinese population that is undernourished has consistently fallen throughout the 21st century, to a low of 3% in 2020, but despite a reduction between 2004 and 2017, the percentage of undernourished Indians then began increasing, from a low of 13% back to 16% in 2020. 598. Deng, of course, was not infallible. Though he declared that we shall not permit the emergence of a new bourgeoisie, it is obvious that such a class now exists in China, and with it the class struggle and corruption was revived. The PRC's economic success and re-emergence on the world stage is undeniable. Since 1978, its GDP has increased 100-fold, and by 2021 it had become the wealthiest country by net worth. 599. But the danger of its devil's bargain is obvious. Which class will ultimately enjoy the fruits of this success? As shown in chapters 1 through 5, the re-emergence of the PRC as a military and economic superpower will be a progressive development for the international working class regardless of whether the PRC becomes a socialist leader or a fully developed capitalist empire, because either will signal an end to the stage of super-imperialism and thus recreate favorable conditions for the victory of proletarian revolution. Fortunately, however, the former possibility is more likely, and a close examination of the Chinese economy and its trajectory will show that Chinese workers and peasants are regaining the upper hand, if indeed they ever lost it. The pendulum began to swing in the opposite direction during the tenure of General Secretary Hu Jintao, a man whose name a great many in the West never learned. The second phase of reform and opening up that Hu presided over focused on addressing some of the problems the meteoric rise of the Chinese economy had created, namely corruption, wealth inequality, and the environmental consequences of rapid industrialization, though many of these policies did not yield significant results until well after Hu had retired in 2012. While the Western press exists to serve the bourgeois establishment and is therefore notoriously unreliable, it can usually be counted on to properly identify their enemies. In 2007, The Economist reported that in spite of the mass migration of workers to China's eastern urban centers, pay for factory workers was rising at double-digit rates in the Pearl River Delta near Hong Kong. Everyone should be aware that China has changed, said a member of the Hong Kong legislature. 600 reform has stopped, complained a paper published in 2009 by the Council on Foreign Relations and the Heritage Foundation, citing new laws in the PRC that enhanced workers' rights and restricted private firms from buying or selling goods and services at unreasonable prices. It reserved particular ire for the All China Federation of Trade Unions, calling it a xenophobic organ of the Communist Party that foreign firms for minor violations. 601 during whose tenure, universal healthcare was readopted. 602 privatization was halted, then reversed. Bourgeois Western economists, who at first had happily believed their own propaganda and convinced themselves that private capital would ultimately destroy socialism in China on its own, no matter what Deng said, finally noticed an extremely worrying to them aspect to the PRC's entire reform program: the vast majority of state-owned companies that had been privatized actually hadn't been. Despite being publicly traded on domestic and foreign stock exchanges, China's new private enterprises were quite often still controlled by the government through Byzantine ownership structures involving state-run holding companies or domestic financial institutions. In 2009, two-thirds of state-owned enterprises had been officially privatized, yet three-quarters of these remained indirectly state-owned, meaning that only about 15% of the public sector had truly entered private control. 603 between 1998 and 2007, closures and privatizations of state-owned firms were limited to smaller entities while more new large state-owned firms had been created. 604 China's actual private sector did continue to grow and prosper, but not at the expense of the state-run economy. Of the 98 Chinese companies listed on the Fortune Global 500 list in 2015, only 22 were private, and the largest 12 were state-owned. 605 by 2021, the number of Chinese companies on the list had increased to 130, the most of any country in the world, yet over two-thirds of this increase had come from the public sector, which added 22 companies to the list, while the private sector added only 10.606. During the recovery from the 2008 global financial crisis, Chinese banks, under the ownership and the direction of the central government, began a massive economic stimulus that disproportionately redirected capital to the public sector. 607 The amount of money loaned domestically doubled, an enormous part of which was directed into public infrastructure. A phenomenon emerged in China that the Western press named ghost cities: huge development projects, including roads, skyscrapers, metro stations, and high-rise apartments that were rapidly built some distance from existing urban areas and almost entirely unoccupied. In 2010, the Daily Mail breathlessly shared satellite photos of quiet streets and unused buildings in what it named China's biggest ghost city. 608 In 2011, Business Insider gave the same treatment to other new developments in Changsha in Hunan province, and the new Changgong district of Kunming, which purportedly had 100,000 new apartments with no occupants and was building skyscrapers by the hundreds. 609 Today, all these new areas each are home to several 100,000 people, with densities of hundreds or thousands per square kilometer. There was nothing fake or mysterious about them. They were simply built in advance of China's urbanizing and modernizing population. The government was spending so much money that infrastructure was preceding development all across the country. 610 Since the dawn of the 21st century, the PRC has turned neoliberal orthodoxy on its head. Instead of practicing the crushing austerity that private financial institutions in the West currently enforce upon the rest of the world, Chinese public financial institutions have done nothing but build and spend, and build and spend, and build and spend some more. The most dramatic symbol of the success of this philosophy is China's new high-speed railway network, which began construction in the late 2000s and within a single decade grew to become the world's larger, in fact, than all high-speed rail systems in all other countries, which had been much more slowly built in Europe and Japan over half a century, put together. Urumqi and Lhasa, the capital cities of China's remotest provinces, were connected to the east with high-speed lines at galactic expense. If the full length of the Chinese high-speed rail system 40,000 kilometers and still increasing were laid in a single track, it would wrap around the Earth's entire circumference. Over 3 billion passenger trips are now made by rail in China per year. 611 And even for moderate distances are often quicker than airplanes. While neoliberalism destroyed Argentina's railways, its ideological opposite brought China's into existence from nothing. There is no way to make high-speed rail construction profitable. Trains traveling at speeds of 300 km per hour must have a straight electrified track, necessitating the careful excavations of hillsides to bore tunnels, the costly construction of massive bridges to span rivers and canyons, and the placement of hundreds of thousands of elevated concrete columns across countrysides. The China Laos high-speed railway, which opened in 2021 and spans hundreds of kilometers of mountainous terrain, is nearly two-thirds tunnels and bridges by length. 612 No business model can sustain such an expense and still deliver a profit through the sales of tickets and concessions. Instead, the PRC has embraced the construction of mass transit and other infrastructure as a public good. Neoliberal economists have recoiled in horror at China's high-speed rail miracle. The libertarian Cato Institute bemoaned the massive expense and unprofitability. 613 and the India-based Observer Research Foundation warned that the China Railway Corporation owed an unsustainable amount of debt to Chinese banks. 614 However, if the mindless pursuit of profit is set aside, the economic benefits of high-speed rail nonetheless emerge in stark relief. One such analysis found that far from being unprofitable, China's high-speed railways had in fact earned an annual 6.5% return on investment. According to the Paulson Institute in Chicago, the total cost of the network was offset not just by the revenue, but by the difference in operation costs from airline trips that were saved by taking the train, and the time savings that riders would not have accrued otherwise, totaling around $2.40 trillion. 615 A calculation that did not even include the environmental benefits and the vast quantities of jet fuel that has not been expended. In the bigger picture, it is clear that even before Xi Jinping's tenure as General Secretary of the Communist Party, China's trajectory had shifted away from privatization and profiteering and back toward the state-managed economy and the redistribution of gains. This did not mean, however, that the private sector itself was or is on the verge of being destroyed or reabsorbed by the state. At the third plenary session of the Central Committee in 2013, the party reaffirmed its ideological commitment to the principles of reform and announced that it would the basic economic system by vigorously developing a mixed economy. 616 As the capital accumulation engine of China's unparalleled economic growth, and as a tool to attract needed foreign investment, private enterprise could not yet be discarded, only directed, with all the risk that implied. The Great Struggle for Common Prosperity. On June 17, 2019, local party secretary Huang Wenxiu died in a flash flood in the mountains of the Guangxi-Zhuang Autonomous Region. She was 30 years old. Just 3 years before, Huang had graduated with a master's degree from Beijing Normal University, one of the most prestigious universities in China. But rather than pursue a career in the capital, she chose to return to her home prefecture in Guangxi and volunteered to serve a remote, impoverished village in Lai County, helping its people grow and sell fruit, install street lamps, and secure funding for a concrete road. The party honored her as one of 1,800 cadres who had lost their lives in the targeted poverty alleviation campaign, through natural disasters, accidents, or health issues during their service in rural China. 617. Their sacrifice was not in vain. By the end of 2020, extreme poverty defined as living on under a threshold of around $2 a day had been eliminated in China. The Western press, which was by then critical of any positive news from China, spun rather than denied the achievement. The New York Times both printed the World Bank's admission of the PRC's success, and also highlighted the costly nature of the government's poverty alleviation campaign. 618 That Beijing may struggle to sustain, citing not the lives lost but the $700 billion spent by the government since Xi Jinping's administration announced it in 2014. 619 However, when evaluated honestly, the details of Chinese poverty alleviation's implementation show that it is not only sustainable, but developmental, consisting more of infrastructural improvements than actual cash payments. The previous year, every rural village in China had been connected to the country's network of paved roads, with over 99% of rural communities receiving regular bus service. 620 A massive effort had been mobilized to modernize the countryside, installing basic sanitation where it was lacking, and constructing modern homes for the poorest villagers. Some of the remotest, most underdeveloped communities saw technological improvements leapfrogging several decades. Often a village would be wired for broadband internet access within a year of being connected to running water for the first time in history. The New York Times observed that though many villages are still reachable only by single-lane roads, they are lined with streetlights powered by solar panels. The unemployed rural population were generally given jobs or job training in addition to or in place of welfare subsidies. Small farmers were often given cattle, cows or sheep, which in the undeveloped countryside are some of most lucrative forms of capital by the government for free. 621 Though a great wealth gap still exists between China's rural poor and its city dwellers, the progress so far is remarkable, increasing, and permanent. But who will pay for it, is a common reactionary refrain in the West, employed by the bourgeois media to stifle any type of redistributive political programs such as universal health care or environmental initiatives. In China, this question is not rhetorical, and a clear answer has emerged. In 2020, China's bloated private sector abruptly became the target of an aggressive expansion of regulations on private business. In November, a $34 billion initial public offering by the Ant Group, the Alibaba Corporation's financial affiliate, was predicted to be the largest in history. 622 Regulators intervened, cancelling the IPO and instituting strict new anti-monopoly rules. 623 The following month, both Alibaba and Tencent, two of China's largest tech companies, were censured for failing to seek government approval for mergers and acquisitions. 624 And she declared in a Politburo meeting that the Communist Party would act to prevent the disorderly expansion of capital. 625 In 2021, Alibaba was ordered to pay a $2.8 billion antitrust fine. 626 In July, in what the Financial Times called a death penalty for the industry, the government down on private education companies, Communist Party supremacy. The new regulations did not outright ban the $100 billion industry, but instead simply forbade private educators from operating on a for-profit business model. 627 Around the same time, regulators cancelled another massive IPO from the ride-hailing corporation Didi, which the New York Times said had operated in legal gray areas for years, and ordered it removed from app stores. 628 In August, the Supreme People's Court ruled that the Chinese tech industry's practice of pressuring employees into working overtime was illegal. 629 In September, the People's Bank of China officially banned all transactions and digital mining of cryptocurrencies. 630 The state's expansion was not limited to new legislation, financial maneuvers, and rhetoric, however. The new regulatory regime had teeth. In January of 2022, a former Communist Party secretary of Hangzhou, a second-tier financial center with a population of over 10 million people, was expelled and arrested for accepting bribes and supporting the disorderly expansion of capital. 631 The result of a 5-month investigation in which the local party branch of over 25,000 members had been ordered perform self-examinations to find any potential conflicts of interest involving the business community. 632 In March of 2021, 4 major steel mills in Hebei province were caught falsifying production records to evade carbon emission limits. 633 The following year, dozens of executives responsible for the crime were sentenced to prison. 634 The government's anti-corruption campaign also continued, making dramatic public examples of white-collar criminal cases. In January of 2021, Li Xiaomin, a party secretary and senior executive of a state-owned company, was executed for taking bribes and embezzling millions from public funds. In general, regulations on business in the PRC are real and carry real consequences, often in stark contrast with the West. For its role in the Deepwater Horizon catastrophe of 2010 in the Gulf of Mexico, which killed nearly a dozen workers and is considered the largest marine oil spill in history, the British multinational oil corporation BP was compelled only to pay a fine. No criminal charges against company officials stuck, and no one associated with the disaster spent even a single day behind bars. However, after the 2015 Tianjin port explosions, which were caused by the Ruhe Logistics Company's avoidance of safety regulations in storing flammable chemicals, Chinese courts sent dozens of company staff and complicit government officials to prison, and sentenced the chairman of Ruhe Logistics to death. 635. Sometimes, private corporations were neither banned nor censured, but simply bought out. The Wall Street Journal described how in 2019 two large corporations which had incurred significant debt, Beijing Origin Water and Zhejiang Great Southeast Company, had been taken over by state-owned entities through stock purchases, in the case of the former effectively nationalizing it. Even more commonly, large private companies were compelled by the government to accept direct supervision by Communist Party committees, which were to play a role in corporate decision-making. 636 We can't tell if Chinese firms work for the party, declared a headline in Foreign Policy magazine in 2019, the article complaining that though private Chinese companies still had nominal autonomy, when the party comes calling, they have almost no power to resist direct requests. 637 In his notes made to the third plenary session of the 18th CPC Central Committee in 2013, Xi Jinping affirmed the government's commitment to the principle of the to unswervingly consolidate and develop the public sector of the economy, and at the same time unswervingly encourage, support and guide the development of the non-public sector of the economy. 638 The government had not set out to destroy private business, but to control it. By the summer of 2021, China's private sector had gotten the message. An outpouring of sudden philanthropy ensued as the largest corporations and their billionaire owners announced massive donations to charities and social programs. Tencent and Alibaba each pledged $15 billion, according to Forbes, to avoid Beijing's wrath. Founders of other private tech corporations such as Xiaomi, Pinduoduo, and Meituan each donated billions in their company's stock to philanthropic foundations that participated in poverty alleviation and education programs. 639 The ability to use to grab money from the large capitalist firms is the key, said the founder and director of Orient Capital Research, quoted in a 2023 Australian Broadcasting Corporation article lamenting Chinese property development giant Country Gardens billionaire heiress losing half her fortune. The government may simply say, well, you know, we want that money and they'll just take it. 640. In this light, two important observations can be made which are fundamental to determining the nature of the Chinese political economy. First, it is clear that China now displays many of the economic and social features of an advanced social democracy in a rapidly developing country. Real wages and social benefits are increasing, poverty is decreasing, the public sector is expanding, and public infrastructure is being built on a massive scale. China has surpassed the United States in healthy life expectancy. 641 and compared with the rest of the developed world, Chinese citizens retire earlier. 642 and are far more likely to own their own home. Overall, the people of China have without question more prosperity, better health, and greater freedom now than they have ever had in history, things that they themselves have demanded and received. At every turn, the government's initiatives to bring private business to heel have been supported and demanded by the Chinese working class. According to a survey by the Washington Post, the percentage of Chinese citizens who expressed trust in the central government increased to 98% in 2020. 643 This is a great struggle, said an article from January 2022 on the popular left-leaning internet forum Utopia. People have gradually understood that those super-rich who have become monopoly compradors are no longer our fellow travelers. What they want to do is to fully implement privatization in socialist China, so as to disintegrate and destroy our socialist system. 644. That summer, in the wake of the Evergrande Group's default and ensuing real estate crisis, The Guardian reported that tens of thousands of new home buyers across dozens of cities in China were engaging in a coordinated mortgage payment strike, demanding the timely completion of stalled development. 645 Reuters considered it a rare act of public disobedience, ignoring the fact that if mortgage strikes were rare in China, they were virtually unheard of in the West, despite its history of even worse crises. China's rebellion went unpunished. 2 months later, the strike had not diminished, but expanded. 646 According to Reuters, even before the strike, the Chinese real estate sector was effectively being slowly nationalized, Months earlier, bankers had been instructed to steer clear of private real estate firms and capital had begun flowing primarily to state-owned developers, such as Poly Developments and China Merchants Shekau 647 rather than foreclose upon homeowners in arrears, as U.S. banks infamously did en masse in 2008. At every level, the Chinese banks and government hastened to placate the protesters. Regulators vowed to see the strikers' demands met, and according to Bloomberg, to appease angry home buyers the government began formulating a new policy of forbearance that would prevent missed mortgage payments from negatively impacting credit scores. 648 Increasingly, the PRC's efforts to rein in private capital, often labeled as crackdowns and authoritarian in the Western press, are being driven not from the top down, but from the bottom up. As China developed during the 21st century, the rhetoric of Westerners ostensibly critical of the PRC from the left has correspondingly changed. In the first phase of the reform era, such critics conflated the PRC's policy and contemporary Western neoliberalism. 649 During the current phase, their view of the Chinese system now acknowledges its incredible technological progress and achievements in poverty reduction, but dismisses them as mere social democracy similar to the mid-20th century phenomenon in Western countries that is described at length in Chapter 5. An essay published by the Los Angeles Review of Books in August 2023, for example, determined to find no distinction between Chinese and Western political economy, asserted that despite raising millions from poverty, the PRC was now merely catching up. 650.